The House will come to order. Today, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Schiebel, please take the roll.
Representative Zamabile. Rep. Armagost is excused. Bacon. Byrd. Byrd is excused. Bockenfeld. Basenecker. Bottoms. Bradfield. Bradfield's excused. Bradley. Representative Bradley's excused. Brown. Catlin. Doherty. DeGraff. Rep. DeGraff is excused. Degree Kennedy. Degree Kennedy. Have you seen him? Degree Kennedy's excused. Dixon. No Dixon. Representative Dixon's excused. Duran. English. No. Representative English is excused. Epps. I wish. Epps is excused. Evans. Frizzell. Oh my gosh. Rep. Frizzell's excused. Froelich. Rep. Froelich is excused. Garcia. Gonzalez Gutierrez. No. Gonzalez Gutierrez is excused. Tamrick. Hartsook. Herod. Rep. Herod's excused. Toltorf. Excused. Judah. Representative Judah is excused. Joseph. Kip. Leader. Lindsay. Linstead. Representative Luck. Rep. Luck's excused. Lukens. Representative Lukens.
Excused.
Lynch. Mabry. Representative Mabry's here. Marshall. Martinez. Morrow. Representative Morrow.
Excused.
McCormick. McLaughlin. Michelson Janae. Ortiz. Parenti. Puglisi. Ricks. Representative Ricks.
Excused.
Excused. Charbini. Sirota. Hey. Rep. Sirota.
Excused.
Snyder. Soper. Representative Soper.
Excused.
Story. Taggart. Rep. Titone is excused. Valdez A. Representative Valdez.
Excused.
Velasco. Rep. Velasco.
Excused.
Vigil. Representative Vigil.
Excused.
Weinberg. Weissman. Representative Weissman.
Excused.
Wilford. Rep. Wilford.
Excused.
Wilson. Winter. Woodrow. Young. And Madam Speaker.
Here.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Thank you. Well, I feel that yesterday, when I was trying to get the journal approved for the children, some of you still said no, and I'm hoping today, this morning, you all said yes. And part of the reason is because I'm inspired by some of you here in closing the urban-rural divide. For that purpose, I hope you will vote yes. So I move that the journal of Monday, April 10th, 2023 be approved as corrected by the chief clerk.
Very well done, Rep. Joseph. I do want to confirm with 51 present, 14 excused, we do have a quorum. Members, the motion before us is that the journal be approved as corrected by the chief clerk. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Announcements and introductions. Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, members. So this is important. I don't want anybody to be put in the situation I was in where I bought a burrito only to find out McDonald's was having a breakfast right over there by the Supreme Court. So tomorrow, to avoid that conundrum, tomorrow is my pleasure to announce that tomorrow, the 12th, is the annual Golf Day at the Capitol. So the Colorado Golf Association, Rocky Mountain Golf Superintendent Association, Club Managers Association of America, and the Colorado section of the PGA over in the West Foyer from 7:30 to 9 for coffee, breakfast, and some golf swag.
Representative Snyder.
And along those same lines, our wonderful friends over at State Farm are having a legislative breakfast tomorrow, 7:45 to 9, outside of the Supreme Court chambers. Stop by, meet a few agents, get a good breakfast. Hope you all can make both of those wonderful events tomorrow. Thank you.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is an announcement about the work of the Judiciary Committee today at 1:30 in room 112 downstairs. We are convening to hear 4 bills, 1164, 1258, Senate Bill 67, and Senate Bill 72. See you there this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee will be meeting today at 1:30 in LSBA. We will be hearing HB 1287, 1267, Senate Bill 69, House Bill 1266, and House Bill 1254. See you there.
Thank you. Representative Ortiz.
Just announcing I have permission from Madam Majority Leader to be absent tomorrow, Wednesday, April the 12th.
So approved. Representative Sharbini.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also have permission from the Majority Leader to be absent tomorrow, April 12th.
So approved. Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also have permission to be absent starting at 1:30 on the 27th. Thank you.
So approved. Thank you. Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I think we all may have received this very lovely signature on our desk, and it looks like it's from our majority leader, and I think she wants us to have her autograph so that we can keep it for future, just for memories, or maybe we might be able to sell it on eBay someday. But I just wanted to appreciate this lovely, lovely token, the signature that we all received on our desks today. Thank you, Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Michelson-Janay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services, with permission from the Majority Leader, to share that we will be meeting at 3 o'clock instead of 1:30 today. And if you remembered your sneakers, you're better than me, because I didn't. But hopefully we're still going to have that Playworks presentation that's going to be really exciting. And I'd like to invite Education Committee, if they want to stop by also for this presentation right at the beginning of Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services from Playworks. They'll talk about how to organize recess to reduce bullying and increase self-esteem. So I'm really excited about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Another just reminder about tomorrow morning, Water Education Colorado is having a seminar on municipal water efficiency, growth, and affordability. So that's tomorrow, 7:30 in the morning in the basement, room 112. I hope you can join us.
Thank you. Members, we do have a memorial. Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
I move for the adoption of House Memorial 23-1003 and request that it be read at length.
Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Memorial 1003.
House Memorial 1003 by Representative Martinez, memorializing former Representative Jim Snook.
Please proceed and read at length.
Whereas our respected former colleague James Irvin Snook, a past member of the Colorado General Assembly, departed this life on January 31st, 2023 at the age of 83. And whereas Representative Snook was born on November 14th, 1939 on a 40-acre farm near Fruita, Colorado, to John and Elizabeth Snook, and spent the first 4 years of his life there before his family moved to the town of Fruita. And whereas Representative Snook earned a bachelor's degree in vocational agriculture from Colorado State University and earned a master's degree in counseling from the University of Northern Colorado. And whereas in 1990, Representative Snook married his wife, Carolyn, who he was married to for 33 years until his passing. And whereas Representative Snook developed a love for agriculture and livestock at a young age when he began herding sheep in the mountains northwest of Fruita, and pursued his passion later on by serving as a horse show judge for 4-H, an assistant Colorado State Fair horse show director, and the private treaty bull sales manager for the National Western Stock Show. And whereas before serving in the General Assembly, Representative Snook worked as an educator, school administrator, vocational and rehabilitation counselor, and insurance agent. And whereas in 2000, Representative Snook ran for and was elected to the State House of Representatives, where he served as the state representative for District 60 from 2001 to 2002. And whereas while in the House of Representatives, Representative Snook served on the Agriculture, Livestock, and Natural Resources Committee and Civil Justice and Judiciary Committee, and served as the chair of the Police Officers and Firefighters Pension Reform Commission. And whereas Representative Snook sponsored legislation that addressed agriculture, wildlife, and water issues important to the San Luis Valley, including black bear hunting management and continuation of the San Luis Confined Aquifer. And whereas after his time in the legislature, Representative Snook worked as a lobbyist for Colorado Association of Home Builders and Xcel Energy. And whereas Representative Snook is survived by his wife, Carolyn, his children, JJ, Joel, Eric, David, and Deanna, 24 grandchildren, 3 great-grandchildren, and many friends and former colleagues. And whereas Representative Snook was a devoted public servant who will be remembered for his hard work, dedication, accomplishments, and service to the San Luis Valley and the state of Colorado. Now therefore be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 74th General Assembly of the State of Colorado that in the death of Jim Snook, the people of the State of Colorado have lost a dedicated public servant and outstanding citizen, and that we, the members of the Colorado House of Representatives, do hereby extend our deep and heartfelt sympathy to the members of his family and pay tribute to a man who served his state well and faithfully.
Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, you can be seated. Members, for those of you that may or may not know, the Valley is a very special place in Colorado. This is where Colorado started, and when Representative Snook was first elected, there was some pretty big redistricting that had occurred in the Valley, and making sure that there was a court case that was resolved. And for Representative Snook, as the last Republican to represent the San Luis Valley, to win that seat is an amazing feat, and I can't state that enough. And there has not been a Republican since Representative Snook to represent the Valley. So that really just shows the type of person he is, the character that he had, and really his dedication of service to not only the Valley, but the state of Colorado. I did not have the privilege to know Representative Snook, but I obviously have followed in his footsteps, and still on agriculture, still fighting for Valley Water. When I first reached out to his wife, Carolyn, who's sitting over here with his family, it turns out the Valley is a very small place. So Carolyn actually worked with my grandfather at the hospital in Monte Vista. That was the last hospital there, and I was one of the last babies born in my hometown. So I will turn this over to others that can better speak to Jim and his service. I will state this, though. This is from the former Speaker of the House, Doug Dean, and he wrote this. He was supposed to be here, but he was unfortunately ill and unable to attend. So from former Speaker Doug Dean, said, I had the honor of serving as Speaker of the House of the 63rd General Assembly, in which Representative Snook was a member. Representative Snook was a strong voice for his community during his term in the House, and he was a very effective legislator. In fact, Jim carried and passed one of our agenda bills during that term to appropriate funds from the Severance Tax Trust Fund to low-income energy assistance programs. This bill helped many struggling families who were facing a spike in energy prices during that time. I remember Jim being an honest and kind man, and I was saddened to hear of his passing. To Carolyn and the rest of the Snook family, I offer my condolences and prayers. Madam Speaker, under Rule 26F, I request a recess to allow former members to speak.
Thank you, Representative Martinez. The House will stand in a Rep. Martinez, first, we will see if any current members want to speak before we go into recess.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Seeing none, the House will stand in a brief recess. Representative Martinez.
Madam Speaker and members, I would like to introduce former Senator and Secretary of State Gigi Dennis.
Welcome, Senator Dennis.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Representative Martinez. This is a real honor. I've never spoken in the House before, so, the upper chamber thing. But this is a real honor for me. It's a shame that we have term limits from the fact that no one remembers. It was but 30 years ago since I ran for office and served, and so make sure you still keep friends and lobbyists close so that someone can come and say something nice about you one day. But Jim Snook was a good friend of mine. He was so thoughtful, and he was a man of great faith and very deeply embedded with the love of his family and his grandchildren. When he left us, he had 24 grandchildren and 3 great-grandchildren. And he had this abundance laugh that would just light up the room. And so he He had a wonderful career in insurance. He had a big passion for animals and his horse business. And it was really sad when they left the San Luis Valley and as he pursued other things with his wife, Carolyn. You know, Representative Martinez read that Representative Dean recognized his bill to have the natural gas industry pay royalties into the LEAP, which is a huge program, very beneficial, and as we all know from this year. But there was also a very interesting bill that I carried that he was my sponsor for, and that was to allow liquor to be made in Colorado. At that time, we could brew beer, but you couldn't make homemade spirits. And that was the reason of a couple of gentlemen that lived in the San Luis Valley. They were out of Vail, and they had a water bottling company. And so from the water bottling company, they decided they wanted to make potato vodka. That never happened, but look how that industry has exploded in our state and how many other businesses have sprung from that. So I was proud to call Jim my friend, excuse me, and I was proud to serve with him. And I thank you for giving me this honor to be here with all of you today. Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. Okay.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else who would like to speak at this time? Seeing none, the House will come back to order. Seeing no further comment, the motion before us is the adoption of House Memorial 1003. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bacon excused. Please close the machine. With 56 ayes, 0 no, 9 excused, the memorial is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Representative Martinez, I might offer that we will stand in a brief recess so that we may greet our guests. The House will come back to order. Madam Majority Leader.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for third reading of bills.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for third reading of bills' final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1026.
House Bill 1026 by Representative English, also Senator Fields, concerning family time for grandparents.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1026 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1026 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Members, we are voting. Please take your seats. Representative Luck. Please close the machine. Oh.
I got it.
Thank you. Please close the machine. With 54 ayes, 7 no, and 4 excused, House Bill 1026 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1251.
House Bill 1251 by Representatives Epson Puglisi, also Senator Pelton B., concerning the repeal of obsolete provisions in Title 39 of the Colorado Revised Statutes.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1251 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1251 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 60 ayes, 0 no, and 5 excused, House Bill 1251 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1032.
House Bill 1032 by Representative Ortiz, also Senator Rodriguez, concerning civil action remedy provisions for civil rights violations of persons with disabilities.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1032, third reading and final passage.
Representative Bottoms.
Again, I want to thank the sponsor of the bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sponsor of the bill for running this. I understand and agree with what he's doing. I do think, though, that this does open the potential floodgates for litigation in this context, and I think that actually would undermine and harm what the bill is actually trying to accomplish, which again, I agree with. But I think this is it's kind of that slippery slope mentality that there are what is the term everybody uses? Bad actors out there that are going to take advantage of this. And within the context of this community that needs these things to happen, I think the more litigation that it potentially fosters undermines the credibility of the whole thing, and therefore becomes a negative within that context. So I vote no on this bill.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the bill sponsor. I want to speak to this bill, and I understand the good representative from Arapahoe County. I understand his advocacy. I understand, as a veteran with lived experience, fighting for the rights of the disabled. That is a noble and commendable effort. The comments that I will make are with the utmost respect. I want the chamber to know that. But I have some concerns and reservations, and I did make those on seconds, and I think they bear repeating. And just to clarify, in no way do I want to impugn, insult, speak in any ill manner on any of the issues that the disability community faces. But in that point, most of you know I drive in from Akron. I live north of Akron, about 15, 17 miles out in the Sand Hills. And I come in on I-76, and I get to about Brighton, and I start to see these big posters, these big advertisements as I drive in. Now, I'm not in the media or advertising space, but I know that companies that want to use these billboards for advertising, and it's an industry, pay, I think it's between $3,000 and maybe $10,000 a month to post an advertisement on one billboard. Let's say it's 5,000, using a little cowboy math. So $60,000 a year for one of these billboards will be paid by a company that wants to advertise their services. Ladies and gentlemen, what do you think the most frequent advertisement I see is as I drive all the way in, I-76, all the way into I-25, I-25 to Spear, and I come down in here to the Capitol? Well, I won't let you tell me, because I'm going to tell you. It is legal firms wanting to represent you in an accident. I'm not going to mention companies like the Strong Arm or these others.
Representative Holtorf.
Yes, ma'am.
To the bill, please.
Yes, ma'am. I'm not going to mention these outfits. They're also on TV at $2,000 or $3,000 an ad every day. But with respect to this bill, there are serious, litigious concerns, and they are real. They are not fiction. They are not something of fantasy. They are real. Now, I know the bill sponsors made many concessions, and I appreciate that. But guess what could happen as we move down this dusty trail, as we say where I'm from? More lawyers with more billboards wanting to make more money off of the system. A system of, in many cases, their own creation. I've had the trial lawyers in my office, and boy, they're rubbing their hands wanting to push a bill, Madam Speaker, because they see the advantage and they see the dollar signs behind what that is in Colorado Revised Statutes. Now, I'm going to go back to what I said when I started this conversation. I mean no ill will for anybody. This is a financial reality of what we live in this society. Now, I'm going to give you one quick story, because a few years back I took my, I'm from Spain, most of you know that. I was born there. And we like to go to La Corrida de Toros in Pamplona. The running of the bulls in Pamplona, it's a beautiful thing. But you know what they don't do in Spain? When you run, and I've ran, oh, it's exciting. You talk about a thrill. Oh, man. It's almost as fun as flying gunships in the Army. But I will tell you that there's no liability waivers. And my young daughter, naive as she is, the one that ran with me, said, Dad, I got to sign a liability waiver. Not in Spain, young lady, because they don't care. If you're dumb enough to get on this road and run, the 8 blocks, 10 blocks, and run in the ring, and you get hurt, you own it. And that's Spanish law. There's no liability, there's no lawsuits. You don't get to do any of that, because you're responsible for the risks that you take in this running of the bulls. Well, there's a little different perspective, isn't there? Now, they don't have this, they have lawyers, they have a legal system, but they don't have what we have. You will not drive through my home country, the country of my birth, and see any of these billboards. But in this country, the 125, 30 miles you drive in, you'll see 5 or 10 of them. And that's a real concern with respect to this legislation and other legislation like this. I don't make this up. This is not fiction. This is not fantasy. But from what many people contacted me and many concerns that came up with respect to this, and I know the amendments have kind of changed this to some degree, and I really appreciate the bill sponsor. And he's a great advocate for the disability community. And I don't want him to stop his advocacy. Absolutely not. But I will tell you, ladies and gentlemen, as we build a greater litigious society, it tears away at the fabric of so many things and causes such liability to those that are trying to just do something. What is that something, esteemed members? Well, how about the small business that wants to run a restaurant, maybe from immigrant descent, maybe even immigrant families, and they don't have the ramp angle right? Now, I'm not going to say jackwagon. I was chastised for saying jackwagon up here. I'm
Representative
not gonna say it.
Fultorf,
Yes, ma'am.
please.
Yeah, I said I wasn't going to say it, and I'm not going to say it.
And you just did.
I apologize.
I will ask you to leave the well if you do it again.
Yes, ma'am. I respect your leadership. But I will tell you, this is real. The problem is real. And as you open this door wider, more people are at risk. Small business. I come up here and talk about small business all the time. I run a very small family business. We've had cattle on our ranch since 1892 with the same brand. We have a long legacy of pride in what we do out in the middle of nowhere, running cattle out in the sandhills. But I will tell you, and I've told people this, and Madam Speaker, I'll tell this story. Just this weekend I went home. We've got a bull pasture, 25 herd bulls. Every one of them 2 tons and nothing but meat and flesh and mean. And the fence was down. The feed alley was busted. It's right along a county road, a main county road where a lot of traffic travels. And these are black bulls. And I told my hands, I said, how can we let this fence stay down?
To the
how
bill,
can we not fix
Representative
this?
Fultorf.
Yes, ma'am? A little bit of time left? Minute left? Okay. I said, how can we not fix this fence? Because what if one of these black bulls gets out and somebody has an accident and someone's killed in the dark of night? It could be your own friend or family member. Think about the liability. We got to get this fixed. And we fixed it this last weekend because I don't want to hurt anybody. But I sure don't want some high-dollar lawyer from the big town here coming and trying to run us out of
Representative
business.
Fultorf, You have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's just enough time to finish my story. The litigious nature of our society, the aggressiveness of litigious, predatory lawyers that are out there in the legal landscape, aggressive, hungry for money, is real. And don't think for a minute they're not going to take and hurt and cause a lot of collateral damage. In some cases, for people that are just trying to do right. And they don't get the ramp right. They don't get this right. Something happens in the ADA world. And then lawyers get involved, and lawyers get rich, and everybody else loses. And there is real collateral damage in real places, in real spaces across Colorado. Not because people don't want to do
Representative
right,
Holtorf,
Madam
your
Speaker.
time has expired.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for your attention, colleagues.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also want to thank the bill sponsor. He has a lot of passion. I have a lot of passion when I get up to this well, and sometimes it's misguided. I did not speak yesterday to impugn character, and I apologize if that was the way it was perceived. I've had a lot of emails about this bill from small business owners in Douglas County. With COVID and the pandemic, we had 20% of small businesses closed down in Colorado, and these businesses are just trying to get back up on their feet. I asked specific questions yesterday, and I still didn't get the answers. I mean, what are the statistics on small businesses that don't fix the violation? Because if we're looking at 30% of small businesses that are just ignoring this, yeah, then maybe we do step up and go for litigation. But I didn't get any of those statistics to say how many small businesses are just ignoring these violations. I mean, what I've heard from the small businesses in my district are that they don't even know that they're out of compliance until they get this lawsuit. And so then they have to figure out how to hire an attorney. These small businesses, a lot that are minority owned, female owned by the elderly. And the first time they get any no is through a lawsuit. And now they're trying to figure out an attorney to hire to go to court, all in the midst of trying to run their small business. I asked who have the most ADA violations filed against them. What types of businesses? Are these businesses repeat offenders? Because if they are, then litigation is probably the right way to go. But without having this evidence, we can't pass laws. And that's where the real problem in this bill is for me, in my small business community in Douglas County. Again, so many businesses died in Douglas County during COVID. So many small businesses closed up their doors for good. And now we're saying, you know what, that's not good enough. You think you're in compliance, you think you're in ADA compliance, and then you get a lawsuit filed against you, and that's the first time you are aware of the situation. I agree with the representative that was just up here. We know for a fact that it invites an expansion of lawsuits by giving plaintiffs' lawyers the opportunity to go directly to court. We know that there is a high propensity of out-of-state lawyers coming here ready to file claims. We know that litigation should be the last resort towards solving an otherwise intractable dispute, but we don't know. We weren't told how many times this is happening. Again, I'm on board. If 30%, 40%, 50% of small businesses are like, you know what, I don't really care about this violation, I'm not going to fix it, then yes, we should be taking these small businesses to court. Everyone should have the right to go into a business and have the ability to do that. And if there are businesses that are not complying, they should be found at fault. The NFIB, that represents 6,500 Colorado members, requested a no on this bill. The average NFIB Colorado employs between 5 to 9 employees. This bill proposes many severe changes to Colorado's laws against discriminating against those with disabilities. A charge of discrimination against a small business, whether proven or not, can cost the business anywhere from $250,000 to $500,000. What are we doing to our small businesses in Colorado? More often, the business owner will be faced with shutting down the business, but long before the charge is adjudicated in a court. Many of these cases are known as drive-by lawsuits. Plaintiff attorneys will file cases knowing they will be able to force a settlement before the case even gets to trial. Since 2014, plaintiffs were required by the courts to exhaust all administrative remedies before filing lawsuits. So again, I ask you, what are we doing to small businesses? If they don't even know that a complaint has been filed, and now they're looking at charges between $250,000 to $500,000. And we know through an attorney that represents a lot of these claims that more than 35 businesses, again, mostly owned by minorities, women, or the elderly, were sued for Americans with Disabilities Act violations. Nearly, listen to this, every case was brought by out-of-state attorneys representing out-of-state plaintiffs. This is a problem, you guys. I mean, we've got to figure out a way, if these small businesses aren't making the adjustments, that they're held liable. But without knowing how many of these businesses are not in compliance and are not correcting this, I have to be a no on this bill. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a privilege to serve with you.
Privileged to serve with you.
Thank you. Colleagues, I have to be a no on this, not because I'm opposed to the intention, not because I'm opposed to the sponsor. I think the sponsor had a lot of really great points yesterday. 30 years, 33 years, I think he said, as far as the ADA goes, that, yeah, this needs to be addressed. And so it's not a matter of whether we want to not address this or not. This is a matter of how. Because at some point, we're going to take this black and yellow and we're going to put it in black and white in the CRS, and then that is going to be enforced. That is going to be enforced through our zoning. That is going to be enforced through our legal system. I think it's fantastic that that society at large is getting past this idea of keeping our fellow Americans sequestered because of a disability. I think that idea, that previous idea, was wrong. So opening up society, I think is fantastic. We just have to be careful. We just have to be careful how we do it. So I did feel a little bit impugned yesterday. So I want to make sure that, for the record, I do not believe in any way, shape, or form that the sponsor is intending this as an attack on small business. As the sponsor said, the sponsor is an advocate of small business, and I have absolutely no reason to doubt that, no reason to question that. Certainly not the intent of this bill. In fact, I could make a case for the business side of this, because there's a lot of businesses that want to do the right thing that might be cost prohibitive. And when you're in a business that has where every part of the margin counts, if everybody is held to the same standard, then that's an easier line. So I don't think this is an attack. I don't think this is an attack on small business, at least not from the sponsor. And I don't believe that I don't think the sponsor is looking to enrich the legal profession. I think that's perhaps the farthest thing from his mind, and maybe that's why we're having a disagreement on it. But I do have concerns that there are now lawyers that are reading this bill from out of state. Those are the only people that were impugned yesterday, was the out-of-state lawyers that are, or in-state, doesn't really matter, that are driving through and picking apart things. And there certainly is value to that, because as the sponsor said, 30 years, then if they're intentionally ignoring something after 30 years, then maybe there's there's definitely some merit. Not even maybe there's some merit. There's definitely merit. So, again, I think addressing this is crucial. But this is the reality, the litigious society that we live in. This is reality. And when a business has a certificate of occupancy that says they've gone through the zoning process, that they've had it measured. And I've talked to builders, and I've talked to friends who have done building, and they've had the bathrooms measured for the exact size. Like when I remodel a bathroom, I make sure I put a reinforcing bar at the 44 to 48 inches so I can mount a handrail if I need to, just for that reason. But the slope of the grade, or even just the transition between floors, that you don't notice unless you know somebody that is on a wheelchair or a scooter, and then you see what a barrier even a small thing can be. So I just want to be very clear that I have no even inkling of ill intention by the sponsor. But again, we have to be, and the legal course might be the right way to go. But anytime you get a lawyer involved, you are going to start incurring costs rapidly at hundreds of dollars per hour. And if you have a certificate of occupancy that says you have met the ADA requirements, now that doesn't mean you have met the ADA requirements. It just means that the process and the waivers and everything else have been complied with. So if there's an issue, if somebody has an issue with that building, I think that's definitely something they need to bring up, but it should go through the zoning process first, a complaint through zoning, and maybe that's something that we need to address. Like, why after 30 years are we having these issues when a place of public access is required to get a zoning certificate that says they are in compliance with the ADA? So if we have a government system that says you are in compliance with this government regulation, this government law, why would a business doubt them? I mean, after all, we're paying somebody to do this. We're paying somebody to come through and do an inspection. So if there's a problem, the indication should be, the first indication should not be from a lawyer, because now you have to fight your way into the zoning process while you're paying a lawyer hundreds of dollars an hour in order to find out from a non-responsive zoning board. That can just drag this out forever because they don't necessarily have the manpower for it. So what we're going to be doing, not as a matter of intent, but as a matter of consequence, I suspect that we'll be leaving our businesses scrambling to try to get some answer and get some justification. Then what good is our zoning board? What good is our inspectors? What good are our inspectors if they can tell you that you are certified and you are ready for occupancy, and here is your certificate of occupancy, and then they take it away, or then they don't honor it? The purpose of government is to secure the rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, just with the just powers derived from the consent of the governed. So the zoning board should be the person the group, the entity that stands between you. It should be standing between you and litigation. The county, in this case, should in some level be defending you. Now, if the county comes in and says, look, we gave you a certificate of occupancy, it was based on this, 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 and this, and then you went and undid it, or you did something else and then you created a problem, well, that creates a problem. But this whole system should start with the zoning instead of starting with legal. So I don't disagree that this is an ongoing problem. This needs to be solved. 33 years. We don't want to have, the purpose of government is to facilitate this. This is truly one of the purposes of this body, is to solve this problem. but we have to be very careful that we don't unintentionally create more problems. So I know there's a task force that's coming up. I wish this was part of that task force. And then we're not going to be having people using this, detracting from this very necessary intent, and creating and throwing lawsuits up against the wall just to see what sticks. That's not impugning. That's not impugning the sponsor. That's not impugning the nature of this bill or the necessity of it. It is just a reflection of the reality. So I would like to see this go through the zoning as opposed to the legal process. So thank you to the sponsor for bringing this forward. I would love to work with you more on this.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Members, I rise in support of House Bill 1032. What's astonishing to me is the idea that it's okay to discriminate and, heaven forbid, you're held accountable. That just boggles the mind. I think what's important here is to remember that what we're supposed to be voting on, not debating anymore because we had that opportunity yesterday, what we should be voting on today is a bill that reinforces what already exists. It is illegal to discriminate. The ADA already exists. It shouldn't matter how big you are, how small you are as a business, you should be complying with the law. And if you are not, there needs to be remedies in order to get you to comply. If you get into business, you are not only in it, well, I imagine many are only in it to make money no matter the cost. But if you are in business, if you take out a business, then you should be agreeing to follow every rule and every law. This bill is about making sure that folks understand and have the remedies for them to be able to participate equally in our society. Shopping, coming into our other public accommodations. If people are breaking the law, if people are not following the rules, they should be held accountable, plain and simple. And it should not be on the backs of people who are living with disabilities. When you are in business, you should be following the rules and following the law. I urge a yes vote.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. So I sat through the committee on this particular bill, and one of the things that wasn't brought out in debate yesterday that we heard in committee was about the CCRC, the Colorado Civil Rights Commission. You see, a number of these filings have been put forth to them, and they have not found in favor of the complainant. In other words, the individual who is expressing a concern of discrimination, the very entity, the administrative court system, the commission that has been established by this body in order to adjudicate whether in fact discrimination exists in those cases, has found repeatedly that they have not. And so there was testimony given about how we needed to open the courts up for complaints to be filed because the CCRC was not doing its proper job in finding for the complainants in these matters. Now, I rise and bring that forth because this body needs to investigate the CCRC. If indeed it is not doing the job that it was mandated to do, then perhaps we shouldn't have it, and perhaps we should just go back to an Article III court system and honor the separation of powers as was initially intended by the founders of both our country and our state, and dispense with a body that is not otherwise doing what it has been called forth to do. If, however, it is doing what it is called forth to do, and that were to be determined, then perhaps there is merit to this idea that folks are filing complaints erroneously or without the merit that would be necessary in order to find in their favor. The second thing that was brought out in committee and has been spoken to, alluded to here, is that there are a number of small businesses. In fact, we heard from 2 immigrant business owners who found themselves receiving a letter being told that they were they were out of compliance with the ADA, and were told you need to fix these issues. Here they are. Here are the different issues. We've already filed a complaint against you. You need to fix these issues, and if you want the court case to go away, we can make that happen for $10,000. Some of these individuals paid those dollars. Some of them challenged, pushed back, and found that perhaps they weren't actually out of compliance. This kind of behavior is what is concerning. And they are valid issues, and they can be spoken to whether on seconds or on thirds, because that is the process of this place, to fully vet these things. And so the question becomes, is this particular solution the right solution? And I think we've heard that there have been a lot of fixes in this, a lot of improvements to this that have brought us to a side of the spectrum that many can say, yeah, that this will work. This will work. I still have objection to one part, and that is that the court has a requirement to provide damages, not just to require compliance, which under current law they don't have to do. They don't actually have to require compliance, which I don't understand why the statute was created that way initially. But for us to say that the court must, that there's no discretion as to whether they have to give a $3,500 or more, likely, actual damages in a situation, I don't think is narrowly tailored to be able to allow for the court in those moments to apply good discretion. There may be an instance, like was alluded to, and like we heard, where you have an individual, we heard from some, an immigrant to this country who starts a business, who brings in the government to get all of their licensing, to get all of their building inspections, to check all of those boxes. And those government officials fail them and say, yeah, everything is fine, you're good to go. And they trust that they're good to go. And the next thing they find is a demand letter. You either go to court and you expend tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars defending your case, or you pay. You pay these dollars. And you may not even be out of compliance. This is the world in which we live in, and it is a fair question to grapple with, not because there is a doubt that anyone has a responsibility to honor members of their community and to make sure that their buildings or their services are accessible to the disability community. That is not the issue that is being addressed here. The issue that is being addressed is, will this particular problem be solved by this particular solution without creating unnecessary other problems? Those are the balancing tests we all have to make. That is our job, to wrestle with hard things and not just put pen to paper and hope that our idea, however it is, will work to solve it. And there are members in my caucus who believe that small tweaks would actually ensure that the problem that is addressed, that is a legitimate problem that needs to be addressed, will be solved in the best possible way so that all parties are honored and protected under law. And that should be our goal. It should be our objective. And to bring that forth, it is the work of this place. And if we don't want to do that work, and I'm not saying we don't, but if we don't, then I have no words. I too appreciate the work of the bill sponsor. I know that the initial bill was markedly different than the bill we have before us. It's not to say that there couldn't have been a few other little things done in order to make it the best bill that it could coming out of this place. Again, honoring the disability community, understanding the situation that they're in, wanting to make sure that they are given adequate remedy without at the same time harming those individuals who in good faith very well may have thought that they were in complete compliance and found out that we, the government, failed them in our duty to make sure that they were properly inspected. Thank you.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. So we have an interesting legislation here. On one hand, we have a federal law statute on the ADA, and our moral compass should dictate that we probably don't even need the laws because this is the right thing to do. On the other hand, we have business owners. I can speak from a small business because I used to do business development for a service-disabled, veteran-owned small business. There was myself and the CEO that would look when we were doing proposals to make sure that we were compliant with every rule, regulation that was out there, including the ADA. Because if we didn't, then we were liable. We did federal contracts, we did private contracts, commercial contracts. So when you submit these proposals, everything is in line and we've checked the box to make sure that we are doing what we are supposed to be doing, not only legally, but morally correct. And then every once in a while, the government comes along and changes a law. And sometimes it might be upwards of a year or more before we execute the contract, because we would do the design build. And then they would put in a change saying you need to make this change, and so suddenly that changes the price. But what does that impact? That impacts the business's profit margin. Now it's been said everyone should just comply with the law because that's the law. Yes, that is the law. And yes, we should comply with the law, again, because it is the legal and moral thing to do. But what does that do to the business owner and their profit margin when it's running slim? How do they adjust? Do we say they don't care? I don't think that's a true statement. Do we say that they're looking at their profit margin? Yes, they're looking at the profit margin because they have to pay their employees. They have to pay their people. They have to go and pay the bills. There are so many aspects on this bill that we need to look at because it's not just as cut and dried of vote for it, the debate's over with because this is the law. This impacts a multitude of people across every imaginable spectrum and will have a number of second and third order effects that we don't even know what they're going to be. Should everybody be doing the right thing? Absolutely. Are there people that don't do the right thing? Again, absolutely. But as I've spoken before, I don't believe in legislating for the few that do the wrong things. We have laws. If they're not complying with them, then those individuals should be punished. Adding more and more regulations that have unknown repercussions opens up Pandora's box, and we don't know where it's going to go. Now, I cannot imagine what it's like to be disabled. But if I could, I would assume that I would be angry because I can't do the things that I can do right now. And I would want all public accommodations to make it to where I could do all of those things. Then the question is somebody in that public accommodation doing it deliberately, maliciously, or are they doing it because they didn't think far enough ahead? Or because something changed and they had already built something, or they've got to go back and retrofit? Those are questions that probably wouldn't know until we sat down and had a discussion. This is not an easy piece of legislation. Both sides have very, very valid points. They're very important for every person that's involved because they have far-reaching repercussions. I will tell you that I prefer less legislation, less rules, and more discussion. That's where I fall down on. This morning I was speaking with some small business owners. And as I said before, the number one impact on small businesses are the legislation, the rules that we pass in this body. It's what negatively impacts, makes their lives harder to do. Not because they don't want to do the right thing for anybody out there to include people with disabilities, but just because they are trying to catch up with the hundreds, thousands of regulations, laws, rules that get passed down. And then we create an intersection where there's a collision because people are trying to do the right thing, but they miss something because they're very busy, like all of us are. I tend to believe the best in human nature. Doesn't mean I haven't seen the absolute worst, and I have. But I don't think we should pass legislation on the assumption that people are going to do the worst thing, that they're going to be malicious in denying somebody access to their facility. I think it's great that the bill sponsor brings these things forward to have this discussion. I've had many discussions. We're actually on bills together supporting things for kids that are disabled. I like these discussions, but it's not as clear-cut as we see this morning. And to say that the debate should be over with, I disagree with. That's the purpose of sitting here. That's what this body does. As you go to vote, I would ask you to weigh all the sides, and I'm sure everyone will. I will tell you that I will look at it having been on the small business side and having worked with disabled people and understanding what they ask for, that I will favor towards the small business, not because the small business is just trying to make money, but because the small business is the backbone of America, and they employ lots and lots of people. And I do not want to create more burdens on them as a whole just because there are individuals that do something wrong. So I'll be voting no today. I thank you for your time.
Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Temp. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
I apologize and thank you for your indulgence on slowing it down, but as I heard these attacks on a straw man, I believed I had to come down to defend the bill and my colleague. I was one of the votes against this bill in committee, and that caused a great deal of friction with my dear colleague from Arapahoe County. That could be vicious like only family squabbles can be vicious. But this bill is actually now a little bit weaker than I would have actually supported. The issue is, how do we get more access, more accommodations? So it's a public policy issue. And I had deep reservations on the private compensatory component that was being put in, because it's my belief when you try and do too many things with one law, you don't do anything well. But the public accommodation is the key public policy that we're trying to institute with this. So getting rid of the exhaustion and allowing people to go straight to court stops them from being bogged down for a year or 2 years and will actually improve the administrative process when they know they can be bypassed. We always have agency capture issues, and I believe that's what's been happening here. So having that bypass is the key component to this. I would have strongly supported mandatory attorney fees. Right now, the bill's already been watered down to just May, but with mandatory attorney fees, if it was only for an injunction, the process would have worked spectacularly well because we'd have attorneys looking for fast nickels and not slow dimes of some large, giant payoff at the end. They would be getting more reps done, and that's what we want. We want more repetitions so we get more increased access. So having it slimmed down to basically just having a possibility to get an injunction, and when you're looking for an injunction, you can go straight into court and ask for a preliminary injunction. And one of the findings the judge has to make is that you're likely going to succeed on the merits. So you go in, if you get the preliminary injunction, or you don't, everyone pretty much knows the lay of the land, and the attorney knows, am I going to get my attorney fees or not, and they usually can decide to cut bait or pursue it, but we will get more repetitions. And that's what we want. You know, I fought with my colleague over the emotional distress damages because when they start going after the big whale, yes, you're going to be locked into long-term expensive litigation. But how this bill is set up now is set up to increase accommodations and increase the number of repetitions. And it will increase litigation, but it will be less costly litigation, and it will be executing on the public policy we want to have. And not only will it increase litigation because we will have faster and less costly lawsuits to get these injunctions done, to get the accommodations, but the fact is that the more accommodations we get and the more access our disabled citizens have, the more they're out there, the more barriers they are going to see and find, just as our colleague has found barriers that normally other people wouldn't see because he's getting access to places they normally don't. So the more, we will have more litigation, but it will be proper litigation. It'll be executing the public policy that we want to see happen in this state. So I strongly support this bill, and I hope all of you can too.
Representative DeGraff, you only have 14 seconds remaining.
No one said it's okay to discriminate. No one said it's okay to avoid responsibility. It's impugning and unprofessional to say otherwise. We're talking small tweaks to protect business and fulfill the intent of this bill and honor the intent of this bill.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
I would first like to thank the bill sponsor. I appreciate and am very grateful for your passion and for your advocacy, because that's important. I think we've heard here over and over again this morning an acknowledgement that we can do better, and we should. We should. Every person in this chamber, every one of us, is here to advocate. It may be for our constituents, it may be for a cause, it may be for our kids. We all have our own story. And I believe that we all have the best intentions. Like my colleague from Parker, I've had many, many conversations with the businesses from my hometown, Castle Rock. And what I hear over and over again is how afraid they are. These small business owners are really terrified about what we in this chamber are going to impose on them next. What regulations, what rules? Because from their perspective, and I'm just relating, from their perspective, they feel like we create a shifting sands of regulation and rules that they have to follow. And you know, one thing that I learned as an assessor is that nobody, very few people, outside of an assessor's office or people in the property tax profession, understand property taxes. And so if you're a business owner and you get your notice of value or your tax bill and you're going, oh my gosh, what the heck? They don't understand the process. Because they're really good at building widgets or doing whatever their business does. That's their strong point. That's what they're really good at. They're not good at understanding what we do here. They're not good at understanding the shifting sands of regulations that we impose upon them. Our intentions are good. I believe that. I believe, and maybe I'm just a stupid old lady, but I believe that most people have good intentions in this world. And the intentions of those business owners are to provide a service product for their customers. Their intentions are good. So where I get bogged down in this is the litigation. I'm not a big proponent of that. I'm a proponent of conversations. I'm a proponent of education. I'm a proponent of understanding that most people are just trying to do the best they can to get through, to sell their next widget. And so if we can concentrate on making sure that those business owners understand what the rules are, I think that put us a lot farther ahead. I'm not saying that we shouldn't change, because we should. We should evolve, especially around ADA, especially because we understand more and more as time goes on. Technology changes. I mean, 20 years ago, we had this kind of cool thing called the internet. Now it's like the primary way we do business. And we have to acknowledge that that can be an obstacle for some people to access. That's important. We should change as our times change. We really should. But we need to also provide the conversation and grace around those changes and understand that the people making the widgets out there are well-intentioned, and because if they don't understand a regulation, if they're not on top of those shifting sands, that doesn't make them a bad person, and that doesn't mean that you should sue them. Thank you very much for your time today.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you as well.
Members, I think it's important because of the discussions that we had here that we clearly understand the fiscal impacts of this particular bill. And so if you'll bear with me, I'd like to go over some of those fiscal impacts. In regards to House Bill 23-1032, there is a state revenue impact, there's a state expenditure impact, and there's a local government impact. The bill specifies that the legal remedies that a person with a disability may pursue in cases alleging discrimination. The bill increases revenue and workload for the trial courts and may increase legal costs for the executive branch agencies beginning in fiscal year 23 and 24. Currently, there's no appropriation that is required. The bill states that individuals with a disability may be discriminated against by any place of public accommodation. It also states that in discrimination cases, courts may require both compliance from a defendant and award a monetary damages to the plaintiff, including damages for emotional distress, as well as reasonable attorney fees. The bill specifies that any relief provided by the courts is an alternative to relief provided by the Colorado Civil Rights Commission in the Department of Regulatory Affairs. Also, the bill specifies that a person with a disability may bring a civil suit in court regardless of whether an administrative charge has been filed with the commission
or administrative remedies have been exhausted. In regards to state revenue, the bill is expected to minimally increase cash fund revenue in the trial courts in the judicial department, as some individuals will choose to initiate court actions as an alternative to or in addition to administrative relief from the Colorado Civil Rights Commission. It is unknown how many individuals will choose this option. The exact change in filing fee revenue from these cases will vary depending upon the number of cases and the court in which the claim is filed. This revenue is subject to TABOR, Taxpayer Bill of Rights. State expenditures. The bill potentially impacts workload in the judicial department and legal service and risk management costs for the state as described below. The judicial department. State expenditure in the trial courts may increase beginning in 23-24 if additional individuals bring discrimination cases based on a disability. No change in appropriation is required. As far as legal services, the bill increases state expenditures by an indeterminate amount beginning in fiscal year 23-24 in the Department of Law to provide legal services to the executive branch agencies. If the bill increases the total number of discrimination claims against state agencies seeking monetary relief for emotional distress, the cost of legal services provided by the Department of Law will increase. Based on prior claims, this potential need for additional legal services is expected to be highest for the Department of Corrections. Given uncertainty surrounding the potential for additional cases involving the state, it is assumed that the cost to state agencies, including the Department of Corrections, will be addressed through the annual budget process as necessary. Let's talk about risk management. The Office of Risk Management in the Department of Personnel and Administration manages the state's response to liability claims and lawsuits. While this fiscal note assumes a high degree of compliance on the part of state agencies, if the number of cases and the cost of future jury awards increase with the addition of monetary damages for emotional distress, cost to the state paid from the risk management fund will increase. The risk management fund is support through common policy assessments on state agencies based on historical claims and actuary analysis. If such claims and increased jury awards are incurred, it is assumed that these costs will be addressed through the annual budget process. In regards to the Colorado Civil Rights Commission, the bill is not expected to significantly impact cost or workload for the Colorado Civil Rights Commission in the Department of Regulatory Agencies, as most cases filed with the courts are assumed to be in addition to a filing with the Colorado Civil Rights Commission rather than replacing these filings. Impacts on local government. Similar to state agencies, the addition of emotional distress damages may increase the cost of legal representation and jury awards when discrimination claims based on a disability are brought against a local government. The state agencies that have been contacted in regards to this bill and have had discussions in regards to the bill are the Department of Corrections, the Department of Law, regulatory agencies, county governments, municipal governments, the Office of the Governor, the Office of State Personnel, the Department of Labor, and the judiciary. So folks, I think you got a good feel for the overall fiscal impact of this particular bill. I think you also have a feel that should you strengthen the Colorado Civil Rights Commission, or do you need another law in addition to that to try to accomplish what the bill sponsor wants to accomplish? Sometimes there's another way around than creating another law. It's taking an existing law or an existing program and strengthening that program. And I'd like for you to please consider that and vote no on this bill.
Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, some of the members of the Black Caucus just left, being over in the Senate to honor Senator Gloria Tanner, and I couldn't help but think about the words that were said over there with the Honorable Representative Wilma Webb, and think about how they fought for equality for Black people every single day. And the words that were used against us as we fight for that equality. We're angry, we're upset because of our condition. We just want what other people have. And as I sat through this debate, and I haven't sat through many, I'm not gonna lie, I am honestly acknowledging my privilege in understanding that when someone with a disability comes and argues for their bill, someone who has been racially discriminated against, someone who has been blasted with homophobia or transphobia, for us to say that they're just angry to fight for their community is wrong. And yes, some people might be angry at times. In fact, I think the other side of the aisle is angry most of the times, which is why we're sitting here filibustering bill day after day after day.
Representative Herod.
Excuse me, Madam Speaker, I'm getting back in the groove of things. Thank you, I appreciate your leniency, and I won't say that again. But to be honest with you, to stand by and watch someone be told that they're angry because they're fighting for a community that has been discriminated against, it's wrong and it's hard to sit and listen to. When Representative Ortiz brings a bill for his community, it's not because he's angry. It's because it's the right thing to do. And as I've served with you and watched as we couldn't go on trips together because you couldn't get on an airplane, how difficult it is for you to just do the day-to-day things that you want to do, I fight with you every day. The ADA has been around since the 90s. How long do we need to wait before people have reasonable accommodations in this country, in this state? The 90s, it's been 30 years. Do we want to wait 40, 50, 60? Before there are reasonable accommodations made and before there's accountability around those accommodations. This bill has been rolled back so much. So much has been given up in this bill just to get a whole bunch of able-bodied folks to agree with it. We are here to fight for those who need new laws, new support, more help than what we've given them. When we take the oath of office, it's not just for ourselves. It's for those who need the fight. For those who are different from us, to acknowledge our own privilege and to say thank you for showing us how we can do better and what we can do every day. Representative Ortiz, I see you, and I am sorry for what has been said.
Representative Herod, thank you. No. Representative Ortiz. Oh, Representative Soper.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I heard this bill in committee and then again on the House floor, and now here we are about to take a final vote. And I just want to say to the sponsor, I appreciate the work that you've done here, the changes with the strike below. Because certainly the introduced version, I had a lot of concerns with. There have been a number of things that have been set up here that does kind of make me wonder, if everyone followed along with the changes that took place. So I do just want to quickly describe what the bill actually does and then state why I still have one area that I don't like, and hopefully it can be changed in the Senate. So with the strike below, it's limited to Part 6, which is public accommodations. And so if you're going to launch a lawsuit challenging under the lack of a public accommodation, you have two routes that you can go under the bill. You can either go with the Colorado Civil Rights Division and file a complaint there, and they will notify the business entity that they're not in compliance, or you can go ahead and file a lawsuit in district court. If you choose to file a lawsuit in district court, what ends up happening is, of course, you'll go through discovery in the trial process, but getting through that, the court must order that whatever the deficiency is for why the public accommodation was not meeting our legal standard has to be remedied. And then the court must award one of two other awards, which would either be actual damages or statutory damages. This is a dramatic change from how the law has been. So currently, under Colorado law, the court had three options. One was tell the business entity they needed to comply with the Americans with Disabilities Act and fix whatever was causing the impediment. Two, they could award actual damages, or three, statutory damages in the form of $3,500. We ran an amendment during second reading to add may award, which is really important here. Because if you have a business entity that's just spent, say, $500,000 to put in an elevator, as I talked about the Delta Elks Club had done, to be able to make it ADA accessible because it's an old building. It was built in the early 1900s or maybe late 1800s. And it had to be built on the outside, also complying with the fact that it's a historic building. You had lots of issues at play because of that, not just structural integrity, but how do you actually accomplish putting it in? That's a great expense for that particular entity. And then to say that on top of that, we're going to slap you either with actual damages or statutory damages seems like insult to injury if you're that particular entity. I would like to think everyone is kind and good and willing to make their business or place that's open to the public ADA accessible. I know there's bad actors out there, and that's why we need to have the law respond to that. We need to have the ability for courts and judges to say enough is enough. We're going to slap actual damages, we're going to slap statutory damages to tell you that not complying with the Americans with Disabilities Act is wrong. But you also have managers and owners who, in their heart of hearts, believed they were doing the right thing. That, for example, that ramp, which might not be to code, they believed they had it. And now to be pulled in front of the courts, and yes, they're going to pay to bring it up to code. They're going to pay to make sure it's in compliance. But then to also have the element in here that says, and we're also going to hit you with statutory damages. That person is not the egregious actor. We should let the courts be able to decide who has been an egregious actor and who's been someone who thought they were actually doing the right thing, but just were not up to the standard that we're demanding as a state. And it's important that we punish the egregious actors, but that we tell the others who thought they were doing the right thing, we want you to correct the wrong. We want you to make sure that your business entity is accommodating. It's able to be accessed by all Coloradans. And that's why one word needs to be added here, and it's may. That one difference, I would be in full support of this. But as it stands right now, without the word may, I'm going to have to be a no vote. Because we can't treat the innocent party who needs to make a change, believing that they were doing the right thing the entire time, and the person who's egregious and willful and intentionally refusing to make a change until they were drugged before the courts, the same. There is a difference. I do hope that the Senate will consider this change and that we'll see this back over here, because I would like to be able to change my position. But as it stands today, I'll be a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Ortiz.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I really want to thank the robust debate that has been happening again on thirds on this bill. I really appreciate the interest in basic access and basic human rights and disability rights. And I do want to give credit where credit is due. I want to start by also thanking my colleague from El Paso County that came down here to speak. Because not only, I feel like some of those words were also based on a conversation we had after committee. And it was a very thoughtful discussion that came from a place of caring and wanting to do the best for people living with disabilities. But I just want to clarify some information that has been put up here. And you know, I want to thank my colleague from Adams County for regaling us with the fiscal note. Just want to make it very clear, you could tell that it was old because it talked about emotional distress damages. And I've also heard my colleague from Delta County use the term insult to injury being applied to businesses, which I find intriguing, maybe a little bit humorous, because what's insult to injury for me is that ADA has been law for 33 years, folks. And yet this stripped down version that we have worked hard to do, and we have worked hard, and it's not just me. Because also this has been characterized as if this is a payout or a handout for corporate legal lawyers. But let me tell you, those that have been working hard with me have been nonprofit lawyers. Do you know what their average salary is here in Colorado? Any guesses? Barely a little bit more than us, $50,000 to $70,000. This is not some cash grab. This is not me trying to send some pork to corporate lawyers. That is not what this is. This bill has been worked hard, not just with my passion. Yes, you better believe I bring that, and I'm gonna bring that, whether you call me angry or not. But it's also backed up by my lived experience. Having sworn an oath in service to this nation and knowing what rights that I should have, and not just me because I serve this nation, but anybody living with a disability. We live in one of the most amazing places. Yes, we have our problems. Yes. Everyone, from the service member to the civilian, has rights and responsibilities. And for business owners, that includes making sure that you are following a 33-year-old law. At this point, if you're not in compliance, I don't care if you've been in business for 20 years or 1 year, you are not free of accountability, and you don't get to put up obstacles around administrative exhaustion just because it makes you feel comfortable as an able-bodied person or makes you feel comfortable in your bottom line. We live at 25% of the poverty rate. I've got nothing left to lose, folks. We can only go up from here. And just to be clear, we're not adding anything new in this law. We're simply clarifying what already exists, that we do not have to go through administrative exhaustion that judges, for some reason, have started to get wrong. You heard the discussion on the fiscal note around emotional distress damages. In an effort to make able-bodied people feel comfortable, we stripped that out. We're putting it in a bipartisan task force, working together across the aisle, with business interests represented there as well. Because that's important to me. I support small businesses, those that want to follow the law. And for those that go above and beyond, like Brewability or A1 Scuba, I see you. I frequent your businesses as much as possible, and I promote you as much as possible. Because not only are you doing the bare minimum, but you're seeking to actively create a space for us. 20% of Coloradans, your constituents, live life with a disability and are barred from fully participating in life, despite ADA being law for 33 years. Did you know that 50% of service members are leaving service with a temporary or permanent disability? They have earned the right to participate freely in our society, just like any leg walker or able-bodied person. I'm proud to bring this bill forward. And yes, even though I believed in the original version of this bill, I was proud to compromise and work hard to do what it takes to bring my able-bodied counterparts hand in hand along with me in this journey and in this discussion to secure our basic civil rights. I'm not asking for full equity. I'm asking for a start. And the way we do that is by starting by getting rid of administrative exhaustion. That's all this bill does. We can hash out the rest later with representatives from the different parts of community. So again, I am a friend to small businesses. My first term, I got you millions of dollars of tax cuts. But you do not get to discriminate and break a law that is over 33 years old. If you do that, whether it's intentional or not, yes, I'm putting you on notice. Because I've earned the right to live life alongside each and every one of you. I appreciate the robust debate that has happened here, and I look forward to more genuine discussions as I had with my colleague from El Paso County. I want more of those. I truly do, because good ideas can come from anywhere. We have to be working together on this. With all that being said, thank you for your time. I urge an aye.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1032 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 45 ayes, 17 no, and 3 excused, House Bill 1032 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Members, we will stand in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Members, we are on third readings. Please return to your seats. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1056.
House Bill 1056 by Representative Hamrick, also Senator Cutter, concerning modernizing record keeping by the state archives.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1056 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1056 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 62 ayes, 0 no, and 3 excused, House Bill 1056 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1229.
House Bill 1229 by Representatives Weissman and Mabry, also Senator Gonzalez, concerning changes to consumer lending laws to limit charges to consumers.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1229 on third reading, final passage.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for your leadership in such a difficult time. I sincerely mean that. As we navigate the complexities.
Thank you, Representative Holtorf. To the bill.
You're welcome, ma'am, and to the bill. We talked a lot about yesterday, as I recall, about consumer lending laws, in this case amending the terms of those laws. We talked a lot about the availability of credit and making sure that the credit options that are available to everybody in the credit space, that the options are more than less. The bill sponsors understand that there are some very contentious, I'll call them predatory lending terms. And most of you in this chamber know how I feel about some of those issues. I won't go back into that conversation. But there are similarities and parallels to what I spoke of earlier with respect to people that are out there trying to take advantage of folks. But on the flip side of that, there are many times where short-term lending and bridge loans, even with some of the most exaggerated terms, are necessary. Now, if you take the 120% interest, if it's an annualized rate, annual percentage rate, and you walk that back to a per diem rate, and it's a short-term loan for maybe a week or 2 weeks, it's money. But is it a significant amount of money that the borrower is not willing to accept? And if they're not willing to accept it, then guess what? There's something unique about the United States of America, and it's called freedom. You can be free to choose whether you want to enter an agreement or negotiation or not. I believe. I still believe. If you don't like the terms of the loan, don't take it. But I'll walk this back and compare it to agriculture. We have this thing called Farm Credit Services. I don't know how many of you are familiar with that. Show of hands, how many people understand the Farm Credit Services program? There's a couple farmers in the room. Corn farmer, God bless you. I can't feed cattle without your corn, brother. And you can't go to the steakhouse and eat my well-marbled steak without the corn farmer. But I digress, Madam Speaker. Here's the point. Even the federal government, and I can't remember what year the Federal Act was put in place, and this was decades and decades and decades ago, realized that if farmers don't have capital, they can't farm. And through federal legislation, they created an opportunity, and it's called the Farm Credit System. It's all across America. It's in every state. We have these associations that are born by federal legislation that provides capital to agriculture in times when capital is not available. Even in the United States Department of Agriculture and your farm service agencies, you can go in there and ask for help if you're a farmer for short-term lending and loans, just like some of these opportunities. Now, in the USDA system, those terms are not of a high interest rate. They're actually a lower interest rate, but you have to pledge all of your crop or a part of your crop to get the loan. But it's just like a payday loan, colleagues. You've got your crop, you've harvested it, you know the bushels that you have, but you haven't sold your crop yet, nor maybe you can sell your crop. Or the commodity price is not at a price point that you could sell your crop, or you might lose the whole farm. So you go in there, you take that short-term loan, you operate and continue to run your business for a few months until prices go up, typically in the wintertime. You know, colleagues, in agriculture, we call them the harvest lows. Not always, but generally your commodity prices are the lowest during harvest, particularly if there's a bumper crop. It's the worst time to sell. But typically for farmers, by then you're just out of money and you're borrowing from the bank. More credit, more short-term credit to get you to where you can pay back. In a way, agriculture is a lot like this, except the interest and the terms are a bit different in the time frame. But we need capital in the markets. We need a wide variety of capital options in the markets for all people. And that doesn't matter your skin color. That doesn't matter your ethnicity. That doesn't matter where you come from, who you are, who you love, or who you believe in, or what almighty power you worship. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a reality, a physical reality of this earth, and sometimes you need to do something. And having this capital may make the difference between getting from here to there. I've had a lot of help out at the ranch, and now there have been times where I've had a guy that has no pickup. He's got nothing. He shows up, no horse, no saddle, no pickup, but he wants a job and he wants to work. So I hire that person. Over time, they want to get a pickup. Well, they need a little money. A few $100s, a few $1,000s. It's not like it used to be. Because they want to get to town. And when you're 25, 30 miles from anything, when you got to drive 50, 60 miles to get a gallon of milk and a dozen eggs, if you don't have something to drive, you're landlocked. It can be lonely out in rural Colorado. So what do? They'll talk to their friends, family. They might even walk in and say, I want a short-term loan for a month. I want to buy that pickup. Well, you don't have any income history. You don't have this. You don't have that. You don't have the other. That's all right. I got a good job. I'm punching cows out at Buffalo Springs. I'm working. And come the end of the month, I'm going to get a pretty good check. Why not have, and I'm not going specifically into the merits of this, but one of the things this does, it curtails some of those options. Out of state. You know, I'm closer to Nebraska than I am to Denver. I'm closer to Sydney than I am to Fort Morgan. Maybe that's a lending option that you want to have out in the rest of Colorado. I come and I say all the time, one size doesn't fit all. But here we are in Colorado, one size fits all in so many cases. So there are some real reasons I have objection. Not that the bill sponsors in this case don't have the best of intentions from their consumer advocacy perspective. But I tell you what, you kind of look at it from some different perspectives. And I'm going to say this again. It doesn't matter what color you are, where you come from, who you are. Heck, I've been there. I've had to go to my own daughter and say, honey, you got a heck of a job.
Representative
Yes, ma'am.
Holtorf, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. Just in time to tell this story. I say, can I borrow? Your mother wrecked her car, and I got to get a new car for your mother, or she's not happy, because she's got the same thing. She's not going to be landlocked out there in the middle of nowhere. She'll go to town every day whether she needs to or not. I got to get your mom a car, or I'm going to be in trouble. So I asked my daughter, can I borrow some money? Now, she's got a great job as an emergency room nurse. I'm so proud of her. And she's like, yeah, Daddy. How much? Well, how much do you need? The whole thing. She fronts me a short-term loan. This happened a couple weeks ago, folks, for her old man. God bless her. I had family. Not everybody has that. But what if I would have needed to go out and get a loan just to get something under my wife so she can go get a gallon of milk and a dozen eggs, Madam Speaker? Sometimes this is needed in the space. I don't think we should take it all away. I agree with the terms of, yeah, you shouldn't be able to.
Representative Holtorf, your
Yes,
time
ma'am.
has expired.
All right, I won't talk about the interest level. Thank you.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill definitely is frustrating for me, and I'll explain why. In 2018, as a state, we amended our state constitution to have usury set at 36%. And that was really to go after payday lenders. And then what we've seen with this bill is with short-term loans, these are high-risk loans with APR and origination fees. Under current law, this can be as high as 100%. The bill knocks it down to being around 60 to 64%. And what we've heard from the lenders in this space is that they could not be able to make a profit if the percentage was any less because of the high risk. That's why this is a frustrating vote for me. We have on one side where we've told payday lenders that it's a very similar space. 36%, we're going to call that usury. This is an incredibly high percentage. And then on another hand, we're going to say, well, with origination fees and lending fees and the APR, 64% is okay. And then we have another piece of legislation in the system that also goes beyond the 36%. I believe consistency is important in law, and that law is a reflection of society's values. And that if we've said that our values are going to be that It's usury at 36% or above on one hand, and then we have different exceptions on the other hand. What is our value? What is it that we actually believe in and are advocating as a group of Coloradans? And that's what's frustrating here, is we have many different exceptions, and it's very difficult to know what the law truly is in the space of a short-term loan. I would like to say that everything is black and white, and that we can come down here and say, yes, this is exactly how it ought to be. But when we have exceptions within the same space that look and feel like they're the same mechanism, that becomes very difficult. And it becomes very difficult to say, what is it that we're actually saying? That high percentage over here, a not so high, although I would view high percent over on the other side. I really don't know, where I'm going to come down in the next few minutes. But what I can say is that I do find it very difficult when someone says they can't make a profit at 64% APR. That to me is very challenging to say. But on the other hand, who are we as the state to come in and disrupt this business model, to tell this business who is going to be working out with the consumer, saying that, look, you're very high risk. The majority of these loans fail in less than a year, and that the lender is taking on that amount of risk, so that's why they're charging this type of a percent. And that's why they're doing it. And I mean, perhaps we ought to have more financial literacy within our state so that we don't have individuals who feel like this is their only mechanism to be able to sustain whatever they're trying to do. That's really my words here. I appreciate the robust debate that we had on second reading, and thank you.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Again, bear with me, folks. I want to kind of work through this fiscal note here. These are the most recent fiscal notes that we have, and they do change with the bill, as many of you know. But if you, as a bill sponsor, don't ask for an updated fiscal note, you got to go with the one. And why it's important is that the information in these fiscal notes is very, very valuable information that we should have before we make a decision on any bill. So bear with me, let me read this, and then I'd like to talk a little bit about my personal experiences in the banking community and why I think it's important. And the fiscal note here is going to lay a foundation as to my follow-up comment. So in this particular case, House Bill 23-1229, there is a state revenue impact, there's a state expenditure impact, and there's a local government impact. The bill limits the total amount of finance charges on consumer credit transactions and exercises a small option to preempt federal regulation of interest rates. Starting in fiscal year 23-24, the state and local expenditures and revenues may minimally increase on an ongoing basis. The bill doesn't require an appropriation. The bill limits the total amount of finance charges on consumer credit transactions by requiring a maximum finance charge includes certain additional fees and charges specified in the bill. The bill also modifies the allowable charges, loan terms, and application procedures for loans less than $1,000. Finally, the bill exercises a state option to exempt consumer credit transactions from certain federal interest rate limits and instead implies interest rate limits in state law to those transactions. In regards to state revenue and expenditure, the bill primarily concerns contracts between private parties. I'm going to repeat that. The bill primarily concerns contracts between private parties. Although the Department of Law serves as the administrator of the Colorado Uniform Consumer Credit Code, which the bill amends, the changes are not anticipated to affect the expenditures of revenues of the department. To the extent the civil filings for the trial courts increase, judicial department workload and revenue from filing fees may increase. Revenues from filing fees is subject to the taxpayer bill of rights. No change in appropriation is required. Impacts on local government, similar to the state, to the extent civil cases are filed, workload and revenue for the Denver County Court may increase. Effective date, it takes effect 90 days after, and the departments that have been advised of this particular bill or interviewed with for the fiscal note or the judicial department of law and regulatory agencies. Why is important is, many times I've gotten up here and I spoke about, I started my professional career in the banking industry. Why this became important was when I entered the industry, you had bankers who sat down with folks and interviewed them, looked at their financials, and really understood the person and the circumstances. And sometimes people would hit a bump in the road. And you would sit down and you would talk to these folks, and you would understand their circumstances, and you could see their current financial picture and why things happened the way they did when you saw their credit report, and you took that into consideration. And then banking started changing. Pretty soon it was, okay, we don't need smart bankers who know their customers, who can sit down and talk to their customers and make loans to them and work through the personal issues that may have impacted their life. We're going to throw it at a grid. We're going to have a computer system sitting in Minneapolis, and we're going to have that banker who used to sit down and work with the human aspects, and we're going to have them fill out a form, check the boxes, send it in. The computer's going to tell you if you can make this guy a loan or not. So through all the mergers and acquisitions that occurred in banking in the early 90s, which I was part of, finally got to the point where it was time for me to leave banking because the human aspects of it were gone. And so I started my own personal home business, finance business, working with individuals because the banks were no longer meeting those needs. But I could see where I could sit down with an individual and I could work with them and help them. So there is a private market out there. You might want to ignore it. You might think anybody who makes another friend or anybody else a business is a crook, because that's what I hear all the time. There's always somebody up here taking advantage. Well, I can tell you, I made loans to other individuals because I had the sophistication and the financial know-how to do it. And those loans are controlled by the Attorney General in the state of Colorado. If I took advantage of any of my customers and they filed a complaint with the Attorney General, they would have been all over me with the Consumer Protection Act. I had a group of financially sophisticated investors who believed in my capability to work with individuals in their human aspects and create loans that they would put in their self-directed IRAs. Now, they weren't the small loans like this. The point is that there is a private sector market for lenders, and they're not all crooks. So then I come down here to the legislature, and all I hear is everybody thinking that if you're in the private market and you're out there making a loan to somebody, that there's something wrong with that. Well, there isn't something wrong with it, because the banks were no longer meeting the needs of the customers. And I had investors who had self-directed IRAs who wanted a reasonable return on their retirement accounts. And I had people who needed money, who had a bump in the road, and you had an industry that was no longer meeting that need. And I put the two together and I made money for 9 years. And no, I didn't make a lot of money, but I made enough money to keep my wife happy with my little business that I ran out of my home. So my point is why are we down here legislating this kind of stuff when all it does is it makes people who go out and lend to other people in the private market say, you know what, I don't want the risk. Let's, forget about it. I'm not going to take the risk to make you a loan, especially a loan under $1,000. You know why you charge so much interest for a loan under $1,000? Because you can't make money on a loan under $1,000. So there has to be a loan fee. There has to be a higher interest rate. It's a short-term loan. Under $1,000, calculate it yourself. It's basically meaningless in a lot of cases. But I tell you what, it's very, very important to that person that you're making the loan to, because they can't get a loan from anybody else. Nobody wants to make them a loan. So I keep coming up here and I tell people, we come down here and we legislate to try to help people, and sometimes we hurt the people we're trying to help. Not sometimes, I see it all the time down here. We hurt the people we're trying to help. Not everybody is a victim. You have people out there.
Representative Bockenfeld, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Not everybody's a victim. You have people out there that intelligently engage in these relationships, financial relationships, in order to meet their personal needs. It's easy, it's simple, they trust the person that they're dealing with. And then we as a legislature want to come in and put more shackles on them. Put more risk on the person who's trying to help their neighbor or the person down the street. And that risk makes me not want to lend to anybody anymore. Especially if there's somebody in need and I can understand what their predicament was, and I'm the only guy in the world that'll probably make them a loan. If you looked at their credit bureau, you wouldn't lend them $5. If you sat down and had a conversation with them and looked at your credit bureau, you'd say, you know what, I understand, I trust you.
Representative Bockenfeld, your time has expired.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, I want to reiterate, I think, one of the most important statements that my colleague just made was sometimes the very things we're doing to help people is actually what is hurting them the most. Again, from working with, as a pastor, working with so many different people over the years that they don't have any money. They're homeless, indigent, very, very poor, all kinds of categories within that. That is a lot of what the church does. We help people in those circumstances. I would like to see this bill being the exact opposite, actually, rather than taking away something that is going to be very necessary, albeit a bad idea. I think I stated that quite a bit yesterday. I think these predatory loans are horrible. But sometimes just because there is a predator that is providing this loan doesn't mean the person that is getting the loan is seeing this in a predatory way. This is a necessity. So what I would rather see is spend this time and energy that has been on this bill and do some kind of literacy, financial literacy program. Most of the programs out there that are doing this are the same people that are helping in the financial aspect of this demographic. And those are usually 501c3s, usually faith-based organizations. Our church does this. We do financial literacy programs for people. I can give you all the details about it. But at the same time, we're also recognizing that while you're doing that, you can't just say, okay, no more of this. Because, as I said yesterday, some of these people are really using this for food. This is not an emotional pull. They are really using this for food. So they go down and get this high-interest loan, and they're just assessing this. They have no money to buy food, or I can borrow $500 or a couple $100 or something, and yes, it's going to cost me 30, 40 extra dollars to accomplish this, but they are getting a product that they need right then, not tomorrow, the next day, next week. They are getting that product right then, and that is food to feed their family. And I've seen this many times over. In fact, we even have it set up. I've done this myself, but we have this set up where we have people in our church that will help these people so they don't have to go get these loans. So I understand the context behind this, but to just say, no, that's no longer an option for you. Okay, so they need $200 and they need it today to go buy food, but we've just made this basically illegal. Where do they get this $200? This is real $200 they need right now today. They can get it from somebody that's going to try to charge them extra, a lot more extra than should be charged, which, by the way, goes against biblical concepts too. But we're just going to tell them, no, you do not have the ability. You can't do this. Well, where are they going to get that money? Where are they going to get this food they need right now? Well, one of the only options that there is, again, comes back to the faith-based groups. We have food banks too. But what we try to do is educate these people and say, look, you don't have to get into this trap and stay in this trap. But that's a long-term understanding and education. The short term is right now, today, I need this $300. That's the reality. Not that I think or, well, this is bad for these people. I get all that. I understand all those arguments and actually agree with all these arguments. The problem is you cannot erase today. You cannot take today out of the conversation. Today, they need $300. I've seen this, and this is not actually for food as much as what I've seen is, I think one of the biggest that I've seen is for tires. People need tires because they have a blowout and they don't have that extra $200. And now an average tire on a small car is $185. I know because I'm getting tires tomorrow. But it's crazy. So where do they come up with this $200? Where do they get this? The car is now sitting on the side of the road with a flat tire. They need to get to work tomorrow. Where do they get this $200? Because we're now making it illegal to go down. Yes, they know the risk. It's going to cost them an extra $40. But they can go get that tire, they can put it on their car, and they can get back to work the next day so that they can make the money to pay off that extra $40. They know the risk involved. They don't have any other options. They have to take this, and we're saying, nope, not going to let you do it because it's bad for you. Not like drug bad for you, but this is money bad for you. It's weird how we can change those conversations in different contexts, right? This is bad for you. Yes, but they know the risk involved with this, and it doesn't hurt anyone. It helps them get that tire. Maybe get a new alternator on their car. Those are the kind of things that I see the most. Now, yes, there are groups. Again, we're one of them. There are many groups that will try to help these people on a lot of circumstances. And what we do with them is we say, yes, we're gonna help you do this, whatever this is financially. We're gonna help you, our church. We're gonna do this for you, say $150 or $200, whatever. But then we say, okay, will you also sit down and listen to us about some of these financial understandings? And if they say no, we're still gonna help them. We're still gonna do the right thing here, but we do try to help them with understanding the bigger picture. But that still does not change. They need a tire today. We're going to let you go through this session that's going to last 6 to 8 weeks. But you need a tire today. And we're missing that concept, and we're actually making this very harmful to people that we should be trying to help. We should be trying to help. This is my personal philosophy, and since I'm the head of my church, it's our church's philosophy. But we help everybody that comes through the doors. Doesn't matter the context. Good, bad, lying to us, not lying to us. We know that. We're just going to help people. But we also try to say there's a better way. But they still need a tire today. They still need some groceries today. And so I agree with my colleague that just got up. Sometimes the things that we do, and we say we're trying to help people, we don't help them, we hurt them. We take opportunities and resources away and say, but it's better for you. We take opportunities we do this with all kinds of things. We say, no, you don't get that because somebody else will get more, like a tax break or something. When do we actually just help the person and say, this is a bad idea? Tell everybody. I'm saying this on TV right now in front of potentially millions of people. Tell everybody these predatory loans are horrible. Stop doing it. But they still need a tire today. That's the reality of this. And so I strongly urge a no vote on this bill.
Representative Winter.
Madam Speaker. I appreciate the words that my colleague from El Paso County just said. I'm also involved in some faith-based stuff at home, and we do try to help everybody. We really do, no matter who, when they walk through the door. In my family business, we're the same way. We take our business seriously, and we try to help people. But at the end of the day, sometimes trying to help people does hurt people, and he's correct with that. You know, like most people, when I started my family, no money, newly married. My oldest daughter has some major health issues, so spent a lot of time at Children's Hospital with my daughter, racked up a lot of medical bills. Just like everybody else, cars break down, things happen. Well, I come to a point where I just couldn't let my pride ask my parents or anybody if I could borrow some money to try to help with these things. So I actually had looked at doing one of these, and I sat down and I looked at the terms, and I sat there and I debated, and I understood what I was getting into. And I was lucky enough that I was able to find some side work. I was able to help build some fence, and it made me enough money to get through the tough spot I was in. But I also knew that loan was an option. Freshly married, college debt, credit score was good but not great, and that's what drives a lot of this. The good colleague from Arapahoe County, he spoke to this. He did it for a living, and my wife was in the banking industry as well. And credit score means a lot when you're in trying to get a loan, and some people just don't have that credit score to be able to get them that loan. And I agree, these loans aren't the best situation for the people that need the money, and I will say that as well. These predatory loans are tough, but it comes to that balance of, do we take that ability away? And out in eastern Colorado, the representative from Akron, he makes a solid point when you look across the state line issue. You know, a lot of my district is right on the Kansas-Nebraska border. So how that interplays with this and people surviving day to day actually does make a difference. Many people run into tons of circumstances where they need these source of funds. And I agree that education is huge. We need to talk to people. We need to explain to them so they know what they're getting into when they sign on to these loans. And they need to know that without a doubt, there's negative effects to these loans. There's devastating consequences for some of the peoples that become consumers of these loans. But if they're used appropriately, moderately, and if they're paid off in time, it allows people to manage their finances. It allows them to get through a hard spot in their life that they may have to, like the representative from El Paso County said, get that tire, that way they can get to work, that way they can provide for their family, that way they can pay this loan off. They may not be perfect, but they fulfill a need. I would try to help anybody if they needed a loan. If I had the money, I would loan it to them myself, that way that they didn't have to go through something like this. But as being a man that was a young family man at one point, starting off a family, sometimes, no matter if you get yourself in a bad situation, it's better than the situation that you're in. And I think you can all understand that, especially if you've raised a family, things get tough. And my biggest fear is not that this won't hurt people, or not that they may not be able to dig themselves out of the hole, but that they might not even have this ability to get them over the hump. That lenders are going to look at this and they're going to run. Paperwork's too much regulation by the government on them. And what are they going to do? I don't know if you guys have all read the book Atlas Shrugged. Well, they just disappear. They disappear from society. And I just think that having that option there, even though it may not be perfect, is an important option to people that are just trying to get by. And I wouldn't want to take that option from somebody, because at the end of the day, we talk about responsibility in this chamber a lot. We talk about people having the right to make decisions a lot. And I mean, this is a decision you go into as a knowing adult, even though your situations are bad. You sign that paper, and you've hopefully educated yourself on that decision. And as somebody that's been in this position, like most of you, even though it wasn't the most perfect situation, at least I knew that that was there if I needed it. And knowing that that security is there, even though it isn't perfect security, is a little bit of security. So I'd ask you to think of this. And today I urge a no vote for those reasons. Thank you for your time.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. You know, listening to the other representatives come up, I didn't really understand the pros and cons of payday loans. This is kind of a new concept to me, so whenever I don't understand something, I try to dive in and do a lot of research. Luckily, I've been able to rely on my family if I ever need anything. I've been married since I was 23, so whole 10 years. Just kidding. When I was younger and trying to get into physical therapy school, I worked 2 different jobs. I worked 5 days a week in an outpatient facility, and I had to get overtime to afford my rent. And I worked in an inpatient facility, so I worked 7 days a week. I lived on about $5 a day. I would go to the cafeteria and get a sausage and biscuit for 99 cents. I would eat ramen for lunch, and then I would have, I think, a veggie plate for dinner. I can't imagine living in such dire situations. I think that shaped me, but I can't imagine if something happened with my health or anything like that where I would have needed extra money. My parents couldn't really afford with other children to bail me out of anything. So I assumed that I probably would have had to use a payday loan, although I didn't need to. Thankfully, I have good health. So when I was researching, I wanted to understand this concept. And so I found an article by a woman, a professor from Vanderbilt University, that's called Limiting Access to Payday Loans May Do More Harm Than Good. And it reads as follows. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau announced the rule with the aim of eliminating what it called debt traps caused by the U.S. $38.5 billion payday loan market. But will it? The payday loan market, which emerged in the 1990s, involves storefront lenders providing small loans of a few $100s for 1 to 2 weeks for a fee of 15 to 20%. So for example, a loan of $100 for 2 weeks might cost $20. On an annualized basis, that amounts to an interest rate of 520%. In exchange for the cash, the borrower provides the lender with a post-dated check or debit authorization. If a borrower is unable to pay at the end of the term, the lender might roll over the loan to another pay date in exchange for another $20. Thanks to their high interest, short duration, and fact that 1 in 5 end up in default, payday loans have long been derided as predatory and abusive, making them a prime target of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau since the Bureau was created by the Dodd-Frank Act in 2011. States have already been swift to regulate the industry, with 16 and Washington, D.C. banning them outright or imposing caps on fees that essentially eliminate the industry. Because the CFPB does not have the authority to cap fees that payday lenders charge, their proposed regulations focus on other aspects of the lending model. Under the proposed changes announced last week, lenders would have to assess a borrower's ability to repay, and it would be harder to roll over loans into new ones when they come due, a process which leads to escalating interest costs. There is no question that these new regulations will dramatically affect the industry. But is that a good thing? Will the people who currently rely on payday loans actually be better off as a result of the new rules? In short, no. The Wild West of high-interest credit products that will result is not beneficial for low-income consumers who desperately need access to credit. The author has been researching payday loans and other alternative financial services for 15 years. My work is focused on 3 questions. Why do people turn to high-interest loans? What are the consequences of borrowing in these markets? And what should appropriate regulation look like? One thing is clear: demand for quick cash by households considered high risk to lenders is strong. Stable demand for alternative credit sources mean that when regulators target and rein in one product, other loosely regulated and often abusive options pop up in its place. Demand does not simply evaporate when there are shocks to the supply side of credit markets. This regulatory whack-a-mole approach, which moves at a snail's pace, means lenders can experiment with credit products for years at the expense of consumers. About 12 million, mostly lower-income people, use payday loans each year. 12 million. For people with low incomes and low FICO credit scores, payday loans are often the only, albeit very expensive, way of getting a loan. We just heard the good representative from Arapahoe talk about the fact that banks can't do this because they don't make money. So this is the way people get their quick money. Her research lays bare the typical profile of a consumer who shows up to borrow on a payday loan. Months or years of financial distress from maxing out credit cards, applying for and being denied, secured and unsecured credit, and failing to make debt payments on time. Perhaps more stark is what their credit scores look like. Payday applicants' mean credit scores were below 520 at the time they applied for the loan, compared with the U.S. average of just under 700. Given these characteristics, it is easy to see that the typical payday borrower simply does not have access to cheaper, better credit. Borrowers must make their first trip to the payday lender out of a rational need for a few bucks. The good representative from El Paso named that tires. I mean, if you have a tire, my tires went up $100 each. They're $300 a tire now. But because these borrowers typically owe up to half of their take-home pay plus interest on their next payday, it is easy to see how difficult it will be to pay in full. Putting off full repayment for a future pay date is all too tempting, especially when you consider that the median balance in a payday borrower's checking account was just $66. The empirical literature measuring the welfare consequences of borrowing on a payday loan, including my own, is deeply divided. We see that today. On one hand, the author found that payday loans increase personal bankruptcy rates, but she also documented that using larger payday loans actually helped consumers avoid default, perhaps because they had more slack to manage their budget that month. In a 2015 article, she, along with two other co-authors, analyzed payday lender data and credit bureau files to determine how the loans affect borrowers who had limited or no access to mainstream credit with severely weak credit histories. We found that the long-run effect on various measures of financial well-being, such as their credit scores, was close to zero, meaning on average they were no better or worse off because of the payday loan. Other researchers have found that payday loans help borrowers avoid home foreclosures and help limit certain economic hardships. It is therefore possible that even in cases where the interest rates reach as much as 600%, which this bill does not do, payday loans help consumers do what economists call smoothing overconsumption by helping them manage their cash flow between pay periods. In 2012, the author reviewed the growing body of microeconomic evidence on borrowers' use of payday loans and considered how they might respond to a variety of regulatory schemes such as outright bans, rate caps, and restrictions on size, duration, or rollover renewals. She concluded that among all of the regulatory strategies that states have implemented, the one with the potential benefit to consumers was limiting the ease with which the loans are rolled over. Consumers' failure to predict or prepare for the escalating cycle of interest payments leads to welfare-damaging behavior in a way that other features of payday loans targeted by lawmakers do not. In sum, there is no doubt that payday loans cause devastating consequences for some consumers. But when used appropriately and moderately, and when paid off promptly, payday loans allow low-income individuals who lack other resources to manage their finances in ways difficult to achieve using other forms of credit. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau's changes to underwriting standards, such as the requirement that lenders verify borrowers' income and confirm borrowers' ability to repay, coupled with new restrictions on rolling loans over, will definitely shrink the supply of payday credit perhaps to zero. The business model relies on the stream of interest payments from borrowers unable to repay within the initial term of the loan, thus providing the lender with a new fee for each pay cycle. If and when the regulators prohibit lenders from using this business model, there will be nothing left of the industry. So if the payday loan market disappears, what will happen to the people that use it? Because households today face stagnant wages while costs of living rise, demand for small dollar loans is stronger. 64% of Americans right now are living paycheck to paycheck. So what happens, like what I talked to earlier, COVID pandemic, where you can't work or your child has to go to the emergency room. I just had to take my kid to the emergency room and it cost us $10,000 out of pocket. We were not prepared for that. Consider an American consumer with very little very common profile, low-income, full-time worker with a few credit hiccups and little or no savings. For this individual, an unexpectedly high utility bill, a medical emergency, or the consequences of a poor financial decision can prompt a perfectly rational trip to a local payday lender to solve a shortfall. We all procrastinate, struggle to save for a rainy day, try to keep up with the Joneses, and fail to predict unexpected bills and bury our head in the sand when things get tough. These behavioral biases and systematic budget imbalances will not cease when the new regulations take effect. So where will consumers turn once payday loans dry up or we run them out of Colorado? Alternatives that are accessible to the typical payday consumer include installment loans and flex loans, which are high-interest revolving source of credit similar to a credit card but without the associated regulation. These forms of credit can be worse for consumers than payday loans. A lack of regulation means their contracts are less
Representative
transparent.
Bradley?
Yes.
You are out of time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. When I was listening to all of the debate yesterday, I kept saying to myself, oh my goodness, this is usury. This interest rate is just sky high. I can't even think of why anybody would want to take out a loan like this. And then I got remembering my husband, the first sergeant, sergeant major, helping his young soldiers in a payday situation where, yes, they needed one tire on their car. Yes, they needed just 50 more bucks to pay the rent for that month. Yes, they needed $100 to go to the commissary. And I remembered him driving people to a payday loan type of retail place so that they could get a loan. And I saw the need for that. I saw the usefulness of that, but they certainly didn't charge 36% at that time. I'm up here today because I'm not in favor of this bill. But before I tell you some people that are also opposing this bill, I do want to say that when it comes to financial planning, I think some of the people in supporting this bill could have talked with Representative Ricks and I about the bill that we passed that has been highly successful of financial planning and using your credit, your rent payment as to the credit union and to increase your credit score. It's been highly successful. So, you know, I think the people in sponsoring this bill could have had a conversation with us about that. But there are people that across the state of Colorado that are not in favor of this bill, and I will not name company names, but I will name professions. Bankers, financial specialists, retail loan shops, such as a walk-in place, and several statewide financial establishments are opposing this bill. They're experts. I'm not, but I will vote no. Thank you.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Members, I think that when we're down here, we just need to have the facts straight. So here are the facts about the bill as amended yesterday. There was an overbreadth issue that my co-prime and I spoke to, and that's why we made a significant amendment in committee. So with that, the bankers are not in the bill anymore. They're neutral or monitoring. Sometimes those words are used interchangeably. The independent bankers are also neutral or monitoring. The credit unions are actually in a position of support subsequent to the changes that we made in committee. In terms of the higher interest lending, there are sort of two lanes, and one lane consists of folks who make the larger volume loans. They're amended out of the bill. They are not impacted by the bill anymore. Then there are a different class of entities who make what are called alternative charge loans. Pursuant to L3 that we adopted yesterday, they are in a neutral or monitor position that was negotiated with them. I just want folks to understand that the bill comes to us in the posture that it comes to us as a result of significant work that the representative from Denver and I have done, and we need to be anchored in the facts that we're voting on, please. Thank you.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Interesting bill we have here. So legislation, we're talking about passing more legislation on these loans. It's been amended, it's been changed, all kinds of things. Let's back up for a minute. In general, the purpose of these short-term loans is to cover an immediate need. But it begs the question, what got us to the need in the first place? So I was raised as a kid, you had to save money, and if you couldn't afford something, if you couldn't pay for it, then you didn't buy it. Kind of kept that throughout my life. Of course, as you got older, you can't afford to buy a home, so you have to take a loan for it, pretty much for the cars. But you try to keep 2 to 3 months set aside salary for emergencies because you didn't know what was going to happen. When you were single, there obviously was less. You get married, you have kids, that 2 to 3 months grows, but in general, so does your income usually. What we don't have anymore due to increasing government regulation is we used to have a lot more of community support. We used to have a lot more church support. We used to have a lot more civic engagement, local organizational support, where you could go into your community and get help. But government regulation has said, no, we're going to take care of this problem. No, we're going to take care of this problem. We're going to come over here, we're going to solve all of this. And we've added legislation on top of legislation, and now we're seeking to add even more. So society changed. And it reduced the amount of community involvement and local church involvement and civic organizations because the government and bureaucrats kept saying, we're going to solve this and we're going to solve that. I personally don't see the need for additional legislation. I do see the need for fiscal education, but not for more legislation. We don't need more government bureaucracy and rules in the financial sector telling them what to do and what not to do. What we absolutely need from the top down to the individuals is self-responsibility for what you're spending. We need fiscal accountability for your personal finances, your family finances, and heavens knows our government finances. We set the standard out there. Businesses, big, small, people look at us. We spend money. We approve this and we approve that. Well, they kind of follow that example. Rightly or wrongly, they follow that example. I don't think we should be doing that. I don't think we should be adding legislation saying, oh, we'll take care of you because you can't handle your finances. I think community support and the local support is infinitely better suited to helping individuals. Family support, church, civic groups, things are at the local level, not at the state and federal level. We have so many laws and regulations now we can't keep track of all of them. I think we should promote better fiscal responsibility from the top on down or from the bottom on up, however you want to phrase it. And absolutely, we should have more personal responsibility out there for what we're doing. And if we choose to take a short-term loan, then we should certainly pay it back. We should know what we're getting into. And if we don't, then shame on us. That's our job to understand. I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
Thank you, sir. Having spent a lot of time on this bill, both in the Finance Committee and in our conversations yesterday, I really want to voice my appreciation to the sponsors for their work. They have stakeholdered this effort extensively, and I think that we need to note that because it is important. You know, there's in my opinion, a subtle difference between small dollar lending and payday loans, and some of it's semantics maybe, and some of it's maybe just a perception. Because small dollar lending sounds a little more attractive or less challenging than payday loans. But you know, when I look at legislation, I always try to identify the problem that we're trying to solve here. And it seems to me that we're really trying to balance a desire to minimize predatory lending practices and the needs that our citizens have to take out short-term loans. Because sometimes your car does break down, or sometimes your kid gets sick. And sometimes life just happens, and you have to deal with it because you're the adult, and that's what we do, right? And sometimes you just aren't long on solutions. And with all due respect to my colleague from Parker, usury is one of the oldest professions. It's even spoke about in the Bible, so that isn't nothing new. Predatory lending practices have been going on since the beginning of time, and one could say it's the free market, and one could say it's just bad. I'm not in a position to judge one way or another, but I think that that's what we're trying to do here, right? We're trying to say, what's the right balance? And I do want to commend the bill sponsors because working with these lending groups, they've tried to strike a balance that works for their business model because there is interest rates involved, but this is different. This is different from going to get a car loan or taking out a line of credit because you want to finish your basement. This is different. It's different on all different levels because ultimately the cost of borrowing is based on the risk that the lender is willing to absorb. At the end of the day, that's what this is all about. The costs of borrowing are based on risk. The cost of lending is based on risk. The thing about this particular model, though, is that the costs of payday loans are based on the risks that are taken on by the lender, and those risks are generally higher. You know, we heard from a couple of people in committee who testified that they love payday loans because it offers them easy access to cash. They have a mindset where they immediately pay the loan back so they don't get caught up into this really tangled web of refinancing or incurring extra charges. And that's a system that works for them. Arguably, there may be other systems that are available that they're not aware of, but it's a system that works for them. But the problem that we're dealing with here, that we're really ultimately grappling with is, if you don't have If you don't have good credit and you need to put a new transmission in your car, where do you go? Really, where do you go? What are your options? You don't have a lot of options. So that's why this is important. Having seen this bill come to committee and then through yesterday, and the various amendments, and watching the bill sponsors grapple with this balancing act that they're trying to achieve, and I appreciate that once again. I still have some very serious reservations about this bill because I go back to my initial question, what is the problem that we're trying to solve? And I would argue that we're not there with this bill. It doesn't seem that to me that we're truly addressing predatory lending practices. It doesn't seem to me that we have gotten all the way there with this bill. And I'm going to once again get on my grandstand about how I really don't love having rates specified in statute because I just don't think that's the role of government. But I do appreciate your time listening to me today. This has been a very interesting bill to watch evolve, and in discussions with the sponsor, it sounds like that's something that they're interested in carrying on over the interim, and I wish them good luck with that. And thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I presume I have more than 14 seconds this time.
Full 10 minutes this time, which you don't have to use all of unless you really want to.
Touché. All right, as you all sat riveted in my reading of the study yesterday, chartered by the General Assembly for at the expense of a couple $100 grand, that we said we really want to know about what's the availability of credit. We want to know about what's out there. So we take a bill, we charter it, or whatever you do with it. You sponsor it, you pay a couple $100 grand for it, and then ignore it. So this is a good intention of ending predatory lending. But as my colleague said, this predatory lending is discussed in the Bible. So it's probably sort of something that's related to human nature, not necessarily a matter of just law. So we're talking about a human nature issue. And ironically, by using a bill like this to end predatory lending, because we saw from the, so to finish that, we're looking at trying to end predatory lending, and the risk of a bill like this is driving people into, no kidding, kneecapping predatory lending by eliminating the legal options. And we've looked at this before I started skipping pages to the end, but we looked at this, and there's a very high degree of payback. That there's a high degree of people who are return users for this product. So they have this going back and forth, and they use it, and like my banking colleague noted, that loaning $1,000 on a short term with an interest rate is not going to yield anything profitable, so therefore you have fees. But then we criminalize fees and say, well, that's not good. I say, well, somebody, so there is a private sector market for this, and they're not all crooks. Probably very few of them are crooks. But there's kind of a tendency, a trend in this room to, if somebody's breaking the law, they're assumed to be, they become the victim themselves. But if a business makes money, then all of a sudden that's criminal. And the free market is an exchange of value for value. So now you have people that are making alternative charge loans because payday loans was determined to be inflammatory and that you couldn't use it. So once again, the market exceeds the pace of the legislation coming out of this and adapting to it. So the free market is an exchange of value for value. The forced market is this bill. The imposed market is this bill. The body, the General Assembly years ago, as noted, set the usury rate at 36% as opposed to 45%, which is what I've typically seen it as. And then it came to that conclusion. It said 36% is the rate. The free market is an infinite number of complex computations. Supercomputers can't do what free markets can do. But then we're going to force the market with 6 pages. And we're going to impose a level of morality based on a very limited scope and limited understanding of what's, and then we're going to have this, we're going to make the statute books just a little bit thicker, always just a little bit thicker. Nothing seems to come out. And one of the things my colleague noted is that in the support, oppose, and neutral, which I think is a very interesting observation when we look at how we do laws, because the power dynamic does not really avail itself to an honest consideration of oppose, neutral. As one of the witnesses in a different committee observed, we were given a menu of bad/untenable solutions. And basically, it's like, we are going to impose this, this, or this on you. Which one do you want? They're all bad ideas, but which one do you want? And for that, they go to an amend or oppose or support position, but it's still the forced market, and we don't need it. I'm not for predatory lending. I'm opposed to predatory lending, but I think we ought to help people get out of those situations as opposed to try to manipulate this. So here's the issue. That again, our role in this body is to solve the problems within the bounds that we are given. And why were we given those bounds? To secure the rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, with some very specific constraints. And those powers that were not specifically granted to at the federal level were granted to the states, and those that are not specifically given to this body are reserved for the people themselves. And the reason for that is because outside those bounds is tyranny. It doesn't matter what the good intentions are. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. So we need to stay inside those bounds so we can solve the problem where it is. And so what is the problem? Well, a lot of the times, the reason for a loan like this is because people don't have a 6-month salary saved up. Why don't people have 6 months of salary saved up? Well, quite often, they are living month to month. They're living paycheck to paycheck. And so what does this body do to help somebody that's living paycheck to paycheck? Well, we slap more regulations, we put a lot of restrictions on the businesses, and we force those jobs overseas, and then people don't have good jobs over here, and then we go, we are so privileged in our affluence that we can fixate on a non-issue to create a moral imperative around climate. And we can drive fuel prices up 2 and 3 times. Drive fuel prices, food prices, rent prices, housing prices, energy prices. And we drive all those prices up because the energy policy that's created in this room is malevolent. It will accomplish absolutely nothing. I'm to the bill.
Please do be careful about words like malevolent. It does drift into the intent. Representative DeGraff, please continue.
Okay. So the fiscal responsibilities of this General Assembly, instead of looking at ways to keep money in our constituents' pockets, we look at taking money out of their pockets. And we feel good about that when we spend a couple $2 billion more each year. And then we say, and now you can't have these loans. It's solve the problems where you can. Stop trying to force the market and actually address the problem, not just try to regulate the symptom. So we have a free market. The free market works. The forced market does not. It never has. This bill is the forced market. It's going to cause people to go in, likely, it will, I won't say for sure, but it will likely direct people into actual, no kidding, predatory lending. And that's just the law, the ironclad law of unintended consequences. So I would urge a no vote, or, well, I would urge a no vote on the bill as it stands. Maybe it can be worked, but as it stands, it's not.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I do not want to see anyone taken advantage of, especially in times of need. And so I've been trying to figure out this bill, and honest admission, I hate finances and I hate this section of code. So I've been trying to figure this out, and so here's where I'm at. If we have a situation wherein somebody takes a $1,000 loan, right? Under the current law, they would pay a $10 acquisition charge because that's 10%, or sorry, a $100 acquisition charge because that's 10% of the $1,000. They would also pay a $20 per month fee, handling charge. If that loan was for 12 months, that's $240. So for a total of $1,340 loan amount, right, all in, over a 12-month period. That breaks down to $111.67 per month. Under this new bill, with all the changes, right, it would have been drastically different had the introduced fees been the ones that were adopted. But under the ones as currently listed, you have that same $1,000 loan with an 8% acquisition charge, which is $80, plus $17.50 monthly handling charge. And all of that totals to $1,290, which over a 12-month period comes out to $107.50 per month. So you're looking at a difference of $111.67 versus $107.50. So less than $4 or $4 difference here is what we're looking at per month for these guys. If I then compare that to a credit card with an APR of 18% that has compounding interest, people are looking at a $1,000 loan over a 12-month period at $95 a month. If it's a 23% interest APR, then it's $127.50 per month, which is a difference. If you're looking at the $95 one, you're looking at $12 to $16 more per month that someone would have to pay if they use these payday lending facilities and loans as opposed to these credit card. Then I look at the code, and the code says that we can use the structure as outlined in this bill, or we can use a different section in code, which is 5-2-201, which allows for a 36% per year interest rate on those parts of the balance that have been unpaid of $1,000 or more or less loan. So this is where I fall to. How is what we currently have in statute predatory? Like, what makes a $4 or $5 more a month charge predatory versus where we are now under this bill? what makes that predatory, either of those amounts, the current law or this new bill, predatory when compared to what you would have in terms of standard credit cards of 18 or 23%? And then what makes that predatory vis-a-vis this other section in statute that these groups, I'm understanding, could choose from? Like, I really don't understand what is predatory. And because of that, I think that allowing the free markets to continue in the way that they've been under the current statute, even though it's not a free market statute, but allowing that to be is probably the best, unless somebody can help me understand how those few extra dollars raise to the level of triggering predatory on this population. And the reason that I say that is because I received a transcript of a particular gentleman, Mr. Robert Short, who testified in the Finance Committee. And he's an 80-year-old gentleman. He is a flagger. He controls traffic on the roads during construction time. And he, I guess he testified that he's been using these loans for years, and that he would not, he quote, "I would not like that privilege to be taken from me." And what he's concerned about is that any interaction in this space might cause some of these companies to move out of Colorado or not offer those services. And then where do these folks go? What do they do? Now, again, maybe $4 or $5 won't undermine their business model to the degree where they leave. He was speaking to a bill where those rates were markedly less. But I do think that the question holds, if we're not actually substantially changing the bottom line per month for these folks, why do we need to change anything at all? Thank you.
Representative Epps.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've lost track of days. What day is it? 93? When I got here 93 or something like that days ago, I expected that I would receive correspondence from constituents and from neighbors and from Coloradans that was difficult sometimes, complicated, emotional. I thought I was prepared for that. I was not prepared for some of the most emotional correspondence I received to be about a bill like this. That threw me off a bit. And I hadn't planned to speak, but in hearing some of the things said today, I felt compelled to speak both to my own constituents and in a broader way to the folks who have submitted letters to us about House Bill 23-1229. Y'all, it's not foolproof, but I've heard a couple of colleagues ask for an explanation about how we would know that something is predatory, how we know it is usury, how we know that the amount difference in someone's take-home is significant. Well, I've got a cheat sheet for you, and this isn't foolproof, but one of the best ways to know if a proposal is actually worthwhile for poor folks is to consider, do rich folks want it for themselves? It doesn't work, but it helps you to think it through. Do the folks who have the most resources, the most access, the most privilege, the most representation in this building, do they want the thing for themselves? Because if they do, maybe it's worth thinking through. We've heard it said today, the free market works. But for whom? The letters I received are from folks in House District 6, in 2 cases, saying that they use this short-term loan to pay their rent. That's not an emergency, that's not a tire, rent. You know, I swear if it's not mental health, it's personal responsibility. I heard someone ask, why don't folks have the salary saved up? And then I heard a litany of reasons offered as to why someone might not be able to pay the cost of an emergency when it rises, but we know the real reasons why folks can't get ahead and save is because we enact policies that keep them behind. There's a question that was asked again and again, directly and indirectly, about what of the small businesses as if it's a binary choice that you have to support small business, and if you do that, you can't also support the people who patronize them. That's nonsense, and we should reject it. But what of the poor businesses? Can we just take a second to consider their business model, y'all? Whatever phrase you give these predatory lenders who are offering predatory loans, their business model depends on poverty. Their business model requires poverty to be a condition of society for the model to work. That is part and parcel. If we lift folks out of poverty, doing that would end these businesses. So it's another invitation to reject a suggestion to fall into the trap of but for, right? What about the businesses? The businesses depend on poverty. Credit scores, y'all. This is my list of bullet points of things I wanted to reply to. Credit scores. Members, when did credit scores even become a thing? The representatives from Arapahoe and Broomfield weren't quite born yet, but this is recent. We don't build policy around something and act as if it's inevitable and has to be and we're bound to it when it was made up to keep the people who were living on the margins further marginalized. There were comments about fiscal education and planning and woo-wee. That what folks need is classes. Of course it is beneficial to invest in the work of financial literacy for all of us, and yet somehow, we don't hear when folks of privilege file bankruptcy, no one suggests you need to take your kids out of private school or come down to just 2 cars or move out of your home and take a financial literacy class. And you don't know anybody who can budget like a poor person. You don't know anybody who knows the value of a dollar and how to make it work like poor folks. It is problematic at best to suggest that the need is financial planning. Y'all, my colleague was trying to give me his clock, but he's got these super secure passwords. Thank
Representative Epps, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is the little girl who was put out of both Mary Atkins Christian School and Charlotte Christian School for allegedly asking too many questions that is the grown-up woman who still remembers what they taught us about usury. That illegal action of lending money at unreasonable high rates of interest. Members have mentioned repeatedly how old a profession it is, that it has biblical roots, and I was waiting for the rest of the sentence because the suggestion was because it has existed, it must exist, but you can't cut off the rest of the quotes from Deuteronomy and Jeremiah where the Lord our God told us that you are not allowed to commit it. And the instruction is shall. It says you shall not lend with interest to your brother, sibling. Not you should consider, it says you shall not. It goes on to say you shouldn't sell food for profit, but that's another bill. But if we're going to recognize that it says that this existence of this concept is indeed as old as biblical times, and we have to recognize that there were biblical prohibitions on it and medieval prohibitions on it. Y'all, we are willing to tax our poorest neighbors at rates that would dwarf what is applied to those of us who have the most. I want to end by trying to answer what I thought was one of the most fair questions that I heard asked today. A member asked, what will happen to these small businesses if we advance this legislation and legislation like it? What will happen? Perpetual optimist that I am, what will happen is that we'll once again have a choice as to whether we're going to be a Colorado that invests in giving people what they need to be healthy, safe, and free. And when I say give them what they need, this isn't just a handout. This is give them the opportunities, give them the resources, give them the opportunity to participate in this free market that's working oh so well for so few people. So what will happen is that we have the opportunity to continue to invest in the policies that help our neighbors stay healthy, safe, and free. 1229 does that. Thank you to the sponsors. I'm pretty confident that I'm going to be a yes.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I try not to make it a habit of following my colleague from House District 6 in speaking, but I did want to come address some of the underlying topics of debate on House Bill 1229. I agree with much that had been said by those who were speaking in opposition to the bill. Specifically, Coloradans are living paycheck to paycheck. They are living month to month, struggling to pay rent, to put food on the table, to fix their cars, all while working full-time, sometimes 2 or 3 jobs. And that's because the free market is failing them. It is. The free market is failing them. It's not funny. The free market is failing them. And this bill touches on an industry that takes advantage of that failure of the free market. I've relied on payday loans, as has my mom and my brother. I took a payday loan when I was 19 years old because I delivered pizza and I needed to get a new alternator for my car so that I could go to work. And I was trapped paying these payments. I took a loan for $300. The monthly payments were $150, $175. I was making about $700, $800 a month. You could pay a minimum payment, which was lower than that, and you get stuck paying these loans forever. You get stuck paying these loans endlessly. These loans trap the poor in cycles of poverty. You're punished for being poor, and you have to pay more to access credit when you are poor. And I am excited to work on this bill because this bill addresses that problem. It does not fix that problem. This bill does not fix that problem. I wish that it did, but as my colleague from House District 6 mentioned, we have much... There's your timer. We have much, much more work to do. Coloradans need higher wages. We need higher wages. We need a stronger social safety net, and I'm excited to continue working on this issue with my colleague from Arapahoe County in the coming years. We should also look at, I do agree, this is a service. This is a service that there is a demand for. There should be a way for people to access credit when they need it for emergencies. But let's look into establishing a public route for that happening, where the profit motive isn't what is driving people to prey on people, where your business model is not dependent on you relying on the failures of the market. We could set up a public lending program that will help people who are in need. So while this bill does not solve the underlying issue, again, we need a stronger social safety net to do that. We need higher wages to do that. We need to look at new avenues. We need to look at new avenues so that people can have access to emergency funds. This bill does make things better, though. This bill does make things better. The Colorado voters in 2018 said that the APR on payday loans should be 36%. The payday lenders moved to the alternative charge loan model to get around the will of the voters. And now those who need access to these sorts of loans are paying more than what the voters said was their will. And we're trying to make that a little bit better. It's not perfect. It doesn't solve the problem. It does make things better. And I'm excited to urge you all to vote yes on 1229.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1229 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 44 aye, 18 no, and 3 excused, House Bill 1229 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1233.
House Bill 1233 by Representatives Morrow and Valdez, also Senators Priola and Winter F., concerning energy efficiency and in connection therewith requiring the State Electrical Board to adopt rules facilitating electric vehicle charging at multifamily buildings, limiting the ability of the State Electrical Board to prohibit the installation of electrical vehicle charging stations, forbidding private prohibitions on electric vehicle charging and parking, requiring local governments to count certain spaces served by an electrical vehicle charging station for minimum parking requirements, forbidding local governments from prohibiting the installation of electric vehicle charging stations, exempting electric vehicle chargers from business personal property tax, and authorizing electrical vehicle charging systems along highway rights-of-way.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1233 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I realized in conversation about this bill yesterday that I neglected to mention the one good part of this bill that I actually did like, and so I just wanted to make sure that I was true to my word and highlighted the fact that in this bill, on page 21, it talks about the Department of Transportation may collaborate with public or private entities to develop projects for the construction of electric vehicle charging systems along state highway rights-of-way, including rest areas as prioritized by the department. And that was something that a lot of the folks in the rural parts of the state highlighted to me as something about this bill that they like, because it allows them to be able to build their infrastructure and their resources without having to do a lot of new right-of-way permitting. So I mentioned yesterday that, credit is due where credit is due, and I forgot to mention that. So I just wanted to throw that out there. And I also did want to compliment the bill sponsor, there he is, for working with me yesterday. We talked about some of the concerns that I had with this bill, and I did want to say that I did appreciate the sponsor's willingness to negotiate on some of those issues. I do appreciate that. Unfortunately, I can't quite get there on this bill for a lot of the reasons that we discussed. As we talked about, a significant portion of this bill is readdressing policies that were covered last year, that were negotiated last year. And so for me, I have a little bit of friction when if a policy's been negotiated and a deal has been made, if then the very next year the state is going to change the terms of those deal, then how is industry, how are our municipalities, how are folks supposed to be able to negotiate with the state if the looming understanding out there is that the deal is altered and they have to pray that the deal is not altered further? One person got it. I was quoting a movie there. But that's a legitimate concern, because when these deals are negotiated, there's a lot of planning that goes into these deals. There's a lot of infrastructure, there's a lot of zoning and building and developing that goes into making sure how do we keep moving forward, how do we keep the state of Colorado developing, progressing, how do we ensure that development is occurring, and it's all in compliance with the rules. And when those rules and when those policies change, that sends a shockwave and a ripple effect, not only throughout the entities that are doing those planning, but ultimately, second, third, fourth order effects out through the economy of the state of Colorado. And so as I read through this, as I look at last year's policy and compare it to this year's policy, my concerns about changing the rules of the field, moving those goalposts, still isn't quite alleviated. And that's my first concern. And correlated to that is my second concern, that as I read through this bill here, as I've asked before, I ask, does this establish a level playing field? Or does this set up a playing field where certain sectors and certain industries are favored by the government, And the government, rather than setting a level playing field by which all folks have an equal opportunity, does this pick winners and losers? Does this establish a system in which there are preferred technologies, preferred industries, and now, rather than going from that protector of an equal playing field, we now have a situation where, through the regulatory and coercive power of the government, certain sectors are favored more than others. And the question that I have to ask myself in those situations is this fair? Is this fair to those industries? Is this fair to the unfavored industries? And again, what are the second, third, fourth order effects for our economy, for our state? I understand where this policy is trying to take us. And while I may have agreement and disagreement with certain parts of it, to me, it's absolutely critical that we not forget the human element of this. We not forget those folks, like I was, that mid-level city worker, public servant, that's sitting there trying to figure out how in the world do I reel back in all of the contracts that I've had? How do we adjust everything that we've been doing in order to comply with these new updated provisions when we thought we had a deal from last year? And how do I do this in a manner that's fair and equitable? I've been not intimately involved, but kind of on the periphery of a lot of the contracting that goes on when local governments and municipalities are looking for a developer, when they're looking for somebody to provide these services to their community. And so my concern is that if the government is now in a position where winners and losers are being picked because of the technology that they advocate for, is this now a fair environment for different sectors of the economy to compete? Or again, are winners and losers being picked, and ultimately are those costs being passed on to the consumers? And to me, that's my final and ultimate concern with this, is the cost being passed on to the consumers. In the military, we had a saying, and that saying was, immediate necessities drive out long-term considerations. In other words, if you can't get 50 yards down the trail, well, don't even worry what's 500 yards down the trail, because you couldn't make it the first 50. And I'm concerned about that principle being applied to this bill. When I sit down and I have conversations with our local governments, our municipalities, and they tell me that the number one concern that they are facing is inflation and all of the different ways that inflation impacts their community, then I have to say, is it worth it? Even if this is potentially a long-term cost-saving measure, if we can't get to that long-term point because municipalities who are already struggling with high cost of everything, who are already struggling with being able to recruit and retain a workforce to do all of the things that local government needs to do, if they can't get past the next 2 years of all of this stuff, and if they have significant problems and barriers and hurdles in dealing with that, what's the ripple effect? What's the opportunity cost? What are those things that will not be accomplished in the future because so much additional time and effort and resources had to flow into basically reeling all of these projects back to square one and revamping something that's already in the works, but the goalposts of which have been arbitrarily moved back. And so I think about that. I think about that in terms of cost. I think about that in terms of, work hours, labor force. If all of a sudden a small municipality has to reprioritize their employees who are doing other tasks in the community, working on parks, working on expansion, working on whatever that particular municipality is doing, but all of a sudden those folks have to be reprioritized to go back and say, hey, House Bill 1233 just passed, and so that deadline that we thought we had in 2026 has now been moved back to late 2024, early 2025, somewhere thereabouts. What is that opportunity cost to the community? What other projects in that community are not going to occur because somebody that thought that their work had been done is now having to come back and redo everything that's affected by this bill. I've seen it. I've been that guy where, hey, we had a dog park in my old municipality that we were trying to get built. But if I had to suddenly take all of my focus away from all of the planning that was going into getting this dog park built for the community, because the community was asking for a dog park on the east side of the city, if all of a sudden now I can't focus on that dog park anymore because I gotta come back and I gotta figure out how to comply with this.
Representative Evans, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have to comply with this piece of legislation. To me, that's cost that's passed on to the community. It's cost that's passed on to the community, not just in terms of taxpayer dollars, not just in terms of a contractor that's now going to have to spend more money to comply with this, but it's also a cost that's passed on to the community in the form of a municipality or a local government not having the workforce resources to be able to work on other projects that local government is trying to do for the benefit of their community. Because then those workers are now having to be reprioritized to go back and go work on an issue that they thought they had taken care of, that they thought they had negotiated, but that unfortunately got changed again. So,
Representative Evans, your time has expired.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll try to leave some time for addressing any Bovarism at the end. But, see, I love Thomas Sowell. It's hard to imagine a more dangerous way of making decisions than by putting those decisions in the hands of people who pay no price for being wrong. Being in the Air Force for, 30 years, 27, 30 years, depends how you count. Key phrase was always flexibility is the key to air power, to which I'd add indecision is the key to flexibility. This bill makes a decision, it picks winners, picks losers, it reduces flexibility, and it increases opportunity costs for us to deal with the actual problem. If we look at our charter again, that to secure these rights of life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just power from the consent of the governed. Let's see, what's the bill for an act? Concerning whereof, requiring, private, requiring, forbidding, prohibiting. And what is the basis for this? This is the basis of Colorado has adopted economy-wide greenhouse gas emission goals at a minimum of 26% reduction by 2025. This bill is premised on the privilege of affluence. That goal will accomplish absolutely nothing at the cost of trillions. It will have absolutely no impact on climate. And that's why when you ask somebody when you go around these climate bills and they say, well, these are our climate goals, and you say, what are the climate goals? What will this achieve by climate? They have absolutely no idea and no way to figure it out because it will achieve absolutely nothing. Of the over 3,000 gigatons of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, humans contribute less than 1%, and the United States less than 15% of that. So that will achieve absolutely nothing. It is hurting people. We know it. It's intentional. So let's look at this bill some more. This is going to have a big impact on businesses. And ironically, we say it's for the greater good. It's because these businesses need this legislation to help them save some money. They need us. They need us to save some money. They're just going to go out there and spend money when they could have saved it if we would have just intervened in their lives. And we're doing it for their good. We're going to tell them that you absolutely must do this. Based on these parameters, sure. Is it a significant rehab or retrofit, or is it whatever criteria that we determine? What we've said to the market, what we're forcing onto the market, is our decision-making process. This is not the free market. The previous bill, colleagues said the free market is failing. The free market is not failing. The free market is dying. The free market is dying because of legislation. It's a forced market. And you can't complain about the free market when you force the market. This bill is another little wafer-thin step in forcing the market. It's not necessary. It's not helpful. It accomplishes absolutely nothing. There's a lot of virtue preening that goes around EVs, and I get that. I mean, that is a privilege of affluence. The EVs are definitely the privilege of affluence. But we're forcing this. We are forcing these EVs. We're encouraging, heck, half the time, half the car is paid for by taxpayer money, extracted from other taxpayers for the purpose of virtue preening. But the imposition that the downstream effects of this is slave labor and chemical wastelands, water cycles, water sources completely devastated. We could use the power of, we could use our moral authority and say, look, we're not going to buy any of this stuff unless these companies, unless these places use environmentally friendly methods that we would impose on the United States, that we would restrict child labor laws. But you know what we don't do? We don't use the power of the market. So we encourage slavery around the country because virtue preening over EVs is way more important.
Rep. DeGraff to the bill.
Yes, ma'am, I'm talking about EVs, sorry. So what are we doing? What is this doing? This is choosing an industry over another one. This is choosing the icebox over the refrigerator. This is choosing horse and carriage over an automobile. And the automobile definitely cleaned up the atmosphere over the horse and carriage. Go to Mackinac Island, you'll see the difference. You smell the difference. This is picking a winner. There are hydrogen fuel cells. This is not investing and not forcing us to buy hydrogen. Prop up those cells, not prop those technologies up. This is picking a winner. And what do we know about the government picking winners? It has a very low probability. The market is ultimately what decides the winner. This bill is unnecessary. It will accomplish absolutely nothing. It encourages a technology that is not ready. It forces our grid to be more fragile. It encourages the utilization of slave labor and environmental degradation and chemical wastelands around the country into third world countries. Well, any place where it's done, because it is absolutely environmentally devastating. But they are zippy little cars, and that's what's important. So I think maybe we should go over the fiscal note. Probably doesn't cost anything fiscal note-wise, I don't remember. But this bill has, this bill is not even unintended consequences. This is just consequences. This is consequences with the justification of virtue preening. I can't support that. I can't support the violation of our Constitution by imposing an ideology on the people of Colorado who can least afford it in order to prop up the sky is falling mentality, for which this will do absolutely nothing or less. Absolutely nothing. I do stand by that remark. Except devastate people that can least afford it. So I'd urge a no vote on this. Review the Declaration of Independence and what our role is in this body.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, the fiscal note on this particular bill does have some interesting information and clues in it that I think everybody needs to be aware of. So the fiscal note on 23-1233, there is a state revenue impact. There is a state expenditure impact. There's a local government impact. The bill includes a number of provisions to incentivize the expansion of electric vehicle charging infrastructure. It increases state expenditures and potential state revenue, and may decrease local revenue beginning in fiscal year 23 and 24. The bill includes a number of provisions concerns electric vehicle charging stations, including electric code requirements, local parking regulations, property tax provisions, and potential charging stations at rest areas. In regards to the electric code, the State Electrical Board must adopt rules requiring the applicants for an electrical permit who must comply with the Model Electric Ready and Solar Ready Code, which requires multifamily buildings to have a charging equipment station installation. These rules, which are in effect on January 1st, 2024, supersede any local government codes. These rules, which are effective January 1st, 2024, supersedes any local government zoning codes. In regards to local parking regulations, current law prohibits a lease agreement or a homeowners association from preventing the tenant from installing an electric vehicle charging station on leased or owned property. The bill expands the prohibition to parking spaces that are assigned to the resident or otherwise available to the resident. It further prohibits parking restrictions for plug-in vehicles. The bill specifies how parking spaces served by charging stations must be counted towards local government minimum parking requirements. It also prohibits local governments from prohibiting the installation or utilization of charging stations except when addressing safety concerns. Property tax exemption, and this is an important one. For the tax years of 2023 through 2029, electrical vehicle charging stations are exempt from property tax. You can't put a deck on the back of your house and have it exempt from property tax because your assessed valuation will go up. But from the years 2023 and 2029, electrical vehicle charging stations are exempt from property tax, another subsidy. And we're going to find out how that impacts us here on this bill, and there's another bill, and we're going to talk about when it comes up, because there's a big impact to this state. Charging stations at rest areas. Current federal law prohibits commercial services along interstate highways, right-of-ways, including rest areas. If federal law changes to allow electric vehicle charging stations in these locations, the Department of Transportation may develop such projects. State revenue and expenditures. The bill increases workload in several state agencies, mainly in fiscal year 23-24, as described below. Revenue may also increase from any civil cases filing fees. Department of Regulatory Agencies. The bill increases workload for the State Electrical Board to adopt rules with support from legal services provided by the Department of Law. This workload is expected to be minimal and no charge in appropriation is required. Judicial Department, the rules adopted by the Electrical Board and any prohibitions imposed by a local government are subject to judicial review. In addition, allowing tenants and homeowners association members to install electrical vehicle charging stations in more places may lead to additional civil filings. In each case, instances of judicial review or civil cases are expected to be minimal and no change in appropriation is required. Filing fee revenue is subject to the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. Filing fee revenue is subject to the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. The Department of Transportation. If changes to federal law permit the department to pursue additional projects, workload may increase. Any change in expenditures will be addressed through the annual budget process. School finance. Now, this is the important one here, folks. This is the important one. A reduction in property tax revenue to school district requires an increase in the state share of total program funding for school finance. Existing data on property tax assessments cannot identify the contributions from electric vehicle charging stations specifically. While the fiscal note cannot estimate a potential change in revenue, it is expected to be minimal, and any changes will be addressed through the annual budget process. School finance expenditures may be paid from the general fund, the state education fund, the state public school fund, or a combination of these funds. Local government and school districts, parking regulations. The bill may increase workload for counties and municipalities to update ordinances on parking regulations. This workload is expected to be minimal. Property tax exemption. This bill will decrease local government revenue from the charging station property tax exemption. The impact on each local government will depend upon the amount of exempt property located in the taxing district. Currently, it is not possible to estimate the amount of lost property tax revenue from the exemption. It is likely, though not certain, that any reduction in the local share of school district revenue will be offset by an increase in the state's share. The government contacts that reviewed this fiscal note are the counties, the Judicial Department, Revenue Department, county assessors, the Department of Law, Department of Transportation, Information Technology, and regulatory agencies. Now, folks, let me get on my soapbox. In the year 2021, we passed a bill, which I strongly opposed at the time, but we passed a bill, House Bill 21-1164. What did this bill do? This bill went in and said all of these school districts, and majority of them were rural districts, that weren't charging the full 27 mills towards their total program education mill levy tax credit program had to raise their mills to 27 mills. So you went out in 2021 and you raised taxes on rural school districts, on people's school districts.
Rep. Bockenfeld, can you attach this conversation back to the bill, please?
Yes, madam, I do hope to make that connection here real quick.
Okay, thank you.
Okay? So what did that do at the time? Why was this bill really being promoted and raised taxes? Because it went in and it stopped the state's backfill. One that the speaker is very, very familiar with because she sat on the Joint Budget Committee. And by reducing that state's backfill, we shifted that burden back onto local governments. Now we're sitting there putting in more regulations, subsidizing more electric charging stations without taxing them, and creating the backfill. And it may be minimal, but it's death by 1,000 cuts. We got another bill coming up
Rep.
here.
Buckenfeld, I apologize. You have 10 seconds left.
I'm sorry?
You have 10 seconds left.
Thank you, madam. It's death by 1,000 cuts. We have another bill coming up where we're increasing the state's backfill. So we did something really great for the state. We got rid of this backfill for education.
Rep.
and now
Buckenfeld,
we're-
your time has expired.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So again, the this bill, I don't think it's malicious or anything. I don't think it's intentionally bad, but here is kind of the premise that it's built upon for me. One of the opening statements talks about how 10% of the automobile market right now is electric cars, and that I think it says by 2030 there will be 80% market share will be electric cars. Now that's that's an interesting number because I think it speaks to this whole subject. I think we're getting the government is pushing, and as different people have said, this is choosing winners and losers on this. I think we as the government is pushing something forward. The reason that 80% of the market share will be electric cars by 2030 is because the federal government and many state governments have mandated that. We're saying we are going to have this happen. We've even seen this in our own state from different things from this House, but also from the governor's desk, that we're going to have this technology. This is going to be where we're putting our resources and focus on, and that we're going to be getting rid of gas-powered cars, which can happen, but the only way it will happen is through just complete decimating control over that part of the market. So now we're saying because there's going to be an 80% market share of electric cars, now we need to make sure that there are the charging stations, except the reason that there's going to be the 80% is because we're falsely propping something up that cannot be sustained. It cannot be sustained through resources. Some of my colleagues have already mentioned this, that the resources are being depleted around the world in extremely horrible conditions, mostly child labor issues. Also, our grid cannot sustain this. It's not possible. There's so many studies that are done constantly saying this. Our grid cannot sustain twice as many right now. So just going to the 20%, we cannot sustain this. Now then, we're also pushing through, with the same mentality, we're pushing through ideas like we're going to do this with all renewable energy by a certain date. That makes the grid less strong, less secure, and the possibility goes from maybe slightly possible to completely nil. And so now we're saying, let's get ahead of this. Let's get ahead of this huge push of electric cars by putting up these charging stations. And we're going to have a bunch of empty parking space charging stations because everything else that we're stating this on and building this on is collapsing. We have no ability to accomplish even the basic understanding of EV future in America, much less the state of Colorado, because we don't have the ability to accomplish this. So the infrastructure is in the process of being depleted and crashing, and we don't have the grid to accomplish it. Anybody that studies this knows we do not have the grid to accomplish this. So we double the grid, that still doesn't get us anywhere statistically close to being able to accomplish this. And our argument is, let's get ahead of this by making charging stations. This is trying to push a technology and get out in front of something that is not going the same direction. We're not getting out in front of anything. We're somewhere over here, and this context is heading this direction, and we're not seeing it happen. We have no ability to undergird it because we're not even paying attention to where it's going. We can't see where it's going because we've got our eyes closed to this. So then our answer is, well, let's get out ahead of this with charging stations. That makes no sense. We're backwards on this. We're completely backwards on this. We've got to somewhere, we've got to open our eyes with this and say, wait, this is not going to accomplish what we think it's going to accomplish. Now, we can spend all this crazy amount of money and then 10 years from now go, well, I guess we missed that one. Except that this is, again, like we're constantly doing, this is on the backs of the taxpayer. Now, I know that the individual is the one that can do the charging station, but they're not bringing all the infrastructure in for this. That's a small cost in comparison to the infrastructure. Well, where is our grid? Do a casual Google search right now. What does our grid look like when it comes to supporting electric vehicles? Do the United States, do Colorado? And we're trying to get out ahead of this by saying, let's put some charging stations in. This makes no sense. We should be trying to take this same money, the same idea, and it's not even a money issue really, the same idea and say, well, let's try to figure out the market base of this first. What is the actual market, which is extremely directional in our country and does control? We keep saying the market's failing us. The fact that we're all sitting in this room is proof that the market has not failed us. But the idea that the market is going to choose this, we're not going to choose this. We can put the charging stations, but that doesn't mean they go that direction. It's kind of the idea of the theaters that are outdoor, that I forget what, the drive-in theaters. That's kind of what we're doing. We're going to be looking at a bunch of dead drive-in theaters here in the next decade or so. We've got to switch gears and say, what's actually happening? Let's try to do that as the government. That might actually make sense. And so I am definitely a strong no on this bill.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I agree with the representative from El Paso. I feel like we are moving completely backwards with this bill, and that is not what we do as legislators. I'm going to read again, since I don't know if all of you are paying attention, what is happening when we talk about, a lot of you come up here and talk about the environment. We care about the environment, but clearly we don't if we're going to push this agenda. And we can read article after article after article about what this mining is doing to our earth, our environment. And it's mind-boggling to me that we're going to try to pass a bill that wants charging stations when we know that we cannot keep up with this. Most people view technology as a future, a force of good that will generally improve quality of life around the world. In the business sector, Silicon Valley and tech startups exhibit massive growth potential. In manufacturing, new machinery and automation are boosting efficiency. And in the environmental realm, green technology presents the best prospects for decarbonization. But as much technology is held as the solution of the future, most of these innovations have a dirty underside. Production of these new technologies require companies to dig up what is referred to as rare earth elements. Rare earth elements describe the 15 lanthanides on the periodic table, plus scandium and yttrium. Contrary to what the name suggests, they are abundant in the Earth's crust. The catch is they come in low concentration in minerals, and even when found, they are hard to separate from other elements, which is what makes them rare. Perhaps these elements also get their name from rarely being discussed, even though everything from the iPhone to the Tesla electric engine to LED lights use them. Demand for these elements is projected to spike in coming years as governments, organizations, and individuals increasingly invest in clean energy. It's a funny name. An electric car requires 6 times the mineral inputs of a conventional car, and a wind plant requires 9 times more minerals than a gas-fired plant. With current estimates, demand for rare earth elements could increase 6-fold by 2040. Lithium and cobalt demand could increase 10 to 20 times by 2050 because of electric cars. Demand for dysprosium and neodymium is estimated to increase 7 to 26 times over the next 25 years as a result of electric vehicles. But rare earth elements also have grim prospects. The way companies extract them largely damages communities and contaminates surrounding areas. There are 2 primary methods for rare earth metal mining, both of which release toxic chemicals into the environment. The first involves removing topsoil and creating a leaching pond where chemicals are added to the extracted earth to separate metals. This form of chemical erosion is common since the chemicals dissolve the rare earth. but as long as we have our phones and our electric vehicles, we'll be fine. Allowing it to be concentrated and then refined. However, leaching ponds full of toxic chemicals may leak into groundwater when not properly secured and can sometimes affect entire waterways. The second method involves drilling holes into the ground using polyvinyl chloride pipes and rubber hoses to pump chemicals into the earth, which also creates a leaching pond with similar problems. Additionally, PVC pipes are sometimes left in areas that are never cleaned up. Both methods produce mountains of toxic waste with high risk of environmental and health hazards. For every ton of rare earth produced, the mining process yields 13 grams of dust, 9,600 to 12,000 cubic meters of waste gas, 75 cubic meters of wastewater, and a ton of radioactive residue. Boy, that sounds great for the environment. This stems from the fact that rare earth element ores have metals that, when mixed with leaching pond chemicals, contaminate air, water, and soil. Most worrying is that the rare earth ores are often laced with radioactive thorium and uranium, which result in especially detrimental health effects. Overall, for every ton of rare earth, 2,000 tons of toxic waste are produced. China currently dominates the rare earth elements market, accounting for 85% of the global supply in 2016. Australia is the next largest producer, contributing 10% of the market, yet barely making a dent in China's monopoly. For comparison, in 2018, China produced 120,000 tons of rare earth elements, while the United States produced 15,000. China's even used REEs as a tool to coerce other nations. In 2010, it blocked rare earth element exports to Japan as a punishment for Japan's detention of a Chinese captain. More recently, it considered limiting REEs exports to the United States in response to tariffs put in place by former President Trump, presenting a tremendous threat since the U.S. defense industry relies heavily on these minerals. However, only 35% of the world's REE reserves are in China, raising questions about how the country has been able to monopolize the industry. And I'll tell you why. You want to know why they've been able to? Because they don't have environmental regulations. Low-cost, high-pollution methods
Representative Bradley, please bring the conversation back to the bill.
Absolutely. If we want to go 80% to electric vehicles, I just want to talk about our limited resource. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Low-cost, high-pollution methods enable China to outpace competitors and create a strong foothold in the international rare earth element market. This market is now booming. China spiked its outputs for the first half of 2021 by more than 27%, hitting record levels of REE extraction as demand increases. The most famous mine in China that produced over 700,000 tons of radioactive thorium has become an issue because of its unsafety. Workers are suffering from health complications due to exposure to these toxic chemicals. Worker safety is not prioritized or monitored in these mines, resulting in skin irritation and disruptions to their respiratory, nervous, and cardiovascular systems. Human rights abuses have been reported throughout mines in these areas as laborers are underworked and underpaid. And the reason it comes back to the bill is that if they are going to start limiting what is happening because it's so unsafe for these other countries to export these rare earth elements, then how do we get the batteries to make the electric vehicles? And why would we then mandate electric vehicle charging stations if we know that we're going to be at a loss for these minerals to be produced? I will skip to the end. The path forward with China looking to mine in Africa and more rare earth element operations being launched in the United States, Brazil, Mongolia, and India. REE mines are presenting a unique challenge to the global environment. And this is where it gets interesting for all the environmentalists. On one hand, clean energy is an absolute necessity. Green tech is at a tipping point where its costs are rapidly decreasing as it is becoming more efficient at harnessing energy. Additionally, more areas are looking to attain zero emission levels, with 4 states in the U.S. having already enacted legislation requiring all electricity to come from clean sources by 2050. But the environmental impact in communities in which REE mining occurs may not be worth tackling as viewed by some in China. It is rather counterintuitive that to solve environmental problems, companies are using methods that only further damage the environment, even if not emitting carbon dioxide. The complicated ethical problem requires deep consideration of who benefits from rare earth elements mining, who experiences its negative effects, and to what extent it is necessary. For example, if the communities experiencing the effects of REE mining are not receiving any of its benefits, then there is a substantial issue of justice at hand, meaning if China is not receiving any benefits from this, then why are they going to mine these rare earth elements and then make the batteries to go into electrical vehicles, and then if they don't, and we have a real crisis, then why mandate landlords and multi-housing units to then have electric vehicle charging stations? As businesses and communities grapple with these ethical questions, new innovations present easy opportunities to move away from REE mining. Harvard researchers have developed a new method for extracting them using bacteria rather than toxic chemicals to separate metals from each other. Of course, these new methods have to be perfected, but this is where I'm getting to, is we as a society might be moving away from electric vehicles. As society awaits further technological developments and ways to make these methods cost-effective, more companies are coming themselves to using exclusively recycled rare earth elements or attempting to get rid of the need for them at all. So then therein lies the problem. If we're going to get rid of the batteries that are used for electric vehicles, but we've mandated all these people to put in electric vehicle charging stations, then what's the purpose of the bill? Renault's Zoe car used carbon windings instead of magnets to avoid using them. BMW 5th generation electric vehicle has now eliminated REEs altogether. There's a substantial opportunity for companies to start recycling them. So I guess my question is, instead of mandating landlords and all these people to put these in, why aren't we...
Representative Bradley, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. Why aren't we passing laws that will help A, the child slavery with the rare earth elements, and B, help eliminate these altogether and find different ways to make the environment better? Because by doing this, we're making the environment way worse off than it was to begin with. Thank you very much.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm here today because I want to talk about what we did last year. We had a bill, and you've seen it incorporated into this one. We had settled that we were going to start in 2026. But the other thing that we talked about, and we talked about it a long time, is what are we going to do about frontier counties in the state of Colorado? What are we going to do about rural counties where nobody builds anything very big in relationship to an apartment house? In fact, we had negotiated that if it was under 25 units, we weren't going to put these EV chargers in it. And it was not also not going to be taken out into frontier counties. I have counties that have 2,500 people in them. There's not a great demand for apartment houses. The other thing that we've talked about since I've been here is there was once an attempt to make parking in an EV site more expensive than parking in a handicap spot. In fact, the bill was going to be a $150 parking ticket if you parked in an EV spot. That's more than what you get if you park in a handicap spot. I think some of you remember that. So now we're going to be counting EV spots as regular parking in regards to these subdivisions, homeowners associations, parking lots, and apartments. Are we still going to look at them that same way? Because not everybody's going to have one of these. And if it gets to the point that there's not a parking spot for an internal combustion car because they're all EVs, what do we do then? Will we have to come back and write another bill to make sure that they've got a spot to park, or do we just ban them? Folks, I'm worried about this bill. I understand what everybody's trying to do, but one of the things we did is we made an agreement. It was an agreement with people that were not necessarily urbanites, that were here for the people that sent them. And I have a number of frontier counties in my district, and I came to represent them, and this is going to impact them as much as it's going to impact you folks. I don't think we were thinking about this. Last year, we talked about how we were going to do things for state, for all of the state. Talk about how we were going to try and figure this out. Today, we are looking at simply this
Members,
is what you're
we
going to do.
still are on thirds. Please keep your voices down. Thank you, Representative.
I didn't realize I was. I'm sorry.
No, you are good.
I didn't realize I was getting wound up.
anyway.
Not you, Representative Catlin.
Okay.
The rest of the chamber.
No, I thought you were, I thought you were talking to me. I'm sorry. But members, I really want you to remember that the world has not changed that much. Those frontier counties are still frontier counties. They're doing everything they can, believe me. They don't have the budgets that we're talking about in some of these urban counties. We don't have the power lines and all of those kind of things that we're going to be able to convert to electric that quickly. In those frontier counties, the number one power is propane, right in the backyard. We've talked about about gas lines. But the point is, the state of Colorado is more than the urban corridor. There are people there that are proud to be Coloradans. And they will step up when they get there. But they're not there yet. But their ordinances and their zonings and their way of doing business is going to be superseded by someone from here. I want you to think about that. We thought we had negotiated something that would work for a couple of years, that we were going to get there as a community. But today we realize we are not going to get there. You are going to get there. And we will have to figure out how. Evidently, the urban corridor has it figured out. This is what you're wanting to do. But the rest of us in Colorado haven't figured it out yet. And I also noticed that this is going to be figured out on your own. Because the state's going to write the code, the state's going to tell you how it's going to be, and that's where you'll be. One of the things that I have in this building is my word is good. And there have been some times when I gave it, and after it came out to the very end, I had to stand up and say, I did. I gave my word in order to keep it. This building needs to keep its word with the people in the rest of the state. Because what's happening is that we lose our trust. And when we lose our trust, it's very hard to go back and say, this is what we need, because we expect it will change rapidly. That's not good for Colorado. That's not good for you and I. And it's certainly not good for some of the people that we represent. Please keep that in mind. I'd ask you to vote no on this bill.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is very difficult to follow my good friend, because he so eloquently described one of the most difficult things about this bill, which is the infringement on local control. Because what's good for Denver and Boulder, that may not be good for Delta, Colorado, or Akron, or Yuma County, Douglas County. And it may not work for Pueblo. It may not work for some of the mountain counties where it's literally so far away that it's difficult to make a trip of any length in an EV. The problem is the state of Colorado, a couple of years ago, have kind of settled this question and created a strategy, candidly, within a vacuum. But the bigger problem with this particular bill is that it mandates what local governments do. It mandates parking regulations. And I'll tell you, in my little town of Castle Rock, we've had our fair share of conversations around parking because the town, until, gosh, the last couple of years when they decided they wanted to explode our downtown area, had no parking regulations. In other words, you could build an apartment building and require 0 parking. And that, in fact, did happen. It didn't happen for long because the citizens of the town rose up in great defiance. They were furious because no longer was our downtown, you couldn't go down and find a place to park. You couldn't go shopping. So my point to this is a market-based matter. This is about what your local market deems as important. And that is important. It's important to our communities that they are able to define themselves. It's important to our communities that they are able to have their own identity based on what they think is important, not what we here in this room tell them is important. I ask for a no vote on this bill.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a privilege to serve with you.
And a privilege to serve with you.
Good afternoon, General 74. I rise today in opposition of this bill for a few very simple reasons. Unfunded mandates increase the cost of housing. I thought in Colorado we were trying to secure housing and affordability. I'm not seeing that with this bill. I, like you, and I believe every single person in this room, would love to live in a world where we are powered by everything clean and green with fresh air. At this point in time, I do not see the infrastructure in Colorado that would be able to do this in this state. I think we are close. I think we are getting there. I think research will eventually put us there. But we are putting burden on the taxpayer and the new home buyer for a bill such as this. We just opened up a new Tesla facility in Loveland. We are very, very accustomed to electric and clean energy. But again, we are suffering. Electric vehicles have to pay a tax on the roads that they use themselves, same as the gasoline users. Those are the bills that we should be writing and addressing. I believe if we come together as a bipartisan effort, we would come to a great conclusion that would put everybody in the right sense of clean energy, vehicles, homes, and affordability. I believe truly this is an unjustifiable expansion of government and government regulation. And the people of Loveland have written to me and expressed the same thought as I have expressed to you now. I urge a no vote. Thank you for your time.
Representative Taggart. Members, we are on third readings. Please keep your voices down. Thank you. Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
My concerns on this bill have been touched on by a couple of colleagues, and I'd like to reinforce them, and they're in Section 6 and Section 7 of this particular bill. My concern about Section 6 and Section 7 is that they're built on an assumption that the parking requirements, whether those be for multifamily homes, whether they be for commercial settings, whether they be for light industrial or industrial, are somewhat subjective. And that therefore we can take one space, two spaces, three spaces out and have them counted as part of the parking. That assumption in this bill is incorrect. Municipalities and counties have developed those parking requirements based on scientific evidence of how many cars come in and out of a commercial setting, how many cars are in an industrial setting, how many cars come in and out of multifamily homes. And so it's not as simple as doing a calculation of 1 for 1. That's in as much saying to our local governments, whether they be county or municipalities, I should say, that their scientific information is incorrect. And we know something more than they do. That we can't do in this body. So what's going to happen? They're going to have to go back and completely change their parking requirements for every one of their zoning areas to make up for this parking loss. That's a cost to those municipalities and counties that spend a great deal of time on their comprehensive plans and on their transportation studies. That's going to cost them a great deal. And secondly, it's going to cost developers, as I said last night. I have yet to meet a developer ever that has said to me, Rick, I make money on parking. No developer makes money on parking. But they have to put those requirements in because we in the cities and counties have very distinct codes that are built on science. I would be okay with this bill if 6 and 7 were completely stripped out of it. But for us to say that the zoning and parking portion of zoning for the many different zones that we know better than municipalities or counties, folks, that's just plain incorrect. And it's a bad assumption. Thank you.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We've heard a lot of discussion about this issue today, and I was looking over the fiscal note, and I was looking at some of the things that could affect local government when it comes to the taxing, schools and education, but that's stuff that we've all been through over and over again. But there was something that early on in the year when we were in SMART Act hearings and we were talking about EVs, one of the questions I asked some of the experts that we talked to were, as we move towards this, how are we going to do our due diligence as Coloradans and make sure that we're not spending tax dollars on EVs and vehicles that have batteries that have these rare earth materials that are mined by this labor, this egregious labor that we see all over the world. And then just the other day when this another bill came through transportation, I also asked that question. And the gentleman at the dais that I asked the question to said, it's happening everywhere with almost every vehicle. So in the spirit of bipartisanship, I always come to you all with the best faith in mind and try to solve problems. So I just submitted a late bill request. And I hope you guys can get with me on this, that we make sure as we move towards this, that we can all sign on and try to make sure that these egregious things aren't happening as we move this way. and that we can try to make sure that these, as the state and everybody moves forward with trying to solve issues, that we can come together in a bipartisan manner and make sure that it isn't off the backs of other people in the world. You know, I do see issues with this, but if we are going to move forward, I think we should do it in the best interest of all humanity. So I'd appreciate the discussion later on. I hope you guys could work with me on a bipartisan piece of legislation to try to solve this problem. When it comes to the rest of this, just know that there's some local government things in here. It says it's going to be minimal impact, but in my district we have minimal staff with minimal resources, so it may seem like minimal impact to some. In small counties, it's a big impact. School districts losing out on money, it says that the state will backfill with that, but when we're up here, we talk about giving teachers raises, but at the end of the day, the money that we're going to lose from tax cuts with this, we're going to backfill where I believe we could be giving that money in raises. And it does pertain to the bill because it talks about it in the fiscal note. But thank you for listening to me, and in the spirit of bipartisanship, I hope that we can have some conversations around the other issue that we're facing and that we're hearing in here is that some pretty bad things are happening to produce these batteries. And I think as a state legislature and as for the citizens of Colorado to know that their tax dollars aren't going to promote these practices. Thank you.
Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am incredibly concerned as we continue in the next 20-odd days about the consistent attack on local government authority. And this bill talks about, when I read a bill that says the Board of County Commissioners shall not adopt an ordinance or resolution, shall not prohibit, shall not consistently review without going to court, those are things that are incredibly concerning, both as a prior local government official and as a county attorney. Knowing that we are going to try to promulgate rules, and if we don't do it to the satisfaction of the state, not our constituents, but to the state, that we could then be subject with judicial review in district court is concerning. Because as my good friend from, or my colleague from Los Animas just said, some of these rural counties don't have a lot of attorneys. And so some of us don't do litigation at all. And so it's incredibly difficult. You're putting a lot more on counties without really considering the fiscal impact on those counties. And so I think that we really have to think through legislation. Local government officials, whether it's municipalities or counties, are elected just like we are. They have responsibilities just like we do. So when you take their authority away and continuously give it to the state, you're not allowing them to do their jobs. You're not allowing them to represent their communities, and their communities are different. What's good for the Western Slope is not good for Colorado Springs necessarily, or not good for Northeast Colorado. Southeast Colorado is incredibly different as well. There's a lot of considerations that local government officials take into account when they are working on parking, working on regulations, and you're taking that power away. And so you will hear me consistently coming up here and saying, I think it's wrong. I think giving this local government authority to the state is not the direction Colorado should be going in. And for that reason, I cannot support this bill. Thank you.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's kind of interesting. Many of us have been up here to talk several times, as you just heard my colleague speak about local control. I've up here speaking about the impacts, businesses, local economies. I for one, believe in the free market enterprise. I believe it's alive and well, but I also find it troubling that we continue to push legislation that impedes free market, and it also impedes the ability of local governments to do their job. Local governments serve their people the best at that level, far better than we do at this level, because they're most responsive. That's where they live. That's where they work. Now, we hear on the committee reference report, it says that Colorado's adopted an economy-wide greenhouse position. What I find most interesting is we're already saying this is what's going to work, this is the solution, and we're already predicting the future, and we don't know what's going to happen. If I could do that in the stock market, I'd be wealthy. I don't think we can predict how greenhouse is going to work. I don't think we can predict how electric vehicles are going to work. I spent a lot of time around mining operations. The mining of just simply something as simple as copper is water intensive, uses a lot of acid, sulfuric acid to be specific for leaching, and produces a lot of waste in the tailing ponds. Lithium mining is just as bad, if not more toxic. Yet we're driving through government regulation, government mandates, government force to impose its will from the state down upon local economies, local jurisdictions, local businesses, how they are to operate, without regard for what's going to happen to them. That is something I wholeheartedly disagree with. I spend a lot of time in the outdoors. I love the outdoors. I go hunting. I want to see a great environment. I've raised my kids to enjoy and respect the outdoors. We need to take care of Mother Earth. It's a beautiful place to live. I've traveled the world. I want to see it sustainable. But continuing with government mandates for a course of action that we don't know is going to work, I think is the wrong approach. I urge a no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1233 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative English is excused. Please close the machine. With 41 aye, 20 no, and 4 excused, House Bill 1233 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1235.
House Bill 1235 by Representative Sirota, also Senator Buckner, concerning technical modifications to the Department of Early Childhood.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1235 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1235 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 46 aye, 15 no, and 4 excused, House Bill 1235 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1216.
House Bill 1216 by Representative Story and Froelich, also Senator Danielson, concerning measures to promote safety in the distribution of natural gas.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1216 on third reading, final passage.
Representative Story.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to serve with you.
And a pleasure to serve with you.
I am requesting permission to run a third reading amendment.
Please proceed, Representative Story.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L004 to
Representative Story, we'll need to get permission first. I thought you wanted to explain briefly.
Okay. This is just a technical amendment, and it comes to us from the industry as well as from KOGA.
Thank you. The question before us is the permission to grant a third reading amendment to House Bill 1216. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Taggart. Please close the machine. With 57 aye, 4 no, and 4 excused, the motion to grant permission is adopted. Representative Story.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I mentioned, this is a, I move Amendment L004 to House Bill 1216. Oh, and yes.
And I'm guessing you're asking for it to be properly displayed.
Yes, and please properly display it.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed, Representative Story.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This, as I mentioned, this is a technical amendment that is brought to us from the industry as well as KOGA, and I urge an aye vote.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This was an amendment that was supposed to be offered last night, but last night was a late night and it got missed, so I would ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Members, we will stand in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Representative Story.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I withdraw L004.
Thank you. The motion has been withdrawn. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over House Bill 1216 until after House Bill 1243.
Seeing no objection, House Bill 1216 will be laid over. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1236.
House Bill 1236 by Representatives Young and Amabile, also Senator Kolker, concerning implementation updates to the Behavioral Health Administration.
Madam Majority Leader. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move House Bill 1236 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1236 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 47 aye, 14 no, and 4 excused, House Bill 1236 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1243.
House Bill 1243 by Representative Amabile, also Senator Moreno, concerning changes to the hospital community benefit.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1243 on third reading, final passage.
Representative Soper.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I know we had a fairly robust debate about this bill on second reading, but I did want to come down and just offer my final thoughts on updates to the community benefit. We have to do something because the Affordable Care Act basically threw this mandate onto the states that what's known as community benefit is the idea that because nonprofit hospitals don't pay taxes and they otherwise would be paying taxes in the form of sales taxes, property taxes, business personal property taxes, and business taxes, that all of this value is worth something. It is worth something. By hospitals not paying this in taxes and being a nonprofit, we have hospitals in rural parts of the state, in inner city areas of our state. We have access to health care no matter where you live in Colorado, because we have encouraged health care to develop in places that never would have been possible without the nonprofit status. If you were having to tell a hospital or a clinic that they had to operate on a for-profit model, places like the Plateau Valley Health Clinic in Colburn, Colorado, just would not exist. But yet, if you were to break a leg on the side of Grand Mesa, and that was your first stop, they could actually patch you up before sending you on to St. Mary's down in Grand Junction. So that benefit means that we have access to health care in other places. The other demand that we make as far as this great exchange with having a nonprofit hospitals, and what we're asking as a society of hospitals and why we don't want them to be Fortune 500 companies, is we want them to focus on affordability. We want our hospitals and our providers to also focus on delivering health care at an affordable price point so that you and I and everyone else in our state who needs a doctor can actually afford to go to that doctor or that hospital. And the way we are able to check that hospitals are upholding their end of the bargain is to have transparency. Now, community benefit interacts a little bit differently. So it's now saying within the bill and what we have developed over the last few years is we're going to have a giant community meeting. And we're going to tell that particular hospital that, hey, even though you've built this into your budget, that you may not be spending a certain amount of money, we want to now tell you, or influence you rather than tell, influence you on what you ought to be spending money on, whether it's like a homeless shelter or affordable housing or a food bank. A community health clinic certainly makes sense. But it's very challenging when hospitals are struggling to make ends meet, and some of them, not all of them, but definitely we have at least 40% in our state that are really, really struggling. To say that within their budget and they're struggling, they're going to now have to have a certain amount that's allocated towards education, towards your local food bank. And that's the real challenging part. I do want to throw out my compliments for the bill sponsor and the great work she did on the amendments, because our concern was that having this community meeting that has different community interest groups present, that you would have local governments and organizations use this as an opportunity to try to shift funds from the hospital setting to the different projects that other nonprofits or the municipality might be pushing. And so having that removed relieved a great weight. I think that anyone can get behind this if they choose to. So I really do want to say that that was a significant change, and I wanted to point that out for the record and to really illustrate how we got here and why we're talking about community benefits. Thank you.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, previous colleague just said most of what I was going to say, so I will try to say it better. I have been in the rural communities, and I know that, that these hospitals exist because they're nonprofit. And we've got to be careful, and I know we're not taking away their nonprofit status, and I know that there's the Affordable Care Act did place some constraints, which I disagreed with that too, on these nonprofits, but let's not compound it. Remember, 40% of our hospitals don't make any profit, zero. And this kind of expectation piled on to the federal expectation makes these hospitals challenged. They really cannot do some of the things that we're asking them to do, and we're wanting them to take care of people that are coming in the hospital. The reason a hospital exists is to take care of people coming in. And while it's not a bad idea to also do some community benefit stuff, they're already taxed beyond their limits in many of these settings. So asking them to do this now makes what their primary role, which is to take care of people that come in the hospital, makes that actually challenged. Now that is in threat because they have to do something. They have to either add to financially or they have to add to in some kind of structure that will hinder them from being able to take care of people because now they're doing something in the community, in a parade or at a school or something else. And again, I don't think those are bad things, but I think we need to be careful when we make this legislation. Again, this is where the state is stepping in and saying, well, we're just going to make you do this. We're not really analyzing the point of it. We're not analyzing these hospitals. We're not analyzing what they're already doing or what they're not doing and how this will undermine their bottom line, and it just will. They're not going to be able to do certain levels of care that should be the basic expectation because we're now trying to pile on with this. And so I do Two things. One is I do want to vote against this bill, and I don't think I got to the level of expectation that my previous representative did, so I apologize.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This particular bill and the prime sponsor of this bill brought some faith back to me, because there have been some days, including some this morning, where I was shaking my head what I was doing. I have to tell you, every major section of this bill that I gave input to, not only Representative Amabile, but to HICFA, they took it to heart. And they made the changes that I requested that they make. And I'm sure there were a lot of other people that made similar suggestions. On the community benefits, and initially did not want to take into account free or discounted care, which basically wiped out Medicaid. That's now back in there. It did not have education as a part of that. So one of my hospitals that spends a great deal of time preparing residents for primary care in Western Colorado, those numbers are now, can be taken into account. It now takes into account that both of our major hospitals put major dollars into the PA program at CMU. That's a community benefit. When I was concerned about flow of money in and out of the state, and the fact that I didn't think that fit under the title, that got taken out of this bill, and I appreciated that. And when I was concerned about that public meeting from a standpoint of the people in that public meeting having decision-making authority or approvals, when in fact that's what board of directors are for, that was revised. I can't thank the prime sponsor on this enough, because she listened, and so too did HICFA. And I'm now in a place on behalf of the hospitals in Grand Junction to in fact endorse this, and I'm proud to do that, so thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, esteemed colleagues, for your patience today as we talk about the many important issues facing Colorado. But a special thanks to the bill sponsor. I said this yesterday, and I will say it again. She took extraordinary efforts to address the concerns of the hospital communities and their issues. That was noticed and noted by my colleagues and I in public health. The reason, Madam Speaker, I come up, not to just give praise to the bill sponsor, which is wholly deserved, but is because we in rural Colorado have a very big concern about the health and vitality of our rural hospitals in some of the smallest communities in this state. For-profit or nonprofit care, continuum of care in rural Colorado is so important to us. And we have, as my colleague from Delta, who serves on a hospital board, has stated, and many times, Madam Speaker, he has to go home to emergency hospital board meetings because of the critical, and I'm telling you, folks, he flies back there to go to these meetings and then flies back to get there because he's a critical member of this board of directors. He's a leader in his community. The board counts on his judgment. But their hospital, like so many rural hospitals, they're underwater. They have many challenges. And Madam Speaker, I'm not going to spend 10 minutes talking about inflation, cost of durable medical goods, cost of labor in the hospital and healthcare world with doctors and nurses and technicians. I have family members, I have daughters in this space. They make more money than I do. And God bless them, and God bless America for allowing them to have that economic opportunity, because they have skills that are highly in need, and they're understaffed everywhere. That's a whole other issue. I'm not even going to talk about that. What I'm going to talk about is the specifics of this bill. With the changes that were made, and please, Madam Speaker, when I get to 5 minutes, I want to know, because that's where I want to stop. I don't want to take my full 10 minutes. And I lose track of time. You guys and gals know that. I just get to talking like I'm back home, and conversations will go forever. But our communities in our hospitals and our clinics are having serious problems. 60 to 70% of rural Colorado are in the Medicaid and Medicare space. We have many of the same issues you have in your urban spaces. We have poverty. We have drug addiction. We have alcoholism. We have disparity. We have many of the same human services challenges, Department of Human Services challenges. I've even had my wife tell me, God bless her, she's told me, and I serve on public health, mental health, behavioral health, and human services. She has told me, you would not believe the number of people that are working and going to the Department of Human Services in my home county to get services because they qualify, because they're so desperate. And I tell her, I said, I don't want you to.
Representative Holtorf, you have
Yes, ma'am.
6 minutes remaining.
Thank you. I tell her I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to know. There's so much that I have to deal with suffering. I don't want to know about, everything, because I can't take it all. It's too much to bear. I'm just glad that they're there. Now, this bill allows for with the changes, allows for those community benefits, because, nonprofit or profit, it's all about the medical services. That's value. I don't care if any of them would pay any tax. I don't care. I'm not out here trying to target taxation and build the state treasury and the coffers full of all the gold in the world. That doesn't matter to me. What I care about is taking care of people. And if they can do that, and this helps them take care of people, forget about the tax liability. God bless them for doing it. God bless America. And I'm going to vote on this bill with a loud and thunderous aye.
Thank you, Representative. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Appreciate my colleagues weighing in on this and all the changes that were made by the sponsor. I'm still a little confused and a little concerned overall. When we talk about the hospital having social obligation and community benefit spending, it seems that the community benefit of a hospital is the hospital. And I appreciate the explanation of my colleague that the non-tax status, how the non-tax status affects and allows hospitals to be in places where they would not normally be. It just seems like every productive part of this economy at some point is seen as a piggy bank. And each reporting, looking at this, each reporting hospital shall invite, which sounds like kind of optional, friendly, but it shall invite local public health agencies, local chambers of commerce, local healthcare consumer organizations, school districts, county districts, governments, city and town governments, county health centers, certified rural clinics or primary care, area agencies on aging, healthcare consumer advocacy organizations. Again, shall invite. And then the following state agencies: the State Department, the Department of Public Health and Environment, the Department of Human Services, Colorado Commission on Higher Education, the Office of Saving People Money on Health Care in the Lieutenant Governor's Office, the Office of Saving People Money on Health Care in the Lieutenant Governor's Office. There's probably a lot of good ways we could save people money on health care. Most of them don't involve the government. Shall invite the general public, shall issue such an invitation via an advertisement placed in any major newspaper published in the reporting hospital's community. So we already have, we have a community, we have a committee, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. We're already at 20 people. And I don't know, maybe these are standard, maybe that's, but getting a committee of 20 people to carve up the spoils of the health agency, of the nonprofit hospital. And then the State Department must conduct a stakeholder meeting, consumer advocates, community organizers, community organizations, and hospital representation. So what do we know about, so I think we're up to 25 now, to ensure that their input is incorporated to identify community priorities for the community health needs. And we've seen that community health needs is a definition that's just blowing up into just about everything that you want it to be. So I won't even try to define that. Community health needs is a pretty broad area. So we have 25 organizations and a very broad charter. And what do we know about every single one of those organizations? They all have an insatiable desire, need, demand. They all have an insatiable demand for money. And now we're going to, and again, this can be spent on behavioral health, community health-based health care, social determinants of health. Wow, there is a social determinants of health spending. That sounds like the one that's probably going to get most of it, including housing, food, transportation, interpersonal violence, education, and job opportunities, and provider recruitment, education, and research and training. In identifying these categories, the reporting hospital shall distinguish direct or cash expenditures from in-kind contributions. So the latter sounds like the social determinants of health is really the one, because that includes housing, food, transportation, interpersonal violence, education and job opportunities, and provider recruitment, education. Nobody else gets the breakout of that. So I would say that based on how this is, that social determinants of health spending is going to be just this large bucket of a large slush fund bucket for these categories. Not that they're bad categories, but it seems like if we're going to have a hospital, that maybe the hospital, its social benefit would be doing something that it knows, like maybe installing another CAT scan, another MRI, more ultrasound equipment, something, I don't know, maybe related to healthcare. That's just my guess. So we've created this committee that is going to be fighting over the bones of the nonprofit organizations because they don't pay taxes, and so they have become a piggy bank for all of these agencies to fight over, with a priority, it looks like, on the very vague social determinants of health spending, which include housing, transportation, violence, education. So I would kind of like to see the hospital focus on what it does, reinvest the money into medical, maybe healthcare, maybe equipment, maybe modernization, or it can just be a political piggy bank for all these special interests. So I like the idea. I mean, I get it. They've got to redistribute their money that's not paid in taxes. I'll be no, because what I see is this money is going to go to every place but making healthcare more affordable.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1243 on third reading final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Buckenfeld, Luck, Soper, Weinberg, Winter. Please close the machine. With 48 aye, 13 no, and 4 excused, House Bill 1243 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1216.
House Bill 1216 by Representative Story and Froelich, also Senator Danielson, concerning measures to promote safety in the distribution of natural gas.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1216 on third reading, final passage.
Representative Story.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move Amendment L007 to House Bill 1216 and urge an aye vote. And I ask for it to be displayed.
Members, because we have already approved permission, we do not need to run that motion again. Members, L007 is properly displayed. Representative Evans.
Good amendment. Vote yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of L007 to House Bill 1216. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative DeGraff is excused. Please close the machine. With 60 ayes, 0 no, and 5 excused, the amendment is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1216 as amended.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I want to thank the sponsor for working with us on some of the amendments. Unfortunately, I didn't get to a point where I could support this. I still have concerns about the parameters under which a utility would be required to take ownership of a privately owned line and the associated cost with that. In conversations with industry, I heard millions of dollars, potentially tens of millions of dollars at stake, and I'm concerned about those costs being passed on to the customer. So out of concern for costs being passed on to customer and out of concern for very unclear guidance about when a utility has to take over ownership of private property, I would urge a no vote on this bill.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Very much like my colleague from up by Fort Lupton. I am going to be a no. I think it's important to know that industry had many asks. A few of those asks were met, but other asks were left on the table. There's a couple key issues here. One is liability. Where liability starts and where liability ends. And I won't go into litigation. I've talked that to death today. I won't go into the liability issues here. But I will tell you this, that there are still questions about liability. Also, in this state, there is a feeling in the oil and natural gas space that they are always under attack. They are always being scrutinized. They are always, in some cases, as if they're under a microscope and they're not given what some people call some grace. They're not given consideration. I understand in everything they do, there's the possibility of incident and accident. And yes, gas lines can blow up. Earlier today, electric vehicles can blow up. As a matter of fact, if you have an electric bus, watch that burn. Okay, there's actual video evidence of how violent that is. When you drive to the Capitol, you have risk. Things can happen. You can have an accident. For my colleagues from El Paso County that drive up every day and have to go through the gap. Or even here in the metro area.
Representative Holtorf, let's stick to pipelines, please.
Thank you. Thank you for your leadership, sir. Appreciate you. But back to pipelines. So the premise that it's all about safety and we can't have accidents or incidents, this law is not going to stop that. It might shift liability in the event that it happens, but it's not going to necessarily stop that. And as a matter of fact, for some of those incidents that have happened in the past, the rules and regulations in place failed to address the matter. I believe it was Firestone. They failed to address the matter to avoid the explosion in one particular case, even though we already had rules and regulations in place. So the only point, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, is that more laws, more rules, more regulations don't fix every ill. It's not going to do it. As you search for that, the solution to every ill and ailment, there's still going to be issues out there. I'm not saying we don't address them. But I won't belabor the point, sir. I'm just going to tell you I can't get behind this. I think more concessions should have been made, more consideration should have been made for industry. A few more amendments, just a little more grace, I think would have made this a much easier conversation, and things could have been moved along at a much bigger trot, as we say where I'm from. We could have moved the horse a little bit faster down the trail. And these are things that we must stand for and stand behind and ask for. They're not unreasonable requests, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, and I ask that we open our eyes and open our ears and consider giving those requests a little more consideration and grace as we do the people's work in this House. Thank you. I'll be a no.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you. I suppose it seems hydrocarbons are always under attack because they're always under attack. I'm not sure if, I think the safety issue here is necessary, but thinking that the bill is, that the concept is necessary doesn't get me to a point of thinking, well,
this is done. That it was stakeholdered is still a strange word, is fantastic. But we still have to make sure that it's correct before we send it downstream, before we put it into action. We talked about other bills today. The electric vehicles, we'll talk about appliances. We vilify gas, and this is going to make things more expensive. I'm not sure that's the reason for that. But anyways, the pollution footprint, we need to remember right now, of electricity is twice that of gas, of natural gas. So if we actually want to have a positive effect and have a more resilient grid, we need natural gas. You can get rid of natural gas, and to replace natural gas, you need thousands of miles, thousands more miles, and the permitting process is going to take decades for that. And you know who's opposed to all of the high power lines? All of the environmental organizations. They don't want the power lines. They don't want the large solar arrays. They
Representative DeGraff, let's please stick to pipeline safety.
Pipeline safety it is. So as far as this goes, I'm not so sure consideration or being more conciliatory is it. I think it needs, to me, it needs a little more coherency. And so maybe it just needs more discussion in the realm of this, because it ultimately, we're talking about who owns it. So if we look at this paragraph, and I did take the engrossed version, the commission shall promulgate. Promulgate means it's going to make in accordance with the rules. Promulgate rules to it, so we don't have them yet, it's going to make them. So we're going to approve this bill for a commission to go make rules to establish a process for determining whether an owner-operator, and that's a weird thing because that's the gas company, that's, you could just say Excel there, or customer has a responsibility for the maintenance and repairs of a what? Of a customer-owned service line. So who owns a customer-owned service line? It's kind of a rhetorical question. So the customer owns the customer-owned service line, but now we're going to say who has the responsibility for the maintenance and repairs if they were installed on or after 14 August 1995 through 1 March 2024. So we don't know yet. So until next March, so a line that's installed next March, we still don't have a determination of who owns that gas line. So it seems kind of weird that we are looking to solve a problem that happened in the past with stuff that happened in the future. And maybe that's addressed, I just don't get it. But those are rules that have not been made yet, so we don't even have, so this bill does not tell us how these are going to be solved. Just that we're gonna feel good about telling somebody that that this bill will empower them to do whatever. We just don't know what whatever is. I don't, anyways. The commission shall promulgate rules. Oh, this is another one. On the owner-operator, the gas company, onto a customer service line installed after March 2024. So it's going to be a customer-owned service line. Now, this makes a little bit more sense. In the future, the customer is going to own the service line, and then who is going to pay for it, because now whoever's installing it, I would assume Excel, is going to actually have an idea what that gas line is, how it was installed, and what manner it was. To provide written notice to the customer within 90 days after installation. So you're going to install a gas line. You're going to make rules about the installation of a gas line on somebody's property, and you have to notify them that you did that within 90 days. Now, I would think the big truck on your property excavating your yard, I think that would be a notification that maybe somebody's installing a gas line. Informs the customer, whether the customer or owner operator or the gas company. So it's a customer-owned line, but then this bill refers to the gas company as the owner operator. So who owns it? Does the owner operator own it? or does the customer own it? Or does the customer-owned service line belong to the customer, as in owned by the customer, or does the owner-operator own the gas line? Am I the only one that's confused by this? Apparently. I guess I'm the only one confused. I hate standing up here explaining why I'm confused when nobody else understands. Nobody else seems to understand, have any confusion as to how two owners of the same thing. Although the owner-operator is considered in here basically to be the gas company. So specifics, the commission's rules pursuant to subsection of this must include so the rules that will be promulgated, the rules that we are approving, so the laws that we are approving the commission to make in accordance with whatever we set in motion here. We're saying, you go make these laws. We don't want to do it. You do it. We don't know what they are. We just know that we're going to approve them tonight. For maintaining and repairing the customer-owned service line. Now, how many things do you own that somebody else is just automatically responsible for? Unless you have a warranty, unless you have something that's some agreement that they are going to do that. The owner-operator shall obtain a copy of the written notice described in subsection 1.5b of this section with the customer's signature from the customer within 90 days after the installation. Within 90 days after the installation. It would seem that this would be something that would be done up front before you would know, so I just have a hard time. And then it refers to 90 days after the change of ownership. So the customer owns it, but now if the customer does something with signing it, then it's going to become part of the owner-operator, who's really the gas company. I think the bill is necessary. I think we need to solve this problem. So I'm not opposed to the idea. I'm not trying to evade anything on the part of the gas companies. I'm not a big fan of putting law into action based on a blank check. Because I'm assuming at this point that has not been promulgated. The shall promulgate means it's future tense, that it's going to happen, that these laws will be written. And they will be binding, and they will have our signature. So I would like to support this bill, but I can't support this bill because effectively the bill's not even written yet. So just a check, just something that says, hey, why don't you go write some laws, and we'll be bound to that, and we'll sign our name for it. So if you're okay with signing a blank check, maybe I'm confused on that. I guess this is the venue for clarification.
Representative DeGraff, you have 1 minute remaining.
But I don't deal in blank checks. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion, Representative Story.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I urge an aye vote on this pipeline safety bill to better protect our public. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1216 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 39 aye, 22 no, and 4 excused, House Bill 1216 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1234.
House Bill 1234 by Representatives Brown and Soper, also Senator Roberts, concerning the streamlined solar permitting and inspection grant program and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1234 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1234 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 53 aye, 8 no, and 4 excused, House Bill 1234 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1060.
House Bill 1060 by Representative Story, also Senator Cutter, concerning updates to the Colorado State Forest Service seedling tree nursery and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1060, third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1060 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 58 aye, 3 no, and 4 excused, House Bill 1060 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1217.
House Bill 1217 by Representative Froelich, also Senator Fields, concerning relief for crime victims whose motor vehicles have been towed because of the crime and in connection therewith, requiring the Transportation Legislation Review Committee study the issue and make legislative recommendations.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1217 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1217 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 45 ayes, 16 no, and 4 excused, House Bill 1217 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1075.
House Bill 1075 by Representative Snyder and Joseph, also Senator Exum, concerning evacuation and clearance time modeling for wildfire risk areas of the state and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1075 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1075 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 51 aye, 10 no, and 4 excused, House Bill 1075 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1184.
House Bill 1184 by Representatives Lindstedt and Frizzell, also Senator Roberts, concerning certain low-income housing property that is deemed to be used for a strictly charitable purpose and in connection therewith clarifying and expanding the property tax exemption for property acquired by nonprofit housing providers for a strictly charitable low-income housing purpose and creating a property tax exemption for property held by community land trusts or nonprofit affordable homeownership developers and used for a strictly charitable purpose.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1184 on third reading, final passage.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've had a lot of difficulty with this bill, but I think there's some things that we need to understand about
Representative Bockenfeld, I might ask you to move the mic a bit closer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've had some struggles with this particular bill, but I think there's some important things to point out from a financial perspective on this bill so that you're well aware of it when you vote on it. There's things in the bill that I like, there's things in the bill that I don't like. And, you know, the type of organizations like Habitat for Humanity, I've always supported them. Historically, they've been utilized for people who were low income. 80% of the county medium income level. This was the only opportunity that some of these folks could ever own a property. And they put some sweat equity in there. And I know the county governments, and I, when I was a county commissioner, fully supported Habitat for Humanity. But I don't believe these type of programs are necessarily right for affordable housing today. What this particular bill does is it raises that 80% of the county median income, which was the poorest of folks in our counties, to give them home ownership. It raises it to 100 to 120% of county median income. So now you have folks who are at a much higher level and they're qualifying for these types of programs. And surely they're going to push out the folks that were before the 80% to median income. The other thing is the fees that are collected in the Department of Local Affairs, because we have Tabor refunds into the future. Those fees push above the Tabor refund level. So it's creating a higher Tabor refund on the fees that we're collecting for the program. You heard me mention before on another bill, and I'm going to reiterate it again. In 2021, House Bill 21-1164, we went in and made significant gains from the state level in making adjustments to our state school backfill that we must do for property taxes. And how did we do that? We went in and through the Department of Education, with an adjustment that they made, we went in and several of our school districts had their taxes increased to get to what we called the total program mill levy tax credit, which was 27 mills. So we raised taxes. Most of these were rural schools we raised taxes on. But one benefit that did have is it freed up some of the money that we were backfilling to schools because now they were collecting it at the local level. Now we have very slowly started increasing that backfill again. You just heard a bill a little earlier about the electric vehicle charging stations that there's no property tax assessed to. It's relatively small. This one's a little larger. If you look at the fiscal note in this bill, and this is a very small program for a very small select group of people, but you're looking at a backfill of about $82,000 to $160,000 a year, and will continue to grow as the program grows. If you think this is the solution to affordable housing, all you're going to do is get back to where we were and continue to increase the backfill to our local school districts at the state level. And that's going to crowd out money we should be applying to the BS factor, money we should be applying to other programs. But that's not clear until you take a look at this fiscal note and see what the mechanics of this fiscal note are. And for these reasons, folks, I just don't think this is the way to go. I think we have to come up with other solutions to affordable housing and increasing the expenditures of this state to backfill money that we've already gained some benefit and that we could use somewhere else on is the solution to our problem. And this figure will continue to grow. I ask for a no vote on this bill, and let's continue to work on the affordable housing issue, and let's do it in a positive financial manner and not in the approach that's being utilized in this bill.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm honored to speak to this bill. Unfortunately, we didn't have a lot of conversation around this yesterday evening due to the time, and I was really hoping to. So happy to have the opportunity today when we're much more fresh-minded. I'd like to speak to my colleague from Adams County concerns about the increase in the AMI as provided in this bill. The reality is, in Colorado, our housing costs have gotten so high that even with significant subsidies, which this is not, someone with an 80% AMI is not able to purchase a home, not a single-family detached home such as we're talking about. It's simply not attainable. So this bill does raise that AMI to 100%, and for rural resort counties where this problem is even worse, it raises it to 120%. Those are just the economic realities of our current situation. As far as my colleagues' concerns around the fees for DOLA, these are the fees that are collected by the Division of Property Taxation when an entity applies for a charitable exemption. It's around $100 to $150 a year. I don't think this is going to pick the pockets of the good citizens of this state, in my opinion. We're not talking about thousands of applicants here. We're talking about tons of applicants. And candidly, the more people that we have, the more entities that we have participating in this program, providing affordable housing, for sale, affordable housing, enabling these folks who are hardworking individuals. These are our teachers, our firefighters, our police officers, our government employees who would otherwise not be able to achieve the American dream of homeownership. This is not a handout, folks. This is a hand up. This is a step in the door to what we all want. With respect to the state backfill to schools on the exempted portions of these properties, I would like to be very, very clear on this. Having some experience in property tax exemptions myself. There are a variety of scenarios that are set forth by this bill. One of which is the typical scenario. I don't want to say the company's name, but it might rhyme with Habitat for Humanity. That particular paradigm creates for sale housing. That particular paradigm creates for sale housing for hardworking folks. And what this bill does is it allows that organization, which shall not be named again, to have a longer holding period on the land. You know, their margins they're not making profits here, folks. This is not a commercial developer. And so their rates with which they can invest in this type of home ownership is limited. And that precludes them from being able to do the bulk construction that commercial developers rely on. So part of this bill allows a longer holding period, from 5 to 10 years, for that land to be exempt. It currently is exempt today, to be clear. This is not creating a new exemption for that entity. Further, once the house is built and transferred into the ownership of the new happy homeowner, that property is 100% taxable. With another scenario that is created by this bill through community land trusts, and my co-sponsor is welcome to join me at any time, because I feel like I'm hogging the mic here. With that other paradigm, the only portion of the property that is exempt is the land component, and that's what makes this affordable. This is what makes this particular property able to be purchased, because it takes the land. The person never, the new homeowner never owns the land, they own the home. It's very similar to a condominium. It's very similar to condominium ownership. And candidly, the impact to school finance, we're not talking about thousands and thousands and thousands of properties. This is a tool that is used throughout the United States. It has not been widely used here in Colorado, and it is not the solution to our affordable housing crisis. It is not the solution, but it is a solution. And this is a multi-layered onion that we're going to have to peel back, and it's going to require effort from everyone. Everybody's got to come to the table on this, folks. And sometimes you do have to put your money where your mouth is. I urge and I vote on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to rise in support and in favor of this bill. My highly intelligent colleague from Douglas County, as well as my highly intelligent colleague from Broomfield, have done extensive research in this. I've been witness to everything that they've put into this. What was just stated prior and previously is that this is not the end-all, be-all solution, but it is a step towards that. And I think us as legislators should be working every single day to get that as close as possible to make sure that we have people in houses affordable in every single way of the word. So again, I rise in support of this bill, and I urge a yes vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us, Representative Bockenfeld.
Tried to fake me out. How many seconds I have left, or time I have left, ma'am?
Representative Bockenfeld, you have 4 minutes, 45 seconds. I'd ask you to move the microphone closer.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, you heard it, folks. There's an organization out there that does fine work. They've been doing fine work for years. They've been supported by your county governments. They have taken people who probably had never had a vision for home ownership, and they gave them that opportunity. And you know why they got the opportunity? Because the program they offered gave them the ability to help build that house. They put sweat equity in that house instead of a cash down payment. These were people that were 80% of the median income. You heard that, oh, there's very few of these houses going to be built. That's exactly the point. It says in the fiscal note, initially the applications will maybe be 300. It's not an affordable housing program. It's a program meant for people who can least afford home ownership but have proven that they deserve the opportunity. That's why our county governments and our city governments have historically supported them. And now they want to go to 100% and 120% and edge those people out? And at the same time, it hurts the state because of the backfill. There's got to be a better program. Let's protect this program for the people who need it most. I ask for a no vote on this bill.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm confused by this bill. I wish it would have gone to committee before reaching the floor. And the reason I say that is because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pages have been, stand by. There's some more. About 7.5, 8 pages have been completely changed. So now we don't really have an idea from witness testimony why that needed to change. The raising it to 120% of the median income, I can see if that's for resort communities because they're making a lot more, but the median income, but still it's not a low-income housing. It's just, we're just putting more, we're just shifting that Econ 101 curve and we're pushing it farther over. Again, we're forcing the market. The free market doesn't work when it's forced. And we're forcing this market in so many ways. And we're trying to bend it around some ideology, and you can't do that. It will break. I'm not sure that's not the intention. Nonprofits.
Representative DeGraff.
Yes, sir.
You know better than to refer to intentions. Stick to the bill.
I did say intention, didn't I? I apologize. Nonprofits. Some funny things I see about this bill is this talks about nonprofits, and I don't see a section where those nonprofits ever have community funding that they have to determine what they're going to do with the fact that they're not going to pay taxes. So a nonprofit doesn't pay taxes. They do something with their money that they would have otherwise paid, but hospitals have to go through a board of 25 people.
To this bill, Representative DeGraff.
Yes, sir. And then the other thing that I see on here is that we have fees of $175 and $250 for various services, but we are told that fees are bad. But fees are in here. Now, fees would normally be, which I assume they are, because you want to, at some level, discourage people from just, I don't know, filling out these applications for no apparent reason. But a handful of bills ago, we were told fees were bad. Fees were bad, that's bad, this hasn't been through committee. I wish I could understand the bill better because it might be worth supporting, but right now it's just a whole lot of questions.
Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill has been through 3 committees. All of that witness testimony is available online. This is a critical tool for our nonprofit developers that, by business model, lose money on every house that they develop. It's a small piece of our affordability puzzle. I urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I haven't had to do this. This is so exciting. I got to move the podium. Sir, how much time do I have?
Let me see. It looks like you have 2 minutes and 40 seconds left.
Thank you very much. I would really love to speak to some of the concern echoed by my colleague from El Paso County. With respect to the committees, thank you very much to my co-prime sponsor. We did go through 3 committees. There were 3 amendments to this particular bill, and they were as a result of stakeholding with 1, CCI, 2, the Division of Property Taxation, and also, I think actually 2 of them were through CCI. And one of them was literally a result of the resort communities being very concerned about that 100% AMI not really working for their area simply because of the extraordinary housing costs that they're experiencing. The fees that have been referenced are existing fees, and they're standard with the Division of Property Taxation anytime an organization, whether it's a church, a school, any type of charitable organization who owns property has to pay a fee, as well as providing an annual report that they are indeed a charitable organization. This fee is fairly nominal given the fact that the Division of Property Taxation takes this very seriously. The benefits of owning property that is tax exempt are, as you can imagine, quite extraordinary. And so they want to make sure that only bona fide charitable organizations are receiving these tax exemptions. That's very, very critical to the process. It's critical to the integrity of the process because you can have the Church of Green Carpet Lovers, and you say you're a church, but you have to actually demonstrate that you exist for the purpose of religious purposes. So that's what that fee is about. It is an existing fee. It's not a new fee, and it's simply part of the business of attaining a charitable designation in the state of Colorado. One thing that was also an important amendment as part of this, and that amended the original bill, was the creation of clawbacks.
Representative Frizzell, I'm sorry to interrupt, but you are out of time. Sorry I didn't give you the warning. You were kind of on a roll there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1184. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote.
Okay. On screen, Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Aye.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez is excused. Please close the machine. With 51 aye, 9 no, 5 excused, and 0 absent, House Bill 1184 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Majority Leader Duran.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move to proceed out of order for the consideration of conference committee reports.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for the consideration of conference committee reports. Majority Leader Duran.
I move to lay over House Bill 1101 until tomorrow.
Seeing no objection, the bill will be laid over as requested by the Majority Leader. Majority Leader Duran.
I move to lay over House Bill 1030 until tomorrow.
Seeing no objection, House Bill 1030 will be laid over as requested by the Majority Leader. Majority Leader Duran.
I move to lay over House Bill 1030 until tomorrow.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, we're good.
Great.
Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1011.
House Bill 1011 by Representatives Titone and Weinberg, also Senators Henriksen and Marchman, concerning a requirement that an agricultural equipment manufacturer facilitate the repair of its equipment by providing certain other persons with the with the resources needed to repair the manufacturer's agricultural equipment.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move for the adoption of the first report of the first conference committee of House Bill 1011.
So moved. Would you like to describe what the conference committee did?
Yes, thank you very much. So, in relatively quick language, it really wasn't much of a long meeting. We had a few amendments come forward, only one of which was disputed. On page 4, line 19, we struck means and substituted means as a technical. We put in page 6, strike lines 1 and 2 and substitute fair and reasonable terms and costs with respects to parts and agricultural equipment. Means that notwithstanding subsection 5AI of this section, parts shall be sold to an owner or an independent repair provider under equitable terms for access to or receipt of any part pertaining to agriculture equipment and in a manner that is fair to both parties in light of any agreed upon conditions, the promised quality, and the timeliness of delivery. In short, it was not a really contested conference committee in any way, shape, or form. We did have one senator disagree with one of the amendments. Otherwise, everything did fly through pretty seamlessly, and it was a relatively very easy, short, and conservative, appeasing meeting. Try and move the next one.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was that the end?
That was the end.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the conference committee report on House Bill 1011. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote.
This is hard without the tone.
Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Aye.
Representative Morrow votes aye. Representatives Frizzell, Luck, Mabry, Winter, please vote. Speaker McCluskey is excused. Please close the machine. With 46 aye votes, 14 no votes, 5 excused, and 0 absent, the conference committee report is adopted. Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. It's good to see we took on a little bit more than one Republican this time around. I move House Bill 1011 as amended by conference committee report.
Seeing no discussion, the question is the repassage of House Bill 1011 as amended. All those, Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 44 ayes, 16 no, and 5 excused, the bill is repassed as amended. Majority Leader Duran.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move to lay over House Bill 1030 until tomorrow.
Madam Majority Leader, even though we had a little bit of a conversation about this a moment ago, we already did lay that over as amended. Oh, I see. Okay. The motion before us is to lay over House Bill 1030 as amended. Seeing no objection, the bill will be laid over as requested by the Majority Leader. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 1.
Senate Bill 168 by Senators Jaquez, Lewis, and Colker, also Representatives Mabry and Parenti, concerning gun violence victims' access to the judicial system.
Representative Parenti.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move for the adoption of the first report of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 168.
Very well. Please proceed and explain the amendments.
I'm going to give a quick overview and then hand it over to my colleague. In conference committee, we discussed this bill and essentially simplified it to remove several pages related to the code of conduct for firearms industry and replace that with an expectation that they meet the existing Uniform Commercial Code and other deceptive business practices laws that are already on the books for every other industry in the state of Colorado.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. My co-prime sponsor covered what the conference committee amended pretty well. Basically, we took out the reasonable code of conduct that we spent hours and hours and hours debating on. There were, I know there was a lot of contention on what the consequences of that would be and the specifics, and instead, the law treats the industry under the Consumer Protection Act and Unfair Trade Practices Act as every other industry is, and every member of the conference committee in both parties voted yes on the conference committee report.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the first conference committee report on Senate Bill 168. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representatives Amable and Hamrick, please vote. Please close the machine. With 52 aye, 9 no, with 51 aye, 10 no, and 4 excused. The conference committee report is adopted. Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move Senate Bill 168 as amended by the conference committee report.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the repassage of Senate Bill 168 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representatives Wilson and Winter, please vote. Please close the machine. With 39 aye, 22 no, and 4 excused, House Bill 168 is repassed as amended. Senate Bill 168 is repassed as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine for co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Members, I made a mistake on the previous bill for not honoring the legacy of former Speaker Alec Garnett and allowing additional co-sponsors on the bill after the passage of the conference committee report. I believe I need to have Mr. Schiebel reread the title to House Bill 1011.
House Bill 1011 by Representatives Titone and Weinberg, also Senators Henriksen and Marchman, concerning a requirement that an agricultural equipment manufacturer facilitate the repair of its equipment by providing certain other persons with the resources needed to repair the manufacturer's agricultural equipment.
Members, the conference committee report was adopted. The bill was repassed. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine for co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Majority Leader Duran.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move to proceed out of order for consideration of Senate amendments to House bills.
Seeing no objection, the House will proceed out of order for consideration of Senate amendments to House bills. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1219.
House Bill 1219 by Representatives Froelich and Amable, also Senators Sullivan and Hansen, concerning establishing a minimum 3-day waiting period prior to the delivery of a purchased firearm.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In order to concur with what occurred on Senate time, it is a long-held tradition to make a rhyme. It's hard to like the Senate sometimes, but in this case, we think it's more than fine.
Representative Amable.
We move to concur with the Senate amendments. In the Senate, they expanded if you're a active duty military, you do not have to comply with the 3-day waiting period if you are transferring your firearm to a family member. We ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is to concur with Senate amendments on House Bill 1219. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 46 aye, 15 no, and 4 excused, the motion to concur is passed. Majority Leader Duran.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1219 as amended.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1219 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 41 aye, 20 no, and 4 excused, House Bill 1219 is repassed as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine for co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Majority Leader Duran.
I move to proceed out of order to Senate Bill 90 under conference committees to report.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order as requested by the Majority Leader. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 90.
Senate Bill 90 by Senator Gardner, also Representative Snyder, concerning the enactment of the 2022 amendments to the Uniform Commercial Code.
Representative Snyder.
I move that the Conference Committee on SB 90 be granted permission to go beyond the scope of the differences between the House and the Senate.
Thank you, Representative Snyder. Please explain your reasoning.
Really?
I'm just following a script up here. You can say as much or as little as you'd like.
There was some late-breaking information from the UCC board, and so we've been waiting to incorporate some of the amendments they're proposing into the final version of the 22 2022 amendments to the UCC code. So that's why we're asking for permission to go beyond the scope.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is to allow the Conference Committee on Senate Bill 90 to go beyond the scope of differences between the House and the Senate. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Bockenfeld, please vote. Please close the machine. With 59 aye, 2 no, and 4 excused, the motion is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 214.
Senate Bill 214 by Senator Zenzinger, also Representative Byrd, concerning the provision for payment of the expenses of the executive, legislative, and judicial departments of the state of Colorado and of its agencies and institutions for and during the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2023, except as otherwise noted.
Representative Byrd.
I move that the Conference Committee on Senate Bill 214 be granted permission to go beyond the scope of the differences between the House and the Senate.
Seeing no further discussion, you have heard the motion. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 56 aye, 5 no, and 4 excused, the motion to go beyond the scope passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 220.
Senate Bill 220 by Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Byrd and Sirota, concerning the use of money previously allocated for public schools and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Representative Byrd.
Yes, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move that the Conference Committee on Senate Bill 220 be granted permission to go beyond the scope of the differences between the House and the Senate.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is permission to go beyond the scope of differences on Senate Bill 220. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 60 aye, 1 no, and 4 excused, the motion for permission to go beyond the scope is granted.
I got it.
Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of the Senate Bill 241.
Senate Bill 241 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Byrd and Bockenfeld, concerning the creation of the Office of School Safety and in connection therewith, requiring the Director of the Office of School Safety to appoint a grants manager, creating a crisis response unit within the Office of School Safety, specifying that the Office of School Safety has oversight over the School Safety Resource Center, specifying that the School Access for Emergency Response Grants Program is administered by the Office of School Safety, creating a Youth Violence Grant Program administration by the office, and making an appropriation.
Representative Byrd.
Members, I'm on a roll. I move that the Conference Committee on Senate Bill 241 be granted permission to go beyond the scope of the differences between the House and the Senate.
Seeing no further discussion, you have heard the motion. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representatives, thank you. Please close the machine. With 56 aye, 5 no, and 4 excused, the motion passes and permission is granted. We're to announcements and introductions? No, we are not. Majority Leader? Members, the next order of business is special orders. Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez. Seeing no objection, the House will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders.
Thank you, Mr. Shebel. The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader. The court rule is relaxed. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Chair, I'd like to proceed out of order for the consideration of House Bill 1264.
That is a proper motion. We will proceed out of order for the consideration of House Bill 1264. Mr. Shebel, can you read the title of House Bill 1264?
House Bill 1264 by Representatives McCormick and Catlin, also Senators Pelton R. and Marchman, concerning the authority of the Commissioner of Agriculture to act in instances involving the health of livestock.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 23-1264.
And the Appropriations Committee report?
I don't believe
There is no
there
report?
Yes.
Okay, to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move Amendment L001 to the bill and ask that it be displayed.
One moment. Amendment L1 has been moved and properly displayed. Please proceed, Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wanted to get this amendment out here up front to let everyone know what this bill does and then what it does with the amendment. So this bill is an update to the Livestock Health Act. It basically does three things. It eliminates some burdensome rulemaking process to enhance the Animal Health Division's ability to exercise its job in responding quickly to emerging disease threats among our animal populations in the livestock arena. It also streamlines the payment process so that farmers and ranchers can get their reimbursement and indemnity payments faster so that they can get back to producing what they do. And then it also clarifies the investigative authority for when a disease incident is suspected. And the amendment will make sure that the condemnation process stays with the State Agricultural Commission so that we have the voices of the commission in on the input to when a condemnation has to happen. And I urge an aye vote on the amendment L001.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, what we're doing with this amendment is, in committee, there were committee members that asked some questions in regards to whether we were going to put all of the power into the hand of the commissioner or if we were going to keep it in the hands of the commission. So that one point being brought up said that, yes, we needed to amend this bill to allow power to stay in the commission. And that's what this amendment does. Good amendment. Vote yes.
Any further discussion on Amendment L1? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L1. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Amendment L1 is adopted. To the bill, Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also wanted to just make it very clear that for any time there is a suspected disease outbreak, that the authority remains or will require a search warrant either by a judge or with consent of the property owner to investigate further to make sure that we're getting the evidence and getting a hold of these disease outbreaks quickly in a way where they're not going to spread to other farms and ranches. As we know, this last year and a half and continuing this spring, we've had an extremely serious outbreak of highly pathogenic avian flu, which has really just devastated the poultry industry, from the price of chickens to the price of eggs here across our state and across the nation. And we expect a resurgence of that virus as the migrating birds are flying over the farms and ranches. So we really need to be able to make sure we protect our farms and ranches from diseases like this.
Any Representative Catlin.
Thank you. Members, what this bill is designed to do is to make the state a quicker response to those that are raising this livestock. The way it's been set up is that they've had to go through a rulemaking before they could get into the indemnity payments, and it put off a lot of time from the time a disease is found in a flock or in a herd. This will speed that up so that if that flock has to be destroyed, that the owner is paid rapidly so they can get back into the business of supplying chicken and or eggs, or in swine, or in any of our other animals that we use in agriculture. The time is now. We need to be able to do these kind of things, because if we don't, these industries are going to suffer a lot more than what they've suffered already. In my opinion, this is a good bill. Vote yes.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I heard this bill in committee last week, I believe it was last Thursday, maybe. And I had a number of questions, many of which we weren't able to flesh out in committee. I still have those questions. So just beginning on page 3, which is, well, I guess even on page 2, but we're striking on pages 2 and 3 in 3 different paragraphs a phrase that speaks of rules that the commissioner may adopt. And so what I'm concerned about is that we are creating a gray area in our law. Well, let's just go one section at a time. Otherwise, it'll get confusing. So the first section on page 3, whenever it becomes known to the commissioner that an infectious or contagious disease exists among livestock of the state, the commissioner may inspect all livestock in the state under such rules as the commissioner may adopt. That is current law, right? It's current law that whenever it becomes known to the commissioner. Now, I have questions about this generally in terms of statute. What kind of known, right? Is this constructive notice? Is it actual notice? What does that mean? We talked a little bit about what type of diseases are included in the infectious and contagious disease category. Is that something like lice, or is that something more devastating? Is it the whole spectrum? And I was told that there is actually a listing of what those diseases are, and that those diseases that exist among livestock of the state, that the commissioner may inspect all livestock in the whole state, right? That's everywhere. Now, when you have the phrase, under such rules as the commissioner may adopt, added in there, that's a protection. It's a protection for property owners, it's protection for the commission, it's protection for Department of Ag, it's protection for every party, because we know what the rules are. We know what they are. Now, I was told that we have to strike this language of under such rules as the commission may adopt because of emergency situations. And I understand that we have emergency situations. I understand that diseases pop up. I'm curious to know how many of those diseases actually originate in Colorado, to the degree that we wouldn't have notice from other jurisdictions as that spreads, depending on how fast that could spread, that we wouldn't have time to actually go through a rulemaking. I'm also curious because we were told about particular diseases that we're concerned about coming here that we already know exist. We already know they exist. And so why we can't take the time now to make sure that those rules are adopted under the rulemaking statutes so that there is public comment, there is notice, there is proper adjudication of these things, I don't understand. I also don't understand why we need to strike it from this general categorization and not just add in emergency rules. What happens in the event of an emergency? Here is the rules that we lay out. As opposed to saying in any instance, we don't need to have rules. We just don't need to have them. Now, obviously, the commissioner still could adopt rules. That's true. But we are not saying that there need to be rules in place. And when we don't have rules in place and we're talking about property, when we're talking about emergency situations, you open the door for chaos and potential harm that otherwise wouldn't need to be there, or even the appearance of harm, the appearance of impropriety, because there are no rules. And so if somebody is somehow detrimentally impacted by decisions that the commissioner makes, and there aren't any rules to protect that they can say, well, we followed these guidelines, then the commissioner may find themselves in a situation that is problematic, right? Suits and other such claims of wrongdoing against the state. And so I don't think that we should open the door to that. If we do want to make emergency rulemaking, fine. Let's make emergency rulemaking provisions that say to the commissioner, in instances where a disease occurs and you have, less than a week or 2 weeks or whatever that is, 30 days notice, whatever those guidelines might be, this is your course of action. This is what you can do. And I understand you can't make specific determinations about what your remedy will be because you don't know how the virus or the disease will impact the livestock, but you can make general guidelines as to the commissioner must do X, Y, and Z. They must talk to this person, or they must engage in these different ways. That way there is a protection. We don't have that. And so, for instance, under this, without any sort of rules, is it reasonable that we're opening up the door for something that happens in Durango to now impact some farm or ranch in Lamar? And without rules, without guidelines, that are publicly vetted, that people have an opportunity to speak into, that could very well happen, and it may not be the best course. And so that concerns me. The next one, whenever it becomes known to the commissioner that an infectious or contagious disease exists among livestock of the state, the commissioner may compel the testing of all livestock in the state. Again, fine, no problem, as long as there are rules, right? What does that mean? Do I have to test every single one? And maybe there'll be a commissioner who says you have to test 100%, and another commissioner who comes the next year and says, nope, you only have to test 5%. And what does that all look like? And there should be some degree of predictability in our law when we're talking general inspection and testing. If we're talking specifically as relates to emergency situations, let us create a section that is just on emergency situations and leave these other things as they are. Then in the next section, and we could go through the other two sections, but I'll leave it there for now. In the next section, we're creating new law. And in this section, I think we're creating issues involving the Fourth and Fifth Amendments. So it says the commissioner may investigate as necessary to ensure compliance with this Article 50 at any reasonable time during regular business hours upon consent or upon obtaining an administrative search warrant. Now, I do not know what the standard is for administrative search warrants. What is the level of scrutiny that is applied? And an administrative search warrant is acquired through the executive branch. So you have an executive agency asking another executive agency, or possibly an administrative law judge that is within the same department, the Department of Ag, for this administrative search warrant. What protections are there? Because right now, if an executive branch member, i.e. law enforcement, wants a search warrant, they have to go to a separate branch. They have to go to an Article 3 court, and they have to ask for that permission. And so if they're asking for that permission, there's a check there, there's a balance there. But if I am the commissioner of the Department of Ag, and I go to the ALJ in the Department of Ag, and I ask them specifically for a search warrant, they are in essence my employee. Where is the check there? What check exists? And what is the standard? Now, if they obtain that administrative search warrant, or if they get consent of that landowner, that rancher, that farmer, the commissioner shall have access. They shall have access to what? To all buildings, yards, pens, pastures, and other areas in which any animals are kept, handled, or transported for the purpose of carrying out this Article 50 or any rule promulgated pursuant to this Article 50. They have access, free range. Free range, again, where are the protections there? Especially if you acquired a search warrant that may be less than of a standard than you would have had to have when you were in a criminal context. And why is this important? Well, if you continue to read down, the commissioner is authorized to administer oaths and take statements, issue administrative subpoenas requiring the attendance of witnesses and the production of, and here's that word again, all books, memoranda, papers, and other documents, articles, or instruments, and compel the disclosure by witnesses of all facts known to them that are relevant to the matter under investigation. Now, there are likely instances where there are criminal penalties attached to instances involving farming and ranching, right? So if you have an administrative search warrant, you come onto this property, and now you have access to the entire property, you have access to all of our books, you have access to all people, and you can basically compel answers, right? It's an investigation. There could be criminal law implications to that, right? Are we providing proper Fourth and Fifth Amendment protections in this context? Are we? Or are we opening up the door to allow for someone to incriminate themselves, or forcing them to incriminate themselves without other standard protections? Compelling the disclosure by witnesses of all facts known to them that are relevant to the matters under investigation. That's a Fifth Amendment issue. How can you compel them to do that? Upon the failure or refusal of any witness to obey any subpoena, the commissioner may petition the district court to compel. So even in the instance that you have these subpoenas, even in the instance that you go through the administrative law judge, there could be someone who says, nope, I'm not abiding that, thank you, no thank you. And at that point, the commissioner is allowed to go to district court. Why don't we just say, go straight to district court, right? Avoid a lot of these other constitutional questions and just direct them straight back to district court. To compel and upon a proper showing, the court may enter an order compelling the witness to appear and testify or to produce documentary evidence. Failure to obey such an order of the court is punishable as a contempt of court. At least now we're honoring, though, our standard constitutional jurisprudence by involving the court system and by maintaining those proper standards of review before forcing these folks into this particular area. Complaints of record made to the commissioner and the results of the commissioner's investigations may, in the discretion of the commissioner, be closed to public inspection during the investigatory period, except as provided by court order. This raises a question. So if I am a rancher in Lamar and there is a ranch down in Durango area that has some sort of an outbreak, and the commission is using that situation in Durango to be able to access my ranch in Lamar, then should I not be able to have some understanding that that's true? Should I not be able to have some access to know that there are legitimate concerns in other areas of the state? Why should this be completely closed? Why should this be closed to public inspection if I am being impacted by it? Right? Why should that happen? So those are a few of the thoughts that I have. I have others, and if I have a couple of minutes extra, I will prepare a few amendments. But again, I do not have an issue with what the bill sponsors are trying to do here. I agree. I agree that we need to be flexible enough in our approach when there is an outbreak of a contagious disease or infection that we didn't see coming. But it seems to me that we see a lot of what was shared in committee, we see them coming. We were told, well, what about this, and what about this, and what about this? I think there are 5 or 6 different diseases that we were told we needed to prepare for. Well, if we know that we need to prepare for those ones, then let's just prepare for them. But then the ones that aren't known, yes, let's make sure that we have in statute emergency rules. But let's not just change the standard rules in that instance, and let's especially not give authority to an executive agency or to one particular person to be able to circumvent all of these other protections that we have developed over a long time in order to protect against self-incrimination. Thank you.
Seeing Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Obviously, I'm not a big ag expert, but I do have concerns about this, just because I don't trust government. And looking at the on the back page 6, line 2, whenever the state now as amended, whenever the State Agricultural Commission finds it necessary to condemn and destroy any animals or property within this state because of any contagious or infectious disease, the animals or the property shall not be destroyed until after an independent appraiser appointed by the commissioner makes a final appraiser. So the commissioner is determining the condemnation, and the appraiser appointed by the commissioner makes the appraisal, and I would assume the commissioner is the one who makes the actual determination of the reimbursement. So, of the value of the animals, of the value of the animals or property, and then what was stricken by 3 appraisers. One to be appointed by the State Agricultural Committee, one by the owner of the property to be destroyed, and the third to be selected by these 2 such appraisers. Then it's, so now, before this change, so this is something that the bill strikes out, and now we're down to the appraiser. We're all the way down to the appraiser. So we had 3 appraisers, one of whom was one to be appointed by the State Agricultural Commission, one by the owner of the property to be destroyed, and the third to be selected by these two. And so the change here is so now the state, the government, will make the determination of whether there's a problem, and the state will determine how much value is there. So in my mind, there's a little bit of an excess of power in this case. So an a farmer, agricultural commission could, not necessarily would, but could, and our branches of government are set up for the possibility of could, to preclude the weaponization. Now you've eliminated checks and balances, as my colleague mentioned, and you've really reduced this. You've really reduced this bill. You've reduced this to one point of corruption. So if you have, and that would be endorsed by us. So I think because it said the State Agricultural Commission or Commissioner, I can't remember. I had that crossed out, and I wasn't. The Commissioner, everything is. So everything really comes down to the Commissioner. So now the Commissioner makes this determination of whether whether there will be access to all of the property, all of the animals, all of the locations. It makes sense. I mean, you're talking about emergency. Whenever it becomes known to the commissioner that an infectious disease or contagious disease exists among livestock of the state, the commissioner may compel the testing of all livestock in the state. Okay? So whenever the livestock are tested, the livestock shall be individually identified. That makes sense. The commissioner may investigate as necessary to ensure compliance with this Article 50. At any reasonable time during the regular business hours upon consent upon obtaining administrative search warrant. So an administrative search warrant, as my colleague mentioned, not a judicial search warrant, but the commissioner shall have access to all buildings, yards, pens, pastures, and any areas in which the animals are kept, handled, or transported for the purpose of carrying out Article 50, or any rule promulgated pursuant to this article. So now we're talking, now we're going to give the commissioner the ability to promulgate any rule. Any rule seems a little bit broad to me. So I'm having a little bit of a hard time understanding why we are taking our livestock, why we are taking the livestock of Colorado, and now we're going to put them under the purview of one vegan. It just seems a little bit of a risk, because what government tells us from history is that if it can be weaponized, it will be weaponized. So the commissioner is authorized to administer oaths, take statements. This is going way up there. This is like Yellowstone now. Issue administrative subpoenas requiring attendance of witnesses and the production of all books, memoranda, papers, and other documents, articles, or instruments. Compel the disclosure by witnesses of all facts known to them that are relevant to the matters under investigation. Upon the failure or refusal of any witness to obey any subpoena, the commissioner may petition the district court to compel, and upon showing, the court may enter an order compelling the witness to appear and testify to produce documentary evidence. Failure to obey such an order of the court is punishable as contempt of the court. So this is an administrative search warrant, and it's being punishable as contempt of the court. complaints of record made to the commissioner and the results of the commissioner's investigation may, in the discretion of the commissioner, be closed to public inspection. So here's new part of the language that we have a public crisis. We have an emergency. We have something that's going on that we need to handle, and maybe we need to kill a bunch of cattle. In the discretion of the commissioner, may be closed to the public during the investigation or investigatory period, except as provided by the court order. So I'm unsure why we would close this to public inspection in the name of transparency. Maybe there's a good reason for it, but anytime that you're going to close something to public inspection, I become a little bit suspect. Now, I get it. There is a broad trust of all things government, but I don't think that's historically warranted. The Animal Health Laboratory in the department and the Colorado State University Veteran Diagnostic Laboratories, collectively known as the State Livestock Disease Diagnostic Laboratory, shall provide a disease testing to support the department's livestock disease program. The laboratories shall be scaled to provide testing of such volume as to meet the potential disease control, protection, and surveillance needs of the livestock industry of the state. Disease control, protection, potential disease control. So potential disease control is now primary. So the commissioner may quarantine any specific livestock.
Seeing
Okay. So, can't hear, sorry. So again, the State Agricultural Commission finds it necessary to condemn and destroy animals within this state because of any contagious infectious disease. I think it's important to look at what we took out. An independent appraiser appointed by the commissioner, so the commissioner makes the determination that there's a disease. The commissioner now appoints the appraiser, and the commissioner determines whether that appraisal is fair. The sponsors specifically took out the redundancy in allowing the property owner, the cattle owner, the rancher, the chicken rancher, whatever, to have a stay. And so I don't see any due process in here. So this would be the deprivation, and this is all done by the commissioner. Shall make a report under oath as to the appraisal. Okay, that's not an oath as to whether it's true. It's just an oath as to the appraisal, and the commissioner shall forward the appraisal to the governor with the recommendation that the appraisal be considered a just bill against the state of Colorado. So we're talking about before animals are condemned. So now this makes the commissioner makes a single point of failure the judge and jury. Judge, jury, and actually executioner. So as a part of good governance, which I can see as everyone's riveted by, we historically do not like to put judge, jury, and executioner into the hands of one person. So if you're comfortable with judge, jury, and executioner in the hands of one person, then this is probably fine. If you're concerned about having checks and balances, where somebody's Fifth and 14th Amendment rights to due process before being deprived of life, liberty, or property, in this case property, then I would strongly suggest a no vote on this. Otherwise, I think I would suspect that this is going to result in the discovery of diseased cattle and massive culling. So judge, jury, and executioner, if you're okay with that. One commissioner, yes. Judge, jury, and executioner, as opposed to the our founding principles, no.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The amendment that was brought forth by the bill sponsors specifically addressed the point. I just want to share this with the entire chamber. Agriculture is really important to me as a rural legislator, and it's very important to the sponsors of this bill, both the chair and vice chair of the Agriculture, Water, and Natural Resources Committee. The amendment that we ran addressed the issue, and it was a real issue brought up in committee about the commissioner being a single decider of the action and the response to these outbreaks, these pandemics. That was resolved, and with that amendment, that went back to the commission, which are appointed by the governor and come from a broad spectrum of agricultural enterprises within and across the state. Now, I'm going to turn this back over to the bills. No? Go. Okay, so I'm going to turn this back over to my ranking member and Vice Chair of Ag.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you heard, we've had some conversations here in regards to some of the concerns that have been raised, and what we'll do is we're going to go and talk to the Senate sponsors in regards to some of those questions to take the time necessary for us to look at and vet those questions. Rather than try to deal with it on the floor, on the fly, I think this is the kind of questions that we'll take some time with. In the meantime, it's a good bill. Vote yes.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1264. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? House Bill 1264 is passed as amended. We will stand at a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to proceed out of order for the consideration of House Bill 1153.
That is a proper motion to proceed out of order to House Bill 1153. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1153.
House Bill 1153 by Representatives Armagost and Amabile, also Senators Pelton B. and Rodriguez, concerning a feasibility study to determine pathways to behavioral health care for people with serious mental illness.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1153 and the committee report.
There's the Appropriations and the Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services Committee reports. Can you move both of those?
Yes, I move the Appropriations report and the committee report from the Behavioral Health and Human Services Committee.
Thank you, Representative Amabile. Please to the Appropriations Committee report.
Yes, I would like to run an amendment, because that's my middle name now. L004, I move L004 and ask that it be displayed.
And Representative Mobley, this is to the Appropriations Committee report?
This is to the committee report. Yeah, but you're doing a probes and a public health. We're doing a probes first. We're doing a probes first. Sorry, I was taken off guard. Yes, so I move. I'd
So
like
we
to
are on the
adopt
Appropriations Committee report. Is there anything you'd like to report regarding that?
We had an amendment in the appropriations report because we found some money under the couch cushions and used that for half of the appropriation. And I asked for a yes vote.
Thank you, Representative Mobley. Seeing no further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report, the question before us, the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move Amendment L004 to the committee report and ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper motion. We'll just wait a moment while it is displayed. Representative Mobley, please continue.
Yeah, it really is. This was just a typo. We had a strike through for 3B to 3E, and it should have been 4B to 4E. And I asked for a yes vote.
Any further discussion on Amendment L4? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L4 to the Public and Behavioral Health Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Amendment L4 is adopted. To the committee report, Representative Mobley.
Yeah, so we had a couple of amendments in the committee, and we had a very favorable response from the committee, and I asked for an aye vote on the committee report.
Seeing no further discussion on the Public and Behavioral Health Committee report, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Mobley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the bill is a feasibility study, and what it is looking at is how do we move people who are living on the street or who are criminal justice involved and clearly have a mental health or a behavioral health disorder. How do we move those people into care from where they're at to care? And we have asked the Office of Civil and Forensic Mental Health to contract with a third party to conduct a feasibility study. They're going to look at how many unhoused people do we have who are living with a serious mental illness? What's our current capacity for inpatient and outpatient treatment for those people? What are our healthcare workforce shortages? How are they impacting the situation? What are our community-based services that we have now? What is the cost to the state if we provided funding to allow longer treatment stays under the current system? And what is the capacity of the judicial system to meet existing demand for diversion, court-ordered care plans, petitions of court-ordered plans, and guardianship proceedings? And what other approaches could we take to provide voluntary and involuntary care? And I'm just interested in this because we have so many people living on the street who are sick, who deserve care, and I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We heard this bill in committee, and unfortunately, Representative Armagost is not here. I know, fellow colleagues, he wanted to be here. He's very passionate about this bill. He spoke with me personally about this bill. He spoke with me about his experiences in law enforcement and how oftentimes we have a problem, behavioral mental health, and the judicial system, that intersection, and how we've got to get better solutions to try to help those folks. This is what came out of this bill. If he was here, he'd tell you that he solicits your support for this bill and thinks that with this study, you know, whether you like or dislike study bills, it's the standard rate for a study bill, and hopefully what will happen is we'll get some recommended solutions, and we'll have some more information for future action to try to solve the problem. And I don't want to beat a dead horse, as they say where I'm from, but ladies and gentlemen, I have to be brutally honest with the folks in this chamber. The BHA, it's going to take more than the BHA standing up to solve this problem. and my colleague here from Boulder, I know, agrees with me, and we share this passion. But this bill and what comes out of this study, I truly believe will be part of the equation, the calculus equation, whatever variable, whatever constant, however that equation is written. Not to get too analytical with you, that'll be that one point that will help in solving this very complex calculus problem.
Representative Amable.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank my colleague from Akron for all of his support for this bill. And I also just do want to say that my colleague from Loveland, who is the co-prime sponsor of this bill, really, this is a passion place for him as well. And I'm sorry that he isn't here today, and I know that he had something very important he had to do. So I urge a yes vote. Thanks.
Thank you, Representative Amable. I see that there's a little bit of a uproar about whether or not Representative Armagost is from Loveland. I see the representative from Loveland. It's Larimer, right? Berthoud. It's all good. It's all good.
My colleague from Larimer County. Berthoud.
It's Larimer County. Thank you, Representative Amable. Just want to make sure everybody's good to go here. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1153. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. House Bill 1153 is passed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
You have heard the motion. The committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order.
Mr. Shebo, please read the Committee of the Whole. Report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report it as under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof making final and conditions thereon. House Bill 1153 is amended, 1264 is amended, passed on second reading and ordered, engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez. The motion before us is to adopt the report of the Committee of the Whole. There are no amendments at the desk. Mr. Shebo, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. It's okay. Speaker Pro Tem Kennedy, can you signal your vote? We haven't switched back. Representative Amabile, Garcia, we are voting. Representative Mabry is excused. Please close the machine. With 44 aye, 12 no, and 9 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Announcements. Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, many hours ago in a galaxy far, far away, I made an announcement about the Judiciary Committee. We still have work to do. Reminder, 1164, 1258, Senate Bill 67, Senate Bill 72, room 112 downstairs at 5 minutes to 5. Please be there. We'll get going. Thank you.
Representative Michelson-Janae.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services, we have 2 bills to hear. We're going to start at 5 o'clock promptly. Please be there.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee will meet at 5 to 5 LSBA.
Members, we're going to be doing a couple of motions and then closing out the desk. You are free to go. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until Wednesday, April 12th.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until Wednesday, April 12th. Mr. Shebo, reports of the committees of reference.
Committee on Finance, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1162 is amended, 1275 is amended, and Senate Bill 108 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1277 and Senate Bill 163 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations.
Printing report.
The Chief Clerk reports
the printing
following.
report will be buried in the journal. Signing of bills, resolutions, memorials.
The Speaker has signed.
Signing
Senate
of
Joint-
bills, resolutions, memorials will be forever hidden in the journal. Message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker, the Senate has passed on
Message
third
from the
reading.
Senate will be printed in the journal. Message from the reviser.
We herewith transmit
Message
without
from the
comment.
reviser will be printed in the journal. Message from the governor.
Honorable members of the
Message from
Colorado
the
House.
governor will be printed in the journal. Introduction of memorial.
Senate Joint Memorial 6 by Senator Coleman, also Representative Bacon, memorializing former Senator Gloria Tanner.
Senate Joint Memorial 6 will be laid over one day under House rules. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the House stand in adjournment until Wednesday, April 12th at 9 a.m.
The House is adjourned. No, we are not. Oh, thank you. We skipped that. I have one announcement. Madam Majority Leader, thank you. Today, Representative McCormick will replace Representative Vigil on the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee today only. For tomorrow, Representative Herod will replace Representative Charbini on the Judiciary Committee Wednesday only. Representative Joseph will replace Representative Epps on the Judiciary Committee Wednesday only. Representative Wilford will replace Representative Judah on the Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services Committee Wednesday only. Representative Leader will replace Representative Amabile on the Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services Committee Wednesday only. Representative Brown will replace Representative Michelson Janae on the Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services Committee Wednesday only. Representative Kipp will replace Representative Lukens on the Legislative Council Committee Wednesday only. Now, Madam Majority Leader, restate your
Madam.
motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House stand in adjournment until Wednesday, April 12th at 9 a.m.
The House stands adjourned until Wednesday, April 12th at 9 a.m.